until Liu Ao stood at the entrance of a Yuan Yu Academy, a place that seemed like a city within a city. He still felt a profound lack of reality within his heart. He forcefully slapped his cheeks, both to bolster his spirits and to alleviate his mounting anxiety. Liu Ao, a 15-year-old boy, shared only a name with the protagonist of Chinese Master Chef or Chinese #1. In his first 15 years of life, his sole encounter with culinary arts had been limited to instant noodles. However, just a day prior, by a twist of fate, Liu Ao had traversed into a parallel dimension on Earth, where the culinary arts held a far superior status. From high-ranking officials in politics and economics to the ordinary laborers toiling daily, most were old gourmets, and the ability to eat well was considered a matter of pride. For a mere 15-year-old without any survival skills, the only semblance of kindness he received was a bonus gift of the Chinese #1 system, perhaps due to his name. This system provided access to all the recipes from the anime and manga of Chinese #1, as long as his culinary skills met the recipe's requirements. He could perfectly recreate the dishes. Yet, alas, it was of little consequence, for Liu Ao culinary prowess was still limited to the trifling concept of boiling water, tearing open a seasoning packet, and pouring in the water. Currently, the recipes provided by the system were utterly beyond his reach. Fortunately, there were two simple paths to enhance his culinary skills. The first involved tasting dishes prepared by chefs superior to himself, which not only would elevate his cooking abilities, but also allow him to accurately replicate their recipes. After just one taste, correcting any technical flaws in the process, that IT could be likened to possessing a writing-well tongue. The second path was learning. While receiving culinary instruction, Liu Ao's skills would gradually improve. Thus, Yuan Yu Academy was an invaluable opportunity he could not afford to miss. Moreover, he had been equipped with a recommendation letter for the Chinese #1 restaurant during his journey, which would grant him access to the Academy's transfer examination. Yet, even with this, Liu Ao had slim chances of success. He could hardly showcase his extraordinary skill of boiling instant noodles on the spot. What he fervently hoped for now was that his one-time recipe would prove useful. At the very least, he aimed to pass the entrance examination. The so-called one-time recipes referred to all the dishes within Chinese #1, which Liu Ao had the opportunity to activate once. Upon activation, he would gain culinary enhancements ranging from 1-star Master Chef to 5-star Master Chef. However, he could only prepare the dishes corresponding to the activated recipes. Any attempt to engage in other purposes with the ingredients would render the enhancements ineffective, and each recipe could only be activated once. Most recipes, once activated, would yield 1-star or 2nd-star culinary skills, with the higher tiers of 4 and 5 stars being exceptionally rare. Nevertheless, Liu Ao remained optimistic, believing that since this was merely an entrance examination for transfer students, as long as the questions were appropriate, achieving 1st star would undoubtedly suffice. However, tension was undeniably palpable, for this realm differed vastly from Earth and the Chinese cuisine supreme. The educational philosophy of Yuan Yu Academy has always embraced the fusion of culinary arts from various nations and disciplines, encompassing Italian, German, French, Southeast Asian, and an array of global cuisines within its curriculum. The emphasis lies in the eclectic assimilation and broadening of one's primary culinary focus. Conversely, the system of Chinese cuisine supreme represents a culmination of 4 millennia of Chinese gastronomy, with a predominant 80 consisting of traditional Chinese dishes, while a mere 20 reflects a hint of Japanese culinary influence, offering little engagement with Western or Southeast Asian cuisines that, in essence, should the examination pose questions concerning a particular Western dish, Liu Ao would find himself at a disadvantage. Yet, retreat was not an option for Liu Ao, as only by ascending to the pinnacle of culinary mastery or establishing himself as an authority in the culinary realm could he hope to survive. Possessing an enhanced version of the god's tongue, which surpasses its original form, Liu Ao must also bear the repercussions it entails. Should he fail to appease his heightened palate, his cellular metabolism would accelerate, not diminishing his physical strength, but rather shortening his lifespan. Of course, every coin has 2 sides. If Liu Ao could consistently satisfy his enhanced god's tongue, he could also bolster his constitution and enjoy longevity. Should Liu Ao ascend to the pinnacle of political and economic spheres, he could then indulge in the life of a connoisseur without worry. However, for a 15-year-old boy lacking connections or means, relinquishing the Chinese cuisine supreme system in favor of transforming this narrative into one of urban politics would clearly not be a wise choice. Standing at the entrance of Yuan Yu Academy, Liu Ao composed himself, disregarding the astonished gazes of other aspiring students, and approached a verification window. It was no wonder that others were taken aback, for Liu Maoxing was a rarity among the self-arriving students. Most were escorted by luxury vehicles, while ordinary, but respectable, cars could only park far away. Moreover, one could often spot the silhouettes of butlers and bodyguards accompanying these scholars. After all, many of these individuals were heirs to illustrious culinary organizations, thus reflecting the elevated status of cuisine in this parallel world, where even the children of the affluent sought to learn the art of cooking. Yet, regardless of their backgrounds, once inside the academy, they were merely fellow learners. At that moment, under the scrutinizing gaze of a verification officer, Liu Maoxing stepped through the academy's gates. Apart from his modest attire, he bore no discernible differences from the others. The officer's awkward gaze was not one of disdain, but rather a reflection of the simplicity of Liu Maoxing's profile. His documentation bore only the words recommended by Chinese Cuisine Supreme alongside a notation of proficiency in Chinese cuisine, while all other culinary experiences and educational backgrounds remained conspicuously blank. Were it not for the official stamp and the machine's verification indicating authenticity, the officer might have suspected this was a forged document. For such a bare minimum, he should not have passed even the initial registration phase. Although the plaza was bustling with numerous candidates awaiting their assessments, Liu Maoxing felt a profound sense of disconnection from them. Among the throngs of young gentlemen and ladies preparing for the transfer examination, there were also several uniformed students, most of whom appeared dejected. Liu Maoxing, though familiar with Shokyuki no Soma, did not have an indelible impression of it, and he could not help but let out a soft exclamation upon observing the scene. "Are you also here for the transfer exam?" A seemingly amiable peer approached Liu Maoxing and inquired, sensing his curiosity. "You seem to have some doubts?" "Indeed. Those individuals appear to already be students, so why are they here?" Liu Maoxing voiced his perplexity. Today marks not only the day of the transfer exam, but also the release of results for the second-year entrance examination at Tōtsuki Culinary Academy. However, given that they have to resort to a second entrance exam, it is unlikely that even 1 in 100 among them will qualify. After this, they will bid farewell to Tōtsuki entirely. "By the way, my name is Nikaido Yoshihiro. My family runs a French restaurant. What about you?" Liu Maoxing felt somewhat uncomfortable with the other's forced smile, but replied, "I am Liu Maoxing, hailing from Zhonghua Yifan, though I may not become the heir." "Liu Maoxing? Zhonghua Yifan. Is it a Chinese restaurant?" Yoshihiro asked, puzzled. Liu Maoxing had already searched on his phone and discovered that there was no restaurant by the name Zhonghua Yifan in this dimension. He could only vaguely respond, "Yes, it was once a prestigious establishment 2 centuries ago. However, due to a lack of interaction with contemporary culinary systems over the past 200 years, it has somewhat declined. You may not have heard of it." Upon hearing Liu Maoxing's words, Yoshihiro felt compelled to reconsider, for Chinese cuisine boasts a history spanning thousands of years. Moreover, knowing that Zhonghua Yifan was a century-old establishment, even if it had fallen into obscurity due to missing the era of culinary fusion, it undoubtedly possessed profound heritage. My family's restaurant frequently invites culinary masters from China for exchanges, and technical improvements collaboration is indeed essential. If you're interested in the future, you may visit my family's restaurant. Yoshihiro offered Liu Maoxing a business card. Just as Liu Maoxing felt awkward for not having a card of his own, an announcement suddenly resounded. "Candidates for the transfer exam, please gather at the front auditorium. Within 3 minutes. 3 minutes? How exceedingly brisk," Liu Maoxing thought, realizing that it would take him 2 or 3 minutes just to run from the plaza. "Such is the style of Tōtsuki," Yoshihiro remarked, already beginning to run, thus sparing Liu Maoxing from his embarrassment. Upon entering the grand auditorium, Liu Maoxing observed that there were likely several hundred participants for the transfer examination, which only heightened his anxiety. Given Tōtsuki's esteemed position in the culinary world, the mere presence of a few hundred candidates was a testament to the stringent material review process. Otherwise, the place would truly be inundated with applicants, positioned toward the back. Liu Maoxing discerned that the examiner was a girl who appeared to be around his age, with chestnut-colored long hair and a figure that could only be described as deliciously appealing indeed. Liu Maoxing can confirm that she is a girl, not a youthful-looking female teacher, as she is still clad in a student uniform. "Oh no, it's her. Indeed, I heard from my brother that she has become the sole first-year member of the Tōtsuki Elite 10, but I never anticipated. It would be disastrous if she were to oversee the transfer exam. What if she deemed someone talentless?" The surrounding candidates, clearly recognizing the young girl before them, began to murmur anxiously. At that moment, beside the chestnut-haired girl, a girl with short pink hair, slightly less impressive in stature, yet still quite attractive, who seemed to be her assistant, declared, "Silence. We shall now clarify the examination process. First, we will divide into groups of 10 according to the registration number for the interviews and secondary review of materials." Even Liu Ao Xing, who had initially been unconcerned, felt a bead of sweat form on her brow at the mention of material review. It seemed her own materials were not subject to scrutiny. "Silence. We shall now clarify the examination process. First, we will divide into groups of 10 according to the registration numbers for the interviews and secondary review of materials. Following, there will be the practical cooking examination involving 3 dishes." As Liu Ao Xing felt the sweat trickling down, the chestnut-haired girl, wearing an expression befitting a typical young lady, interjected, "Enough. This is dreadfully boring. Let's make it a bit more interesting. By the way, let's bring over the cooking station." "Yeah, all right. He'll arrange that immediately." The short-haired girl, clearly accustomed to the whims of the young lady, quickly called for the cooking station laden with ingredients to be brought forth. Witnessing this scene, the candidates couldn't help but murmur among themselves, many sensing an ominous turn of events. The chestnut-haired girl approached the cooking station, smiled slightly, and then picked up an egg, stating, "We shall use this as the primary ingredient. Only dishes that satisfy my palate will allow you to pass the transfer exam at Tōtsuki Academy." What? An egg? Such a simple ingredient. Oh no, to satisfy her palate? She is the legendary. If she deems anyone incompetent, then they shall never rise in the culinary world again. Observing the panic among the crowd, the chestnut-haired girl expressed her satisfaction, saying, "Now, I will begin. You have 1 minute to voluntarily withdraw and forfeit the exam. After 1 minute, the examination will commence officially." Instantly, the once crowded auditorium transformed, as if it had experienced an earthquake or fire, with countless individuals rushing toward the exits simultaneously. However, there were a few brave souls, one being Liu Ao Xing, who felt a sense of relief, and the other a boy with a red, spiky hairstyle, whose wrist was adorned with a white sushi roll, making it difficult to ignore his identity. Liu Ao Xing had a premonition that she had coincidentally encountered the same examination as Yukihiro Soma. "Kamiyama, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Look, it's just the 3 of us now. Our chances of passing might be quite high." Liu Ao Xing seized the opportunity to catch up with the second-year student, Kamiyama. "Release me. Have you lost your mind?" She is Irina Nakiri, the god's tongue. It is said that she could discern the finest nuances of breast milk merely 3 months after her birth. From a young age, she has served as a connoisseur for prestigious establishments around the globe, and culinary luminaries are her loyal patrons. It is utterly inconceivable that she would take an interest in our cuisine. Furthermore, should she deem us incompetent, the entire culinary world would be made aware of it. With a vigorous struggle, Jia Ming broke free from Liu Ao Xing and fled swiftly. "Quite intriguing," remarked Yukihiro Soma, who had also overheard Jia Ming's words to Liu Ao Xing. "The god's tongue, you say? I wonder how it compares to my own. I possess quite the confidence when it comes to tasting." Liu Ao Xing replied with a hint of exasperation. It was precisely due to this gifted palate that he felt compelled to forge a path in the culinary realm. Initially, it was assumed that the assessment had concluded and everyone would forfeit. However, upon entering a flirting mode, Irina Nakiri and her assistant, Hishako Shirnodo, were suddenly taken aback to hear discussions about the god's tongue, with someone even daring to compare it to their own. Their irritation was palpable as they turned to see 2 audacious young men remaining. "Oh dare question Lady Irina's god's tongue is utterly disrespectful," Hishako exclaimed in indignation. "How can one know without trying? However, today is not a tasting competition, it is your assessment as an evaluator. The contest of tongues shall be reserved for another time. We are to use eggs as the main ingredient, correct?" Liu Ao Xing inquired. This calm demeanor, as if victory was assured, further irked Irina. "Very well. You dare challenge me? Indeed, as long as you use eggs, you may create whatever you wish. But are you truly certain? There is still time to withdraw." Veins protruded from Irina's forehead in agitation as she noticed Liu Ao Xing and Yukihiro Soma had already begun inspecting the available ingredients and utensils. Liu Ao Xing had made up his mind about which recipe to employ. After all, with his rudimentary culinary skills, he was bound to consume a recipe during the assessment. As he quietly activated a single-use recipe in his mind, Liu Ao Xing suddenly perceived the entire cooking station before him transforming into a wholly different entity. The ingredients and tools laid out before him remained unchanged, yet in Liu Ao Xing's eyes, they appeared entirely different. Gently, he picked up a wonton knife for cutting vegetables, his fingers gliding along the sharp blade, as if caressing his own hand, completely familiar and devoid of any fear of injury. An excellent knife, though the blade length is slightly excessive by 2.3 millimeters, and the tip is inclined by 0.08 degrees, more than acceptable standards. Oomph. Mere bravado. Hishako scoffed derisively. While Irina remained silent, her expression spoke volumes. The cooking station was designed for multiple users. There were several sets of knives on it. Liu Ao began to examine each wonton knife one by one. Ultimately, he selected 4, gripping the handles and fanning the blades out before his eyes, captivated by their craftsmanship. Hey, have you had enough of this commotion? Lady Irina does not have the luxury of time to waste on someone like you. What can we deduce from this? Hishako couldn't help but interject. Liu Ao nodded in agreement. Indeed, rather than merely observing, it is better to. Suddenly, Liu Ao hurled the 4 culinary knives in his left hand directly upward. They spun gracefully before arcing at their apex and descending toward his right hand, where he astonishingly extended it to meet the descending blades. Be careful, Hishako exclaimed urgently. Despite her irritation towards Liu Ao, she instinctively sought to halt such a perilous act. However, Liu Aoxing's right hand glided along the trajectory of the falling knives, prompting even Irina to involuntarily shut her eyes, seemingly fearful of becoming splattered with blood. Yet, to her astonishment, the 4 knives silently landed in Liu Aoxing's right hand, arranged in a fan shape with the blades nestled in his palm. Though merely a special grade 1-star disposable menu, the system's designation of special grade 1-star signifies that all foundational skills and techniques have reached a remarkable level that in the realm of Shika Ichiban. The average special grade chef possesses a singular expertise in a specific cuisine, while Liu Ao has achieved proficiency in all culinary techniques, including fundamental skills at the special grade level. Thus, his prowess in this moment is not surprising. It is you, Liu Ao declared as he withdrew one of the culinary knives. Wow, that looks impressive, exclaimed Soma Yukihira, who then fervently began preparing his own dish. Although Irina and Hishako remained silent, uncertainty began to creep into their minds about Liu Aoxing's true capabilities, whether he was merely posturing or possessed genuine skill. Yet, Irina quickly dismissed the thought with a scoff, reflecting on the countless high-end dishes she had tasted, often invited by world-class masters to serve as their taster. The audacity of this unknown young chef, relying on a modicum of talent to boast before her, struck her as utterly ridiculous. At that moment, having retrieved the ingredients he sought, Liu Ao suddenly froze. Is there no rice? Liu Ao said, perplexed. Isn't it right beside your right hand? Hishako asked, bewildered. Liu Ao glanced at the selected rice to his right and sighed. I meant cooked rice, not just raw rice. Huh, what's the difference? Hishako questioned, even more confused. Out of course, it only qualifies as rice after it has been cooked. Liu Ao looked at her incredulously, as if to say, how ignorant you are. Hishako's face flushed with embarrassment. You cheeky fellow. This is an assessment. You must cook it yourself. No, I prefer to be cooked and allowed to rest for a while, ideally around 8 to 12 hours. Irina's eyes widened in disbelief, and she glared at Liu Ao in anger, while Hishako immediately chimed in, wait, isn't that leftover rice? You expect Lady Irina to tea that moment. Yukihira Soma interjected. By the way, I was concerned about the lengthy exam, so I brought the bento I prepared last night. The rice and dishes are separated. Would you care for some? Liu Ao calculated the time, and his eyes brightened. That would be fantastic. I truly appreciate your kindness. Soma handed the bento box to Liu Ao. Indeed, the rice was compartmentalized, and though Soma's bento box appeared modest, it was crafted with care, ensuring that the flavors of the dishes did not seep into the rice. Liu Ao meticulously selected a tomato, a small piece of seasoning, a suitably placed scallion, and 4 eggs, before making his way to the cooking station. Oh, and that box of leftovers too. Buddy, I hope this will be a delightful collaboration. Liu Ao stood the chosen knife before him, clearly referring to it as his partner. Then, with his left hand steadying the scallion, his right hand wielded the knife with remarkable swiftness. His speed was such that even Irina and Hisako paused momentarily. Yet the sounds produced were remarkably subdued, merely the faint clinks of the knife against the cutting board. If one were to close their eyes and listen, they might even suspect a barrier lay between them. The well-informed Irina's expression turned serious as she whispered to Hisako, this is a manifestation of masterful knife skills. The cutting is rapid, yet in that fleeting moment, one can sense the condition of the ingredients with the blade, minimizing wasted effort and achieving near perfection in the division of the food. Indeed, Hisako quietly approached to observe, noting how the minced scallions fell directly into the adjacent bowl, their fineness both ample and uniform. The same could be said for the half tomato that followed typically. Such a fruit would require a smaller knife. Yet in Liu Ao Xing's hands, it seemed effortlessly managed. Ah! Just as Soma was finalizing the preparation of the soup base, Hisako's exclamation disrupted his focus, prompting him to frown and glance over. He found both Hisako and Irina gazing at Liu Ao Xing. The former's eyes were wide with astonishment, while Irina, though striving to maintain her composure, displayed hints of skepticism in her gaze. Soma observed Liu Ao Xing again, only to find him cranking up the heat to maximum, skillfully using a traditional Chinese ladle to stir-fry rice. It was evidently a common Chinese dish, egg fried rice. Soma could not fathom what had caused Hisako and Irina to be so astonished. He couldn't help but scoff internally, thinking, indeed, what a privileged young lady. Has she never seen fried rice before? Soma had long suspected Liu Ao Xing could prepare fried rice. Given that freshly cooked rice retains a high moisture content, excessive heat and oil would cause it to overflow. Thus, if the fried rice were too moist, it would adversely affect its texture and flavor. Soma had anticipated that Liu Ao Xing intended to stir-fry rice from the outset. However, he remained oblivious to what Hisako and Irina had just witnessed. Typically, one would whisk the egg mixture before frying. Yet Liu Ao Xing bypassed this step entirely, pouring the leftovers directly into the pan. As both women pondered whether Liu Ao Xing had made a misstep in his sequence, he reached out with one hand, grasping all 4 eggs, and with a swift motion over the iron wok, the eggs transformed into mere shells in his grasp. Moreover, after observing the eggshells in the waste bin, Hisha noticed that there was no egg white present. However, the inner membranes of each egg were still intact and adhered to the shells. This clearly indicated that Liu Ao Xing's technique was not merely a matter of cracking the eggshells with his fingers. Yet, there was neither stirring nor separation of the egg yolks. Instead, the entire egg mixture was directly poured into the pan for frying. Was this truly edible? Furthermore, the flame was excessively high. Did fried rice require such intensity? In the brief moment Liu Ao Xing was stir-frying, Soma Yukihira had prepared a bowl of freshly cooked rice, along with a bowl topped with scrambled eggs and a layer of chilled chicken broth jelly, presenting the dish to Irina. Hisha scrutinized the rice and scrambled eggs, her expression darkening as she remarked, "Is this egg rice?" "Indeed, a special creation by Soma, transforming into egg rice." Oblivious to the details, Irina let out a huff, saying, "Humph, throughout my life, only exquisite dishes that tantalize the senses have been presented before me. Now, you mediocre cooks dare to insult me with fried rice and egg rice. How utterly tedious. There's no need for judging." With that, she turned to leave, but at that moment, Soma shook the scrambled eggs before her, revealing the golden cubes of broth jelly beneath. Those possessing the god's tongue naturally had a heightened sense of smell, and Irina quickly realized this was the product of concentrated chicken broth turned to jelly. Soma placed the scrambled eggs and jelly atop the steaming rice, and as the heat from the rice began to melt the jelly, it gradually enveloped and seeped into the rice and eggs. A rich aroma instantly wafted through the air. Irina could not resist picking up her chopsticks to sample a bite, instantly entering a transcendent state. At that moment, Liu Ao Xing had also portioned the fried rice and placed it under the plate cover. Observing Irina's exaggerated expression, he mused that the inhabitants of this realm, even without the god's tongue, likely possessed a more refined palate, with an even greater craving for exquisite cuisine. Having tasted but a morsel of egg rice, it felt as though she had been elevated, as if she had partaken in something deeply intimate. However, after the moment of enjoyment, a look of reluctance swiftly appeared on Irina's face, leading Liu Ao Xing to surmise that her prideful nature was about to erupt. Indeed, while Irina appeared to relish the dish, she stubbornly declared, "It's inedible, utterly unpalatable. Not up to standard, not passing." Soma exclaimed, incredulous, dragging out the syllable. Just then, Liu Ao Xing placed his own covered dish before Irina. Still flustered by the realization that her own palate found pleasure in such a lowly dish as egg rice, Irina's frustration intensified upon seeing Liu Ao Xing. "You idiot! Is this merely leftover rice fried up? I refuse to eat it." As she spoke, she attempted to walk away, but at that moment, Liu Ao Xing opened the plate covered in an instant. Irina, and Soma, standing nearby, were momentarily entranced by the golden light emanating from beneath the lid of a dish, so much so that they failed to notice the culinary masterpiece before them. Meanwhile, Hisako regarded Irina, who had previously dismissed the dish, and Soma, who was lost in the throes of failure, both now gazing intently at a plate of fried rice. Clearly, she had not perceived any golden light. Upon witnessing this, Liu Ao Xing felt a sense of understanding. It appeared that individuals in this world could indeed see the inexplicable cooking light, but only those who had attained a certain proficiency in culinary skills or appreciation could perceive it. Hisako, who had not seen the golden glow, was the first to sense something amiss. The fried rice before her was a brilliant golden hue, and upon closer inspection, each grain of rice was noticeably larger, encased in a delicate layer of egg, with no two grains overlapping in the egg mixture, nor any grain left untouched by it. What was even more astonishing was the uniformity of the golden-orange color. One could not discern that the dish was prepared using unwhipped eggs. How? How did you achieve this? Hisako could not help but inquire. Huh? What do you mean? We didn't whip the eggs beforehand, did you? At Hisako's words, Soma also gasped in disbelief, glancing at Liu Ao Xing and then at the bowl of fried rice. Of course I whipped them, but it was done while stir-frying with the rice in the pan. Isn't that a fundamental skill? Liu Ao Xing replied with a smile that made one wish to punch him. Wait, what about the tomatoes and chopped green onions? Hisako suddenly recalled that Liu Ao Xing had indeed chopped these ingredients earlier, yet they were conspicuously absent from the pure golden fried rice before her. They were filtered out. It would be quite disrespectful to leave the flavoring ingredients in the dish, wouldn't it? Liu Ao Xing continued to smile mischievously. Yes, Hisako replied, her face twitching in agreement. Indeed, it was rather disrespectful if one was confident that the flavors were fully infused. The seasoning ingredients should be strained out. However, larger pieces of ginger, scallions, or star anise could be removed, and in the case of soups, one could filter them out while pouring that. But how is it possible to extract the finely diced tomatoes and green onions from the fried rice? Unable to resist, Hisako approached Liu Ao Xing's cooking station and discovered a heap of charred tomato pieces and scallions, instantly realizing that the intense heat had likely been employed to infuse their flavors in a short time. Yet Liu Ao Xing's control over the heat was truly formidable. He extracted the essence of the ingredients swiftly while preserving the integrity of the main components. Moreover, as he stir-fried, he ensured that the egg enveloped each grain of rice perfectly, while gradually consolidating the charred ingredients, ultimately discarding them. Was this truly a matter of basic skills? Although the foundational requirements for Chinese culinary arts were notoriously high, Hisako had never heard of anyone possessing such skills. Indeed, it is a fact that in the realm of culinary arts, there exist numerous masters whose skills in Chinese cuisine surpass even those of a Michelin one-star rating. However, it is implausible for each and every detail to achieve the same level of excellence, particularly when it comes to foundational techniques. As she gazed at the resplendent golden fried rice, Irina felt her appetite stir. Yet, recalling that it was crafted from leftover rice and recognizing her earlier indiscretion while sampling Soma's egg rice, she forced herself to avert her gaze from Liu's fried rice, specialty from Chinese one, golden fried rice. Please enjoy, Liu said with a smile, golden fried rice. Such a trite name. I would never indulge in such a lowly dish. Irina retorted with a haughty demeanor, her eyes glistening with unshed tears due to her forced denial, causing Liu to stifle a chuckle. Unacceptable. Absolutely unacceptable. I refuse to eat, Irina proclaimed, reminiscent of a petulant child. It was evident that her father's unconventional upbringing had instilled certain personality flaws within her. As Irina turned to leave, Soma interjected, Hey, isn't that rather rude? You are the one here to critique, and the chef has presented his work to you, which, in my opinion, is quite flawless. Are you truly going to walk away? Liu remained silent, while Irina chose to disregard him, taking a step forward. Just then, a peculiar sound seemed to resonate in her ears. Tofu pudding. Green beans, eggplants, tomatoes, chives, fennel noodles, and squash. Sharpening scissors, oh, the chopping knife. Orchid beans, deliciously cooked orchid beans. Fried snacks, and fried rice cakes. In disbelief, Irina turned back to look at Liu's golden fried rice, which appeared not merely as a bowl of fried rice, but rather as a lively market bustling with activity. Though devoid of any logical explanation, this peculiar illusion took root in Irina's mind. Well, there is some merit to what you say. Given the effort you have put into this, I shall reluctantly partake just this once, Irina stubbornly declared. Yet her body betrayed her resolve as she returned to the golden fried rice, picked up the spoon Liu had set aside, and scooped a modest bite to place in her mouth. From the moment Irina turned back, sure Sato had been watching her in astonishment. She was well aware of Irina's pride. The phrase, "given your earnest effort," was certainly not something one would expect to hear from her lips. Irina found herself lost in a reverie, perceiving not merely a bowl of fried rice before her, but an entire ancient Chinese town. Unable to contain her curiosity, she turned and took a delicate bite. Instantly, the profound weight of history erupted upon her palate, conjuring images of herself amidst a bustling ancient market. Surrounded by the cries of vendors, the hurried footsteps of passers-by, and the laughter of children. In that moment, Irina spread her arms wide, inhaling the slightly damp air that had lingered for centuries. Could it truly be so exaggerated? I must give it a try, too, mused Soma, intrigued. Liu Ao pointed towards the pot and said, "Of course, there is still some left. I would like to taste your egg fried rice as well." With that, the two began to sample each other's dishes, leaving only Shisa, who grumbled, "Hey, you two. We are still in the midst of a review. It had reached this point, and unless one were to lie, there was no reason for it to be deemed unqualified," retorted Liu Ao. "Well, Miss Irina has tasted various high-end cuisines since childhood. It's no surprise she would give any dish a low score. Can you truly question the goddess tongue?" Shisa insisted. "Indeed, she just gave me a failing grade," Soma replied, visibly displeased. Liu Ao then took a mouthful of the transformed egg fried rice, and the rich flavor of chicken immediately enveloped his senses. Yet, hold on. Upon comprehending the recipe for the transformed egg rice, Liu Ao sensed an inconsistency within this dish, which had been rated as a high one-star cuisine. There existed a discordant element within the chicken broth jelly. Other minor discrepancies were negligible and hardly worth mentioning. But regarding the broth jelly, achieving a high one-star rating with such a simple dish was indeed remarkable, especially since only intermediate one-star culinary skills were required to prepare it, utilizing only basic ingredients. It seemed that Soma's culinary skills, in his area of expertise, were at least a high 4 stars, if not 5. Moreover, as Soma excelled particularly in these humble dishes typical of a set meal restaurant, he had managed to elevate the egg rice to such an extent. A chef of equal skill at a high-end restaurant might very well fail to achieve this. This was also Liu Ao's advantage. His culinary skills, enhanced by the system, were versatile, allowing him to excel in any dish. Noticing Liu Ao's expression, Soma inquired, "What is wrong?" His father, Sijiro, had taught him how to detect a diner's dissatisfaction. "No, it's nothing. Just a minor issue," Liu Ao replied, not lying, as the egg fried rice had indeed reached the level of a high one-star dish without significant flaws. "A minor issue? That implies there is a problem, right? Please do tell me," Soma insisted earnestly. Liu Ao conceded. "When you were preparing the chicken broth jelly, it seemed that an excess of salt was added during the final stage of setting. But just a little." Soma stared at Liu Ao in astonishment and then asked, "You really noticed that?" "Indeed, at the final moment, my attention momentarily faltered due to certain distractions, leading me to utilize the utensils from my past seasoning endeavors. It is likely that the salt from those implements inadvertently found its way into the soup. However, upon tasting it myself, I could discern no difference." The pivotal moment occurred when Liu Ao's method of preparing fried rice elicited exclamations from Ishako, causing Chuangjin to lose his focus. At that moment, the true astonishment came not from Chuangjin, but rather from Irina and Ishako. Irina had previously recognized this subtlety but chose not to articulate it. Its impact was minimal, and one could easily overlook it without meticulous scrutiny. Hishako's surprise stemmed from her interpretation of Irina's expression, prompting her to wonder if this seemingly unremarkable chef possessed the legendary palate akin to her own. As Irina awaited his response, Liu Ao remarked, "Have you regained your senses? How do you find it?" Liu Ao exuded confidence, demonstrating that a one-time recipe could be executed flawlessly, elevating a dish that merely required an intermediate skill level, the golden fried rice, to the heights of an exceptional one-star creation. Even the most skilled chefs in the culinary world would find it challenging to achieve such a feat. Perhaps Irina had experienced more refined cuisines, even those rated 4 or 5 stars, yet to elevate fried rice to a 1-star distinction was indeed a culinary marvel. The sole limitation of the one-time recipe lay in its inability to enhance Liu Ao's physical prowess. Only the dishes crafted by others or those prepared by Liu Ao himself could satisfy the advanced palate. Nevertheless, Irina's gaze towards him grew increasingly irritable. The mere fact that a third-rate chef, who merely repurposed leftovers, could tantalize her taste buds was already a source of humiliation. And now he shared a palate similar to hers. Unacceptable, unacceptable. utterly unacceptable. I will not tolerate it. None of it qualifies. Irina's childish temperament flared once more. Before Liu Ao could voice a response, Chuangjin interjected, "While I acknowledge my own culinary missteps, there is nothing to criticize in a Xing's dish, is there? Can you create a dish surpassing this golden fried rice with the ingredients at hand?" "Humph. Of course I can," Irina retorted defiantly. "Your insecurity is painfully evident." Liu Ao and Chuangjin chimed in unison. Ishako, observing the exchange, offered an explanation. After all, Miss Irina seldom, before quickly covering her mouth. "All right, Chuangjin, enough." Liu Ao interrupted. "But, at last, you recognize your place. Now sincerely apologize to me, and perhaps I shall consider re-evaluating both of you," Irina proclaimed with an air of regal authority. At that moment, Liu Ao suddenly broke into a smile. Children who tell lies deserve a spanking. In a flash, he deftly maneuvered to stand behind Irina and enveloped her in an embrace, albeit with her face directed towards the ground. He swiftly crouched down, placing her across his knee, disregarding her struggles. The sound of slaps echoed, accompanied by Irina's pained cries, filled with a mix of frustration and tears. Initially, Shihiko was completely taken aback, for no one had ever treated Irina with such disrespect. However, she quickly regained her composure and stepped forward, attempting to push Liu Ao away. After a brief struggle, Liu Ao released Irina, whose face was flushed and her eyes brimming with tears, glaring at him. How could this be? After all, she is just a child. Isn't spanking a common occurrence? Liu Ao remarked nonchalantly. "You are the child. Aren't you the same age as me?" Moreover, Irina retorted angrily. "I mean, your mentality is that of a child. Your parents never spanked you when you were little, did they?" Irina seemed to ponder this for a moment before suddenly calling security to have both of them thrown out. After being expelled, Chuangjin still voiced his discontent. "This is outrageous. What a pathetic academy. Spending money to learn cooking is already foolish enough. I might as well return to to hone my culinary skills." Suddenly, Liu Ao remembered that the money he had upon crossing over was only sufficient for a year's tuition, and he said, "I don't have a place to stay. Does your family run a restaurant? May I stay for a night?" "Of course. I have so many dishes I want you to try," Chuangjin replied with shining eyes. Any chef encountering someone with the divine tongue would likely exhibit such enthusiasm. But let us make one thing clear. No dark cuisine. Rest assured, you can stay as long as you wish." "No, I suspect I only have the chance to stay one night," Chuangjin murmured. As expected, that very evening, their acceptance letters surprisingly arrived at the He family's diner. Chuangjin breathed a sigh of relief. That girl is indeed tough on the outside but soft on the inside. If we hadn't been accepted, I would have surely been ridiculed by that guy." The guy he referred to was likely his dismissive father. Consequently, at the enrollment ceremony the following morning, only Chuangjin and Liu Ao were transfer students, while over 1,200 students advanced from the elementary level. This indicated that the two were entirely out of place. Typically, while few transfer students from outside the elementary level were admitted, there would usually be dozens or even a couple of hundred. Yet this year, under Irina's scrutiny, not a single one passed. Thankfully, the renowned food demon Nijirai Senzaman discreetly reviewed their applications once more, allowing Chuangjin and Liu Ao to be accepted. As for those who escaped, the food demon would not grant them another chance. After the speeches by the esteemed academy's headmaster, Nakiri Zuen, and the representative of the elementary division, Nakiri Arena, it was time for the representatives of the transfer students, Yukihira Soma and Liu Ao, to have their turn. With only 2 transfer students present, the moment was significant. Soma was the first to speak, unabashedly revealing his ambition to dominate. Succinctly summarizing his stance, "I am not targeting anyone. I simply wish to state that all of you present are rather mediocre." Instantly, a barrage of fruits and insults rained down from the audience, yet Yukihira Soma remained composed. Perhaps this was his unique method of imposing pressure and motivation upon himself. Following him was the seemingly amiable Liu Ao, who approached the stage with a warm smile. Upon seeing him, Irina nearly rushed onto the stage from behind, only to be restrained by Shihoko. "Greetings, everyone. I am Liu Ao, specializing in Chinese cuisine. I believe that each of you who has entered Tōtsuki must be the cream of the culinary crop." Liu Ao's words were rather palatable. However, he concluded with a notable addition: "From now on, you shall all be classmates. Should any of you have uncertainties regarding your culinary skills, do not hesitate to seek me out for a tasting. As long as your dishes are not utterly dreadful, I shall gladly offer my guidance." Well, thanks to Soma's earlier provocation, the audience had already exhausted their ammunition. Chapter 5, Master of Taste. After the opening ceremony in the morning, Liu Ao and Chuangjin felt an unfriendly gaze from those around them. Nevertheless, they boldly carried their luggage to class. Indeed, they were carrying luggage. The immense expanse of Yuan Yu Academy meant that they would only have the opportunity to return to their dormitory after the afternoon classes concluded. The brief lunch break would hardly suffice for such a trek, with over 1,000 first-year students and less than half that number in the second year. The astonishing rate of attrition was evident. Due to the considerable fluctuations in student numbers, there were no fixed classes, though simple groupings were arranged. Chuangjin had heard that after grouping, most classes would require students to work in pairs. How about we team up? Liu Ao Xing suggested proactively. Of course, I was just about to say the same. Chuangjin readily agreed. Liu Ao Xing felt a quiet sigh of relief. After all, accumulating 5 E grades in the regular courses would lead to expulsion from Yuan Yu Academy. Unlike the culinary duels, the assessments in standard classes were not determined by the students' choices, but were instead dictated by the instructors, specifying particular dishes to be prepared. Given that Liu Ao Xing's culinary skills were only at the novice level of 1 star, he figured he wouldn't last long in this environment. So it was wise to secure a strong ally first. Chuangjin, unaware of Liu Ao Xing's ulterior motives, believed that Liu Ao Xing must be a formidable chef in his own right, someone with goals to surpass. Furthermore, Liu's discerning palate would serve as an invaluable asset for any aspiring cook. The two arrived at their assigned classroom, where they were met with piercing gazes, sharp as swords. Besides forming teams, it seemed they had little choice but to navigate this tense atmosphere together. Just as the tension thickened, a middle-aged man with impeccably styled golden hair and clad in a white chef's coat entered the room. Many in the class visibly paled. It appeared that a renowned instructor, notorious for his strictness, had arrived. Without delay, the instructor strode to the podium, his demeanor grave as he proclaimed, "From the moment you enter the kitchens, you bear the responsibility of crafting exquisite cuisine. This is not contingent upon experience or status. In my class, anyone who does not achieve an A will receive an E." Listening to the hushed murmurs around them, Liu Ao Xing and Chuangjin recognized this figure as Roland Chappelle, the head of the French cuisine department at Yuan Yu Academy. He was known for his unforgiving standards, earning the nickname the chef who never smiles, with countless students expelled under his watch. Today's menu is bœuf bourguignon, a traditional French dish. The recipe is written on the blackboard. You have 2 hours to create a dish that satisfies me, Chappelle stated succinctly. Is this really a class? Liu Ao Xing muttered, his lips twitching. However, he felt somewhat reassured by the slow progression of his culinary skill progress bar within the system. It seemed that as long as he participated in the course, his cooking level would improve, regardless of whether the instructor delivered a lecture. At that moment, they were still reeling from the assessment that had taken place since the previous day. Liu Ao Xing had not ventured into other culinary creations. Thus, the efficacy of the one-time recipe for golden fried rice remained intact, albeit it offered little assistance in the current predicament. Despite the accompanying prestigious 1-star rating and comprehensive culinary skills, Liu Ao Xing felt a sense of familiarity gazing at the French kitchenware surrounding him. However, he understood that even a slight utilization of any one item would render the one-time recipe ineffective. Unlike the frantic preparations of others, both Chuangjin and Liu Ao Xing maintained a serene composure at the cooking station, while the surrounding students, irritated by their calm demeanor, secretly questioned their true abilities. Yet, what transpired next nearly left them astounded. After sharing a composed smile, both stepped away from the cooking station and approached the blackboard to scrutinize the cooking methods closely. Chuangjin, have you ever prepared this bœuf bourguignon? How could a diner even sell such a dish? It's just braised beef. Surely there's a way to manage it. How fortuitous. I am utterly ignorant of Western cuisine as well. Let me examine the preparation process. First, saute the mushrooms in butter. Then place them in the pot. As Liu Ao Xing perused the recipe, his system registered a new dish, bœuf bourguignon standard, deemed by the system to be within the realm of intermediate 3-star culinary skills. However, it was evident that many students in the classroom had yet to reach such a level, particularly in the realm of French cuisine. As the possessor of an enhanced version of the god's tongue, Liu Ao Xing's olfactory senses were exceptionally attuned. Moreover, he could utilize his palate to gather the surrounding aromas, thus perceiving the state of the dishes being prepared. Nonetheless, this perception, while insightful, did not augment Liu Ao Xing's culinary prowess nor satisfy the demands of the god's tongue, serving merely to enhance his physical constitution. Although intermediate 3-star cuisine held little value in Liu Ao Xing's eyes, the products created by others paled in comparison to the experience garnered from Chuangjin's transformed egg fried rice. However, establishing a reputation was crucial for the future. Since the bœuf bourguignon standard had been recorded in the system, Liu Ao Xing was now capable of assisting others in identifying deficiencies in their culinary creations. As Liu Ao Xing took the opportunity to retrieve condiments from the cupboard at the back of the classroom, he slightly parted his lips and inhaled deeply, capturing the aromas along his path. Suddenly, he paused. Excuse me, your mushrooms seem to have been unevenly heated during the initial frying. Perhaps you were too hasty in placing them into the pan? The baconess coloration appears somewhat pale as well. There is still ample time. It would be best to rectify it. However, the individual in question retorted with a dismissive attitude, barking angrily, silence. Who do you think you are? A third-rate? No, a bottom-tier chef. What right do you have to critique someone like me who has trained at Tōtsuki's elite division for 3 years? Recognize your place. Taken aback momentarily, Liu Ao Xing sighed and simply walked away from him, even when he noticed some glaring oversights that could lead to a decline in ratings. As long as the other party cast an unfriendly glance at Liu Ao Xing, he remained silent until he discovered a group consisting of 2 girls. They seemed quite shy. Avoiding his gaze upon his approach, a spark of inspiration ignited within Liu Ao Xing as he thought, "This is an opportunity. My dear classmate, it appears that the method you utilized to analyze the beef broth with kitchen paper was rather incomplete, not to mention the flavor and texture. Excessively moist beef would undoubtedly falter in terms of color," Liu Ao Xing remarked suddenly. One of the blue-haired girls was startled by Liu Ao Xing's abrupt address. Looking utterly flustered, seemingly concerned about being perceived as his accomplice. No need to panic. Take a moment to open the pot, and you should be able to discern the color issue, Liu Ao Xing encouraged. The blue-haired girl, upon hearing this, cautiously opened the steamer just a crack, and indeed, she noticed a discrepancy in the color of the beef compared to what was depicted in the textbook. What? The blue-haired girl became increasingly flustered. Do not worry, there is still time. The broth for the stew does not need to be prepared anew, as the flavor may actually improve after cooking the beef. Liu Ao Xing's smile provided her with a modicum of reassurance. Subsequently, Liu Ao Xing began to guide the blue-haired girl step by step through the cooking process, completely forgetting that Chuangjin was waiting for him to retrieve the seasoning, to the point that the flours were almost wilting. Eventually, upon realizing that Liu Ao Xing was engrossed in flirting, Chuangjin had no choice but to wait for him with an unthreatening glance before he went to fetch the seasonings himself. Indeed, each side of the beef must be seared to a brown hue. The bacon is adequately heated at this level. Right. Occasionally allow the beef to be coated in broth. Now, while we have the time, let's prepare the side dishes of small potatoes and beans. Under Liu Ao Xing's meticulous guidance, the blue-haired girls group reached the final stages of their dish, while other groups gradually presented their creations to Professor Xiaopei. As a student passed by Liu Ao Xing, he suddenly mumbled, What did you say? The passing student retorted angrily. Nothing, please disregard it, Liu Ao Xing replied with a smile. Consequently, this group indeed received an E. The 2 students could not help but glare at Liu Ao Xing, believing this to be the result of his curse. In truth, it was far from a curse. Professor Xiaopei had already assessed several groups, and Liu Ao Xing had discerned his evaluation criteria. To achieve an A, one must elevate this intermediate 3-star French traditional dish to a level of intermediate 4 stars, otherwise, it would be graded as E. And having grasped the standards, Liu Ao Xing's judgments might well surpass even Professor Xiaopei's. This should be an A. Liu Ao Xing persistently gestured toward the students being evaluated, nearly inciting collective ire at the outset. Had it not been for Professor Xiaopei's presence, a scene reminiscent of a heated school brawl might have ensued. However, as time passed, everyone gradually realized that this individual was not merely nitpicking. He occasionally awarded an A. And without fail, his predictions came to fruition. Slowly, no one dared to glare at Liu Ao Xing anymore. Instead, they regarded him with a sense of trepidation. Even Shaper had begun to take notice of him, pondering something in his mind. At that moment, the group that Liu Ao Xing had first addressed with a question was up for review again, yet this time, Liu Ao Xing remained silent. After tasting, Shaper frowned, rating E. He then ceased to speak further. Wait, Professor Shaper, in what aspect does my dish need improvement? After receiving an E, others would typically receive constructive feedback from Shaper, fulfilling his role as an instructor, but this time he remained silent. Shaper cast a glance at him. Did someone not inform you previously? The student suddenly widened his eyes, incredulous as he looked at Liu Ao Xing, who was currently guiding Tinsuo Mei. Others expressed similar disbelief. Professor Shaper's words undoubtedly validated their prior suspicions. Liu Ao Xing's evaluations were not arbitrary. He truly discerned the essence solely through aroma. Liu Ao Xing, please taste my dish. At that moment, the first student to present a small portion of beef accompanied by various garnishes to invite Liu Ao Xing to taste appeared. Chapter 6. The Master of Words. Although Liu Ao Xing's culinary skills were still rather rudimentary, he possessed an extraordinary palate akin to that of Ariana and a nose reminiscent of Yaya Mario, which endowed him with an astonishing ability to appreciate flavors. Albeit his practical skills left much to be desired. Classmate Liu Ao Xing, Might I trouble you to taste my dish as well? And also mine. Those students who had previously exhibited open hostility towards Liu Ao now felt quite awkward in seeking his assistance. Meanwhile, among the other students who had yet to undergo assessment, many eagerly presented their dishes to him. It was then that Xia Pei'er, her impatience palpable, declared, "Silence. Groups that have completed their dishes, please present them immediately." Amidst the collective sighs of resignation, the students submitted their work. Even though the culinary creations were already finished, and any flaws Liu Ao might identify could no longer be rectified. After 2 groups received an E grade, Liu Ao had personally guided one group for a substantial portion of the class. 2 demure girls had successfully completed their dishes. Encouraged by Liu Ao, they presented their creations to Xia Pei'er. Renowned for her stringent standards, Xia Pei'er's lips curled slightly after tasting their cocoa vin. Not bad, eh? Splendid. The 2 girls could not contain their joy, exulting at their unexpected success. After all, their past performances had been lackluster, and receiving an E could have jeopardized their academic standing. Thank you so much, classmate Liu Ao. Indeed, it was all thanks to you. Just a small effort on my part. By the way, I still do not know your names. I am Tiansuo Hui. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Sasaki Yui. I look forward to your guidance. Tiansuo Hui, Sasaki Yui. Very well, I shall remember. Liu Ao was already familiar with Tiansuo Hui's name, having suspected it beforehand, while Sasaki Yui rang a bell, though he could not quite place it. At that moment, Tiansuo Hui, her cheeks flushed, remarked, "Classmate Liu Ao. If you do not check soon, it seems that classmate Yukihira will have to manage alone." Liu Ao suddenly recalled that he had intended to assist Yukihira in fetching some seasonings. He noticed Yukihira already carrying his dish, preparing to present it to Xia Pei'er. Liu Ao hurried over, shamelessly positioning himself beside Yukihira, as if to claim joint credit for the effort. Yukihira muttered under his breath, "Now I understand what it means to lack humanity in the presence of the opposite sex. Do not say that. How about I share a secret to enhance your culinary skills afterward?" Humph, there are no shortcuts in cooking. Xia Pei'er glanced at the 2 students, deliberately overlooking one who had not contributed to the dish, and continued her tasting. The instant her fork pierced the dish, she gasped in surprise, while Liu Ao had already donned a perplexed expression as the lid of the plate was lifted. "If I recall correctly, your dish encountered some issues about half an hour ago," Xia Pei'er remarked, directing her gaze at Yukihira. Indeed, as no one was watching the pot. "Some small insects inadvertently found their way inside while I went to fetch something." Liu Ao seemed to sense the resentment emanating from Chuangjin. Meanwhile, a group beside Xingping appeared somewhat uneasy, clearly indicating that the intrusion was far from trivial. "How did you manage to make the beef so tender? There shouldn't have been enough time for you to braise it slowly," Liu Ao inquired. "Is it honey?" he asked as he gazed at Chuangjin. "Oh, you can detect that?" Typically, sweetness is difficult for the olfactory senses to capture, yet it's not surprising that Liu Ao could discern it since he was using his tongue to taste. Xiaopel then remarked, "Indeed, honey contains the enzyme protease, which can tenderize meat. To conceive such a method in such a short time indicates that your foundation is far more solid than anticipated." Chuangjin, rubbing his nose, replied, "It's not really a matter of foundation. I merely recalled reading in a cookbook that pineapple juice can tenderize meat. However, the opportunity to acquire pineapples is scarce, and their flavor tends to overpower many dishes. Thus, I sought an alternative and ultimately discovered that honey was the most suitable." Liu Ao nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed. In Chinese cuisine, the bear paw, which possesses coarse tendons and requires drying before consumption, is commonly treated with honey to make the meat palatable." As Liu Ao continued, Chuangjin had no choice but to interject, "There is still a small piece left in the pot." Liu Ao promptly scooped it out and began tasting, unlocking a new recipe: burgundy red wine braised beef, modified with honey, which surpassed the standard version by 1 star, necessitating intermediate 4-star culinary skills to prepare. Of course, this merely indicated the minimum culinary standard, and in Chuangjin's hands, the dish should be rated at a high 1 star. This also illustrated that Xingping indeed struggled with French cuisine, despite having superior ingredients and tools compared to those during the entrance examination, and expending more time and energy. The results were comparable to the previous egg rice dish rating, even slightly inferior within the same category. However, considering this was the work of a first-year student, it was sufficient to elicit a genuine smile from Xiaopel. "What a pity," Xiaopel remarked after tasting. Chuangjin and Liu Ao exchanged glances, taken aback, as this should have exceeded the A-level standard. Meanwhile, several students who had previously mocked Liu Ao and Chuangjin now displayed amused expressions, with some unable to suppress quiet snickers. Liu Ao felt utterly speechless, thinking, "You all scored E. How can you find this amusing? It's regrettable that I couldn't grant you qualifications for an A or above." Xiaopel declared. What? Those two? Teacher Xiaopel actually gave a first-year student such a high evaluation. The other classmates could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Liu Ao Xing, with a cheerful smile, remarked, No worries, no worries. Just note it down. We can make up for it next time if our scores fall short. His words seemed to imply that he had taken action himself, which left Chuangjin feeling somewhat aggrieved. In truth, Summer Pyre would typically distinguish between students seeking to cling to more accomplished peers and would adjust their scores accordingly. However, Liu Ao Xing's previous guidance to several other groups had led even the most experienced Summer Pyre to overlook his verbal prowess, instead believing that both possessed extraordinary talents. After the tasting session, Summer Pyre spent the subsequent hour and a half elucidating the French culinary techniques involved in preparing Burgundy wine-braised beef. Perhaps due to his relatively low rank, Liu Ao Xing's rapid improvement could be attributed to this. Coupled with the unique egg rice dish that Kei had prepared during yesterday's assessment, the evening's tasting of Kei's signature dishes, and the French cooking class that afternoon. Ultimately, Liu Ao Xing's culinary skills ascended to the level of a novice 2-star chef. He should have inquired earlier about how to reach the Polar Star dormitory. Alas, who could have anticipated that Tōtsuki Culinary Academy would be so vast? Speaking of which, had he even gathered information on which dormitory she resided in? Chuangjin gazed at Liu Ao Xing in disbelief. There were likely hundreds of dormitory buildings in the area alone, each showcasing its distinct character. By a fortunate twist of fate, both Kei Chuangjin and Liu Ao Xing had been assigned to the Polar Star dormitory. Thanks to their remarks earlier that morning, they had already garnered considerable recognition within the academy, despite being mere first years. Even when asking for directions, most responses were unhelpful, with some pointing them in the opposite direction. Eventually, as the sun began to set, the two arrived before a remarkably ancient-looking castle-like dormitory. Liu Ao Xing vaguely sensed that he might have forgotten something of importance. Upon pushing open the castle's grand doors, they were greeted by an impenetrable darkness within, prompting them to ponder whether this dormitory had a haunted house theme. Just then, a cacophony erupted, and as they stood astonished, a herd of wild boars, ducks, and even deer meandered through the hall, pursued by a young girl. While an eerie mist drifted down from the second floor. At that moment, a voice, unmistakably belonging to the dormitory matron, echoed through the brass pipe. Yoshino Yuki, no animals in the rooms, or shall I skin you alive? Ibusaki Jun, if you continue treating your room like a smoking chamber, I shall smoke you too. Marui Zenji, keep your room quiet. Honestly, can't you learn from Kohei? Kohei. It seemed they had indeed found the right place. Liu Ao Xing sighed in relief. Just then, an elderly lady approached them. Are you the transfer students moving in? I am the dormitory manager, Omiya Fumio. You may call me Maria of the Polar Star from now on. Miss Maria, I would prefer a larger room, ideally with a double bed. I tend to be a restless sleeper, so a sunlit room would be best, after all. Basking in sunlight is beneficial for one's health. Indeed, Liu Ao Xing has openly raised his demands. When Su, his expression darkening, bellowed, enough. The rule of Polaris is that the better one performs during the entrance assessment, the more favorable the room allocation. Should one fail to meet the standards, they shall be relegated to the wilderness. He then remarked, by the way, I seem to have not seen the materials you prepared for this assessment. Entrance assessment? Chuangjin exclaimed in astonishment. Oh no, it appears that the guidelines did indeed specify this as a rule of the Polaris dormitory, but I momentarily forgot. What shall we do now? It's already dark. We can't possibly stay in the wilderness. Chuangjin exclaimed anxiously. If only I had packed some stewed beef. You little rascal, do you intend to treat me to leftovers? When Su roared in displeasure. Ultimately, it was Liu Ao Xing who first spoke up. There is no choice but to see what remains in the kitchen. In truth, Liu Ao Xing felt the most apprehensive, as he was not a chef who could simply do as he pleased. Chapter 7. The accommodation assessment. You have arrived at an unfortunate time. The cafeteria has little to offer today. When Su led Chuangjin and Liu Ao Xing into the tidy kitchen. Wow, this kitchen is utterly different from what it appears outside. It is remarkably well equipped, Chuangjin exclaimed. Aside from the scarcity of ingredients, Liu Ao Xing observed the leftover scraps. Only a few vegetables suitable for seasoning remain. And there is no meat left. We have some flour and rice, but the condiments are quite abundant. Liu Ao Xing suddenly clapped his hands and exclaimed, That's right. The elderly shouldn't eat too much for dinner. A simple bowl of noodles will suffice. You brat. If you continue to underestimate my Maria of the Polaris, be prepared to sleep outdoors for a year. When Su felt exasperated with the boy, Chuangjin examined the situation carefully, then smiled confidently, saying, Please wait a moment, Grandma Wen Su. Humph. A hurried dish made from scraps will never satisfy me. You might as well give up like that other brat. When Su urged, Who says I am giving up? Chuangjin, save 4 eggs for me. Don't use them all. Liu Ao interjected. Oh, are you planning to give it a try as well? How about another competition then? Chuangjin replied, glancing at Wensu, the only one capable of judging. Wensu, intrigued by their confidence, remarked, all right then, let us see what you two can create. But let me make it clear, your victory or defeat does not affect your qualifications. I suspect you both will be sleeping outside for a few days. As Wensu spoke, the two had already begun their preparations. Chuangjin chopped onions and mixed breadcrumbs with eggs, seemingly preparing a batter. However, Wensu could not recall anything in the kitchen that could be fried. Liu Ao approach was even more peculiar. He found a tiny crucible, added some water and baking soda, and set it to boil over the fire. Indeed, he poured out some flour, shaping it into a basin. Seemingly preparing to knead the dough, he was resolutely determined to make noodles. Hey, didn't I already say that I don't eat plain noodles? You brat, do you dare to challenge me? Wensu was exasperated. Don't speak too soon, Grandma Maria. Liu Ao suddenly smiled, grabbing for eggs, and, with a squeeze over the flour basin, broke all four, letting the egg whites and yolks cascade into the flour. Wensu was increasingly displeased. Are you wasting ingredients? Even if you want to add raw eggs while kneading the dough, you should first beat the eggs, then mix the flour with water, gradually incorporating the beaten eggs for an even consistency. And you've added far too many eggs. No, do not compare me to those mediocre cooks. Water? My dough doesn't require such an ingredient, Liu Ao declared, as he swiftly combined the flour with the egg mixture, seemingly intent on using the egg entirely to knead the dough. Even if you can manage to knead it like this, the end result is sure to be a hard lump. Are you planning to make knife-cut noodles or something similar? Even so, the texture must surely be quite dry. Wensu remarked, no, it's ramen. Ramen? Don't jest. It's hard to believe it can be stretched. Wensu found this utterly unacceptable. I have mentioned before, do not compare me to those mediocre cooks. Common sense is meant to be shattered. Ah, Liu Ao exclaimed as he increased the speed of kneading the dough, appearing as if he had several extra arms. Each time his hand struck the dough, one could confidently discern a variety of postures that, though seemingly chaotic, appeared to follow a certain rhythm. Under the influence of the one-time menu, Liu Ao's stamina, strength, and agility were significantly enhanced. Do not underestimate the combat prowess of a Chinese culinary master. The five tigers of the dark culinary world are undoubtedly martial arts experts, as swift as a cunning rabbit, capable of feats beyond mere description. Hey, isn't this ultimately a futile exertion? Wensu no longer believed that mere eggs could yield dough suitable for stretching. Liu Ao paused momentarily, setting aside the large mass of dough, seemingly allowing it to rest, a process whereby, after kneading, the dough is left undisturbed for a while before further culinary processing. During this time, Liu Ao was not idle. He retrieved the crucible that had been boiling with baking soda for quite some time, allowing it to settle before tasting the clear liquid on top. He then added a small spoonful to the egg dough and continued kneading for a few more minutes. This time, his movements had slowed somewhat. Simultaneously, Wensu was astonished to observe that Liu Ao's motions had grown more fluid. After kneading a bit more, he effortlessly stretched the dough, which seemed far from resembling dough without added water. How is this possible? Wensu's eyes widened in disbelief. Meanwhile, Soma had already plated his fried creation. Upon witnessing this scene, he too wore a look of shock, contemplating that if there were still eggs available, he might have to try it himself. When Wensu glanced at Soma's dish, she was equally taken aback. The dish itself was unremarkable, clearly resembling the familiar hamburger patty, but where did the meat come from? Wensu recalled that the kitchen was devoid of any meat scraps. Just as she was about to inquire, Liu Ao asked, Wensu Maria, what kind of ramen do you prefer? Wide noodles, thin noodles, chives, or? Wensu, intending to test him, replied, as an elderly person, I want dragon beard noodles. No problem. Liu Ao responded readily. At that moment, Wensu turned her gaze back to Soma, awaiting his answer. It's this, canned mackerel. Soma chuckled. Canned mackerel? Wensu exclaimed in surprise. Indeed. Mix eggs, minced onions, and breadcrumbs to create a batter. Coat the drained canned mackerel. Add salt and pepper, then pan-fry it. Served with the canned liquid, citrus vinegar, and a thickening agent made from potato starch. Let us call it the Kohei Ryusuku Instant Canned Mackerel Burger Set. Soma clearly had just conjured this name. How is that possible? Pan-frying canned fish would surely result in an unbearable fishy taste. Wensu expressed her skepticism before tasting. However, upon entering, the expression of WNX changed dramatically. This richness, were one to assert that it was indeed real meat, I would harbor no doubts. Coupled with the exquisitely cooked crisp exterior and tender interior, perfectly executed, and accompanied by this seemingly ordinary egg drop soup. How, my young friend? Did you manage to create such a dish? Surely, the ingredients for a broth should have been exhausted. W and X pondered. It is precisely this. The only ingredient I have on hand. Xing Ping revealed the dried squid snacks he always carried with him as a dehydrated ingredient. The delectable flavors trapped within the squid legs were released when soaked in water, creating a savory seafood broth with a few simple additions. The hamburger meat from the horse mackerel, combined with the squid-extracted broth in the egg drop soup, instantly transported WNX to the depths of the ocean. She seemed utterly entranced. Her initial skepticism vanished as she eagerly continued to eat, so much so that she involuntarily reminisced about her youthful days, nearly crossing an inappropriate line with Xing Ping Chuang Zhn. At that moment, Liu Ao Xing's dish was also ready. Observing WNX's reaction, he realized that Chuang Zhn must have passed the test. Indeed, once WNX regained her composure, she handed the key to Chuang Zhn. Here, this is the key to room 303. You shall stay there. Chuang Zhn accepted the key, expressing his apologies for any lack of hospitality, yet showing no intention of leaving, instead becoming even more excited to remain in the kitchen. WNX, next up is Xing's dish. Come, let us compare. Chuang Zhn clearly remembered this matter. Truly, it is challenging to contend with today's youth, with Chuang Zhn's successful dish as a precedent. WNX found herself intrigued by Liu Ao Xing's culinary creation. Then, a bowl of clear noodle soup was placed before WNX. The ingredients had been strained out, presenting itself as a bowl of instant noodles devoid of seasoning, except for the noodles, which appeared as pale yellow dragon beard noodles, lacking any remarkable features. WNX's face darkened. You little rascal. Have I not warned you that if you continue to underestimate me, you shall be sleeping outdoors for a year? Do you truly believe I have reached an age where a simple bowl of clear noodle soup suffices for dinner? Of course. I do not underestimate WNX Maria. This is not mere clear noodle soup. Rather, it is the unparalleled alkaline noodles. Liu Ao Xing proclaimed confidently. Unparalleled? Do you think that by bestowing it with a grandiose name, you can deny its essence as clear noodle soup? Moreover, the texture must be exceedingly. As WNX spoke, she picked up a strand of dragon beard noodle with her chopsticks, but instantaneously sensed something amiss. This noodle possessed an unusually delightful elasticity. In disbelief, she took a bite and was immediately struck with astonishment. It was, indeed, the finest dragon beard noodle, and yet it was devoid of moisture. How could this be? WNX perceived that the noodles, as thick as shrimp whiskers, snapped back against her teeth when bitten. Such a remarkable texture. How did you achieve this? Wait, could it be the baking soda used earlier? WNX mused. In the vast expanse of China, in the province of Gansu, lies a city known as Lanzhou, renowned for its exquisite hand-pulled noodles. Unlike Japanese ramen, which emphasizes the broth and accompaniments, Chinese ramen places greater importance on the development of the noodles themselves. The distinctive feature of Lanzhou's ramen is the incorporation of alkaline water into the dough. Liu Ao Xing mused thoughtfully. Alkaline water? Indeed. The primary component of alkaline water is sodium carbonate, while baking soda predominantly consists of sodium bicarbonate. When heated and the clear liquid is extracted, it bears a close resemblance to alkaline water. If the proportions are mastered, it can serve as an emergency substitute, Liu Ao Xing explained. When Su felt a sudden shock, while it is possible to generate a liquid that closely resembles alkaline water, it is ultimately only a semblance, and the concentration remains uncontrollable. In such circumstances, can one truly achieve perfection merely by a slight dip in taste? At that moment, Shoma also ladled out some remaining dragon beard noodles, and after tasting, he echoed Liu Ao Xing's sentiments. No, the role of alkaline water should merely be to render the noodles smoother and more elastic, without enhancing the pull of the dry noodles, which should inherently possess such exquisite texture. Chapter 8. The Near Miss of the Silent I Ching No. The role of alkaline water should merely be to render the noodles more supple and elastic, rather than allowing the dough devoid of moisture to be stretched. And the texture should be exquisite. Liu Ao Xing smiled enigmatically. Indeed, the primary reason that enables the dough to be kneaded with eggs is the skill of kneading. Skill? Chuangjin exclaimed in disbelief. Precisely, aside from the alkaline water. It is evident that I did not incorporate anything else while kneading the dough, did I? This skill is something that can only be honed through relentless practice over a decade, kneading hundreds of tons of dough day and night. Liu Ao Xing rambled on. The ability to knead the dough to such an extraordinary dimension is indeed a product of skill. Merely in the art of kneading is where one can showcase the finesse of a top-tier chef. In the realm of CHN Hushi Oding, it implies that Liu Ao Xing, by merely kneading, could potentially be rated as a master chef. Of course, Liu Ao Xing's achievement is attributable to the unique recipe. The alkaline noodles of his unparalleled craftsmanship have manifested such remarkable skill. This is also the dish crafted by the master chef during the elite chef assessment in CHN with no extravagant ingredients. It merely appears as a bowl of clear broth noodles, and now Liu Ao Xing lacks even the fatty meat used by the master chef to render the oil, but fortunately, he discovered specialized animal fat as a substitute, thereby assembling the seasonings for this bowl of noodles. Although it appears to be a clear broth noodle, in reality, it is a basic broth composed of scallions, ginger, garlic, and animal fat, harmonized into a fundamental soup base. The history of Japanese ramen is relatively brief. Following the Treaty of Amity and Commerce over a century ago, not the Treaty of Shimonoseki, but an earlier equal treaty, a large number of Chinese immigrants settled in Japan. And as Chinatown emerged, the techniques of ramen gradually refined in Japan. It was only about a century ago that the term ramen came into existence in Japan. In other words, since the story of CHN unfolds during the late Qing dynasty, Liu Ao Xing's unparalleled noodles should be considered as the Chinese ramen that was just introduced to Japan. To this day, Japanese ramen and Chinese ramen have already diverged. In Chinese culinary tradition, ramen is merely a method of handling dough. The rolled noodles can be employed not only for hot soup noodles, but also for stir-fried, mixed, or cold noodles. In contrast, Japanese ramen specifically refers to hot soup noodles, differentiated by the nature of the broth and condiments, representing a specific culinary genre rather than a method of processing noodles. Indeed, many ramen shops have even abandoned hand-pulled noodles. In the world of Shokuchiki no Soma, during the autumn selection competition, the challenge posed to Tadakoro Megumi and Kuroki Sho was ramen. However, the noodles themselves were provided by the Academy, with both contestants only needing to contemplate the broth and toppings. This illustrates that Japanese ramen has already advanced along the path of refining broth and ingredients, differing from the development of the noodles in Chinese ramen. This broth, it seems to lack any high-quality stock. The flavor was undeniably simplistic, yet one could easily discern the various tastes. However, after taking a sip of the soup, Wensu was left astonished. Utilizing basic ingredients for cooking is a true test of a chef's foundational skills, and the same holds for employing the most fundamental seasonings in the preparation of dishes. Liu Ao Xing carried an air of exceptional confidence, concealing the fact that his true culinary prowess was merely at a lower 2-star level. The texture and taste were indeed impeccable, particularly the springy dragon beard noodles, which were above reproach. Yet, for ramen, it seemed rather monotonous. Wait, Wensu began, but just then, Liu Ao Xing had already placed the creative blue mackerel burger meat atop the ramen. This will do. Let this be the dish we create together, Liu Ao Xing declared. Huh, Xing is rather cunning, isn't he? Shoma responded, speechless. Let's set that aside for now. That burger meat looks quite appealing. There's still a small piece left in the pot. Shoma quickly realized what Liu Ao Xing was implying. Liu Ao Xing also sampled Shoma's blue mackerel canned fish, unlocking not just a new technique, but also a new dish, and he clearly understood that this creative dish should be rated at a high 3-star level, surpassing even the transformed egg rice and burgundy wine-braised beef with honey. This is the key to room 301. It's quite spacious, Wensu remarked as she handed the key to Liu Ao Xing. Judging by the number, it seemed to be quite close to Shoma's room, merely a wall apart. Wensu, what about the outcome? What about the outcome? Shoma inquired, still recalling the matter. Wensu pondered for a moment and replied, while I am not particularly accustomed to such a simplistic ramen, in terms of flavor and texture, it is indeed Xing who excels. Liu Ao Xing silently acknowledged this. For his unparalleled national dish, alkaline noodles, was indeed a top-tier 1-star delicacy, far superior to the high 3-star blue mackerel burger meat. However, when considering the perspective of the diners, he fell short compared to Shoma. Wensu shot Liu Ao Xing a glare. Suddenly, Liu Ao Xing was taken aback, not merely by Wensu's words, but because they sparked a pressing question in his mind. Could one truly dominate the culinary battles at Tōtsuki Culinary Academy simply by possessing a disposable menu? Not to mention that the Tōtsuki 10 masters likely possessed exceptional culinary skills of their own, which they could freely express. While Liu Ao Xing's reliance on a one-time menu would only allow him to prepare specific dishes. In other words, not only must he adhere to the theme, but he also needed to select dishes that would align with the judges' palates. If this were a formal culinary duel, there would be no doubt that Liu Ao Xing would emerge victorious, given the vast disparity in skill. But what if the dishes were of a similar level and closely matched? Wensu's words undoubtedly served as a wake-up call for Liu Ao Xing. Even with a system and a divine palate, he could not afford to be reckless. After a tiring day, Liu Ao Xing wished to return to his room. But Shoma dashed off to examine the noodles in his pot. Although the nuances were not explicitly stated, Chuangjun understood that he had lost the previous competition. He was indeed very intrigued by Liu Aoxing's dough-kneading techniques. However, Liu Aoxing did not believe he could derive any substantial results. Considering that a chef with a special grade of 1 star in dough-kneading was a rare find, and whether he could discover another was still uncertain. In contrast, the mackerel burger meat created by Chuangjin held no secrets for Liu Aoxing, which led Liu to decide to leave him behind and return to his room first. Later, Liu Aoxing noticed that between his room 301 and Chuangjin's room 303, there seemed to be another student residing in room 302. It is worth noting that although the Polar Star dormitory is spacious, the actual number of students residing there could be counted on one hand. This is partly due to the vastness of Tōtsuki Culinary Academy, which boasts numerous diverse dormitory buildings, and partly due to the terrifyingly high elimination rate at Tōtsuki Academy. Among the second-year students in the Polar Star dormitory, only one, Ichino's K, remains. This is not a coincidence. Despite the fact that there are over 1,000 first-year students, the total number of second-year students is merely 76. The elimination rate is quite evident. However, because of this, second-year students and first-year students exist in entirely different realms. Before the first-year students complete their practical training, second-year students will not actively engage with them. It is quite astonishing that merely gaining admission to the academy and moving into the dormitory has already consumed 2 one-time recipes. If he inadvertently exhausts the one-time recipes before improving his own culinary skills, it would be disastrous. Liu Aoxing felt a tinge of anxiety. It was foreseeable that maintaining his status and avoiding expulsion would present numerous formidable challenges. Well, never mind. When feeling distressed, perhaps a shower would help. Liu Aoxing forced himself to muster some energy. After all, he had successfully passed the first hurdle of entering Tōtsuki. Although the challenges that lay ahead were not any less daunting than the admission process. Gathering his shower essentials, he made his way to the communal bathroom of the Polar Star dormitory, pondering whether the bathroom was spacious and if it featured amenities like a traditional Japanese wooden tub. However, the moment Liu Aoxing opened the bathroom sliding door, the atmosphere and time seemed to freeze for 2 seconds. A scream reverberated throughout the dormitory. Indeed, someone was in the bathroom. Moreover, the Polar Star dormitory had implemented a schedule for gender-segregated bathing, a detail that Wen Shu had forgotten to remind Liu Aoxing about in his previous culinary reveries. Consequently, Liu Aoxing unexpectedly encountered a familiar face, Tanakori K, whom he had shared a class with earlier that afternoon. Well, isn't that Ko-hui? It's astonishing. I almost didn't recognize her without clothes. In a moment of shock, Liu Aoxing uttered a mechanical phrase that seemed devoid of meaning, promptly closed the door, and fled as if propelled by the wind. With his heart racing, Liu Aoxing returned to his room and immediately splashed cold water on his face from the faucet. Really now, I almost had a nosebleed, Liu Aoxing said with a sense of exasperation. After suppressing his anger, Liu Aoxing, lying on the bed, found his mind incessantly haunted by the image of Tianso Hui's physique. Just as he contemplated engaging in some form of beneficial self-entertainment, the ceiling was suddenly opened. A transfer student. Coughing slightly, Liu Aoxing was startled and glared fiercely at the young man with apricot-colored short hair who appeared. Hey, is it really that surprising? Come here quickly. The welcome party we arranged for you is about to commence. The other SH Makuin has already arrived, the visitor said enthusiastically. Senior, if you had delayed a few more minutes, I might have had to silence you. Did you know that? Liu Aoxing replied, somewhat exasperated. Huh? What do you mean by silence? Nothing. I'll be there shortly. Chapter 9. Celebration to commemorate the arrival of 2 new members at Polaris Lodge. Let us raise our glasses. A colorfully spirited Aoi Karu initiated the toast. This gathering took place in what appeared to be Marui Zenji's room, where 10 individuals, including Liu Aoxing, convened, disregarding Marui Zenji's reluctance. Cheers. Liu Aoxing too savored the wheat juice brewed by Sakaki Ryoko. The room lacked a dining table and sufficient chairs, compelling most to sit on the floor. The welcome for Liu Aoxing and Nakiri Soma was evidently a mere pretext. These individuals were simply eager to indulge in a feast. Though labeled a banquet, it was essentially a self-catered affair, with everyone contributing their culinary creations. All attendees were students of Tōtsuki Academy, each bringing forth their own dishes. Notably, there was an offering of radish stewed with crucian carp, graciously sponsored by the ever-intriguing Obachan. It was amusing to recall that earlier, Soma and Liu Aoxing had not encountered any crucian carp in the kitchen. Clearly, the old lady had her own hidden stash. During the school opening ceremony, when Soma and Liu Aoxing introduced themselves, they had already become acquainted with one another, while the other 8 members of Polaris Lodge had also introduced themselves in turn. Among the boys was the bespectacled Marui Zenji, who seemed physically unimposing yet was well-versed in classical culinary texts. The brooding Ibusaki Jun, skilled in smoked dishes. often obscured by his tousled hair, and the rather less skilled delinquent duo of Aoki Daigo and Sato Shuji, who, while lacking in finesse compared to the other culinary prodigies of Polaris Lodge, still ranked commendably among the first-year students. Additionally, there was Aoi Karu, the only second-year student and the seventh seat among the Tōtsuki Elite 10. Though Kaoru's culinary prowess was remarkable and his demeanor amiable, he harbored peculiar preferences for activities involving apron play and the nude and outdoor antics with modesty cloths. As for the girls, aside from the timid Tadakaro Megumi, who was only known during daytime classes, there was the wild game enthusiast Yoshino Yuki, who even raised her own game within the dormitory, and Sakaki Ryoko, who specialized in fermentation cuisine. While both girls were of the same age, 16, they presented as polar opposites. Yoshino appeared as a child yet to mature, whereas Ryoko had already blossomed into a more mature figure. Not long after the festivities began, Aoki Daigo and Sato Shuji entered into a playful rivalry, each presenting dish after dish for the others to judge, vying for the title of the most delectable creation. The childlike Yoshino, unable to resist the challenge, declared her intention to procure a more substantial dish by slaughtering a chicken or duck. Ah Xing, surely your words earlier today were not mere bravado? Come, sample my vegetable medley alongside Shuji's fried shrimp, and decide which is more delectable. Daigo proudly displayed their culinary offerings before Liu Ao Xing, confident in his tasting abilities as gleaned from their earlier conversation. Both dishes are relatively simple to prepare. The vegetables should be harvested from the garden of the Polaris Lodge, and the shrimp is not of a particularly rare variety. Before Liu Ao Xing could speak, Soma Yukihira interjected, "Of course, a Xing possesses that divine tongue that surpasses Irina." The previously lively room fell into an unexpected silence. "What is wrong with you all?" Yukihira asked, puzzled. Ryoko could not help but exclaim, "Soma, you're being overly dramatic, aren't you? Do you truly understand what a divine tongue entails?" The knowledgeable Sanji added, "Historically, there are only a handful of recorded divine tongues, and there has even been an era devoid of such abilities, never a time when two divine tongues coexisted. Such prowess exceeds human limitations, contrasting sharply with the concept of an ordinary master of taste. Yet, during the entrance examination, a Xing exhibited tasting abilities on par with Irina. Even my minor mistake was detected," Soma insisted. Hearing this, Megumi Tadakuro quietly defended Liu Ao Xing. "Indeed, we owe our survival in Professor Shaper's class today to Liu Ao Xing." Well, whether the divine tongue is truly as miraculous as claimed can be determined through a taste test, Isuke remarked with a smile. Although rationality led them to skepticism, the endorsements from Soma and Megumi caused others to waver in belief. Nervously observing Liu Ao Xing, they watched as he picked up a piece of the vegetable medley fritter, took a small bite, and then brightened, declaring, "The flavor is delightful." He then sampled the fried shrimp, followed by each of their respective dipping sauces. "All delicious," Liu Ao Xing praised. Though both dishes were merely of intermediate 3-star quality, Liu Ao Xing had no intention of uttering any discouraging remarks, as they were prepared in his honor. "Is that all? What else can you discern?" Daigo and Shuji urged Liu Ao Xing. "Are you asking me to elaborate?" "Of course." After confirming, Liu Ao Xing cleared his throat and leisurely stated, "The freshness of the other vegetables in the mixed fritter is acceptable. However, the cabbage appears to have been harvested over 12 hours ago and was not properly stored. Though the impact is minimal, it does impart a slight discord to the texture. Additionally, the oil temperature was not stable. It was ideal upon first entering the pot, but subsequently cooled, likely due to the moisture in the vegetables affecting the oil's heat. Moreover, during frying, all the ingredients should ideally be added sequentially based on their heat absorption capabilities, rather than all at once." Others were taken aback by Liu Ao Xing's words, unable to refrain from glancing at Dawu. Dawu appeared utterly astonished, murmuring, "This morning, I initially intended to prepare a vegetable salad, so I picked some cabbage. However, due to the impending school ceremony, I ran out of time, so, to avoid waste, I ended up using the cabbage I had harvested earlier. Yet, I did not detect any issues with it. Regarding the oil temperature, I noticed a few things from the smoke and am considering making adjustments next time." Upon hearing Dawu affirm Liu Ao Xing's statement, everyone, amidst their shock, looked at him with a hint of anticipation, especially Zhao Er, who immediately exclaimed, "What about the fried shrimp? Quick, do tell. Is it a resounding triumph over his vegetable medley?" The ingredients for the fried shrimp were likely frozen shrimp, although not fresh. They were adequately stored and not a significant error. However, the batter had varying amounts of flakes. Initially, while I was still coating the shrimp in flour, I had not mixed it thoroughly, but upon closer inspection, I realized they must have added shrimp essence to compensate for the lack of flavor in the frozen shrimp. What an intriguing idea. However, one must remember that different shrimp varieties possess distinct flavors. While they do not clash, They also do not harmonize, which could have resulted in a more perfect dish. Liu Ao provided his diagnostic insights as well. One could tell from Zhao Er's expression that Liu Ao had indeed been correct. Impressive. Indeed, the shrimp essence found in supermarkets is readily available. Next time, I shall attempt to concoct my own, Zhao Er declared. De Wu hastily inquired, then what about the outcome? Which dish is more delectable? From a taste perspective, they are quite similar. However, considering Zhao Er's fried shrimp exhibits greater creativity and potential for improvement, I personally believe that this time, Zhao Er has triumphed over De Wu. Liu Ao stated. Due to Liu Ao's previous impressive culinary insights, the impact on everyone was profound. Even De Wu, who typically boasted of his culinary prowess, accepted the verdict with a drooping spirit. Nevertheless, he resolutely proclaimed, next time, I shall prepare an even more outstanding dish. Zhao Er, do not gloat. I barely utilized 1/10 of my capabilities. Meanwhile, the others had already crowded around, clamoring for Liu Ao to taste their dishes, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Only Tadakoro Megumi remained somewhat reserved, still recovering from the earlier incident in the bathroom. Rest assured, tasting is something that can be done anytime, Liu Ao reassured. Axing truly possesses a generous spirit. Isaka mused with admiration. Hey, how did my being treated to a meal transform into your generosity? Isaka looked at Liu Ao quizzically, and upon realizing his genuine confusion, shook her head. That's not how it works. It seems your palate truly rivals Eri Na's divine tongue. When Eri Na typically tries dishes at other high-end restaurants, she requires the chef to come personally to prepare the meal, with a fee of at least 1 million yen. Moreover, it is a membership system. Ordinary individuals wishing to spend money often find it impossible. 1 million yen? Merely for a tasting? Daigo was suddenly overwhelmed with the sensation of having struck a fortune of 1 million yen, yet simultaneously regretted not pursuing something more within his expertise. Of course, that 100,000 yen merely secured a tasting experience at the whims of Arena's availability and mood. If it were a specialized tasting event, only renowned establishments could afford such luxuries. Ah, but it seems Arena isn't that busy, Yuki remarked. If it were her, she would undoubtedly spend her days indulging in culinary delights without a care in the world. After a moment of contemplation, Isaka suggested. Perhaps it's due to the side effects of her god's tongue. It is said that every dish reveals its flaws before such a palate, leading to dissatisfaction and magnifying shortcomings, preventing one from truly savoring the meal. Isaka's assertion held truth during the school assessment. It was thanks to Liu Ao's golden fried rice and Chuang's transformed egg rice, dishes that Arena would typically never encounter, that she experienced the delightful novelty of good food. Upon hearing this, the group couldn't help but cast sympathetic glances toward Liu Ao, for in this world, the inability to relish the exquisite flavors of cuisine was an unbearable reality for anyone. Yet, Liu Ao merely smiled with calm assurance. No. My god's tongue amplifies not only the flaws but also the exquisite flavors. The delight I experience is magnified by dozens, even hundreds of times compared to yours. Chapter 10, The 10 Masters and One Color of Wisdom. Well, Senior Ishiki, since others are unable to discern such a degree of flaw, and only Arena and classmate Liu Muxing's god's tongue can detect it, what significance does it hold? Takatori Kei could not help but inquire. Immediately, she flushed and bowed repeatedly to Liu Muxing, exclaiming, I didn't mean to imply that Liu Muxing's god's tongue is ineffective. I apologize. There is no need for such formality. I too am curious, Liu Muxing replied, attempting to steady her. Yet, Takatori Kei instinctively recoiled, her sensitivity prompting curious glances from the others, particularly from Yuki and Ryoko, whose feminine intuition hinted that an unspoken narrative existed between the two. Ishiki Kei smiled and asserted, of course it has significance. It is not that ordinary individuals cannot taste it. They simply cannot feel it. Just like Daigo's vegetable medley from earlier, though others may not discern the specific elements, if we follow what Xing suggested and rectify the errors, ordinary people will undoubtedly find the improved version far more delectable. The group nodded in understanding, recalling instances when tasting other dishes. They sometimes felt an inexplicable sense of deliciousness or something amiss. The purpose of the god's tongue is to precisely distinguish these nuances. This is precisely why Arena's tasting sessions are so invaluable. Having a holder of the god's tongue assist is undoubtedly the fastest route for a chef's improvement. During the gathering with the newly joined members, Liu Muxing sampled over a dozen dishes. Had it not been for the late hour, that number would have likely doubled. Due to the wheat juice, everyone ended up a bit tipsy, and Liu Muxing himself dozed off in a stupor. In the midst of slumber, Liu Muxing suddenly sensed the essence of spring, as though he beheld the spring maiden approaching him, compelling him to shed his long underwear. Liu Muxing drowsily opened his eyes, only to find Ishiki, clad in a yellow apron, presenting a plate of grilled mackerel and seasonal vegetable puree before Ma. Senior Ishiki, are you preparing a special dish for Ma? Liu Ao Xing gazed intently. With no choice, Ishiki and Ma reluctantly divided the dish with Liu Ao Xing. Ma reminded. Senior Ishiki, this guy's tongue can capture the flavor of the dish even while he sleeps. Depending on the dish's tastiness, it determines whether he wakes up or not. Next time he is asleep, make sure to prepare an extra serving. Ha ha ha, what a convenient ability. Well then, since Xing has awakened, why not seize this opportunity for a challenge? Ishiki said, gradually adopting a serious demeanor, an invisible pressure enveloping the atmosphere. This was not something perceivable through taste or any other tangible sense, yet Liu Ao Xing could confirm the presence of this aura. He inwardly pondered. Having encountered butchers emanating a murderous intent from their daily slaughters, yet he had never heard of a chef exuding such oppressive energy from their culinary prowess. A challenge? Ma mused softly. Nothing much. During the opening ceremony today, it seems you mentioned something quite intriguing. Please reintroduce yourself. I am Heiko Ishiki, the 7th seat of the Elite 10 at Tōtsuki Culinary Academy. Aspiring to stand at the pinnacle of Tōtsuki is perhaps not as effortless as one might envision. Heiko Ishiki revealed a glimpse of the brilliance characteristic of the Elite 10. At this moment, both Soma and Liu Ao Xing have come to understand the significance represented by the Elite 10. Within Tōtsuki Academy, the nominal leader is the Grandmaster, namely Arena's grandfather, Senzaman Nakiri. Beneath him, the decision-making body is not composed of directors, teachers, or a board of trustees, but rather comprises the elite among the students. Known as the Council of the Elite 10, this council is formed by the 10 most distinguished students, who must not only boast culinary skills that outshine their peers but also have made substantial contributions to the academy to be nominated. Furthermore, there exists another method to attain a seat among the Elite 10 through shokyuji. However, shokyuji must be a mutual agreement to wager, and typically, other students lack the means to stake a position on the Elite 10. The power wielded by the Elite 10 at Tōtsuki is unimaginable. They are, in essence, the true rulers of the Tōtsuki Empire. All matters concerning the academy stem from the Council of the Elite 10, and even the teachers must submit to their authority. Though nominally subordinate to the Grandmaster, should more than half of the Elite 10 agree, they possess the ability to dismiss and reappoint the Grandmaster. Heiko Ishiki is not merely one of the surviving second-year students, but also the 7th seed among the Elite 10. After a brief moment of astonishment, Soma's fighting spirit ignited, while Liu Ao Xing maintained an air of detachment, resembling a captain of a dragonfly come to pay his respects. Before Soma made his move, Liu Ao Xing joined him in savoring Heiko Ishiki's dish, the Sichuan pepper grilled mackerel. The delicately grilled mackerel was accompanied by a small portion of vegetable puree crafted from the season's freshest spring vegetables. This grilled mackerel, capable of invoking visions of the spring maiden in Liu Ao Xing's dreams, stood on an entirely different level compared to the other students. As Liu Ao Xing savored the dish, he could even sense the gentle whispers of the spring breeze caressing his ears. The fish was so tender it seemed to defy the act of grilling, and upon selecting a piece of cabbage-based vegetable puree, the refreshing flavor instantly calmed his heart. If the grilled mackerel embodied the pulse of spring, then this accompanying vegetable puree represented the very essence of spring's fragrance. Although others at the previous gathering had not fully showcased their culinary prowess due to limitations in ingredients, time, and tools, Liu Ao Xing understood at the very moment he tasted Heiko Ishiki's Sichuan pepper grilled mackerel that Heiko had not exerted himself to the fullest. For this dish bore no flaws, nor did it exhibit any semblance of creativity, merely fitting the description of being conventional. In other words, this dish was a casual creation devoid of any personal touch from Heiko. Nevertheless, even so, it reached a commendable level of advanced 4 stars, with a mere gap of 1 advanced 5-star distinction separating it from the elite 1-star level. Observing that Soma was brimming with enthusiasm, he too opted to use mackerel as his primary ingredient and commenced his culinary endeavors in the kitchen. Liu Ao Xing, present in the room, could not help but remark to Ishiki, isn't the senior rather cunning? This is $1 million tongue we're talking about. Can he create something more earnest? Not at all. In terms of utilizing the available ingredients, this already reflects my prowess. What is the matter? Are you somewhat disappointed? Ishiki replied with a smile. TCH. As if I would believe you. This dish is utterly devoid of character, merely a replication of basic recipes. Moreover, you deliberately selected cabbage that has been harvested for quite some time, employing a brine-soaking method to counteract the wilted flavor and texture due to surpassing its optimal tasting period. The subtle hint of sea salt further accentuates the unique sweetness of cabbage as a seasonal vegetable. Is this what you call understated boasting? In response to Liu Ao Xing's skepticism, Ishiki nonchalantly whistled, feigning ignorance. After a while, Soma had also completed his creation mackerel chizuki. Chizuki, A quintessential representative of Japanese light meals, was originally a dish consumed during difficult times as it was both filling and convenient. However, over time, it has found its place in certain Japanese restaurants. In ancient China, during the Six Dynasties, the region around Jinling, known today as Nanjing, also practiced a custom of heating rice with tea, a tradition reflected in the classic novel Dream of the Red Chamber. Yet, it has become increasingly rare to find anyone consuming chizuki nowadays. Traditionally, chizuki refers to hot tea poured over cold rice. But Soma's version diverges slightly by using hot tea to soak rice balls, with the rice balls containing pan-fried mackerel. Liu Ao Xing lifted the bowl, allowing the tea to submerge 2/3 of the rice ball, and took a mouthful, combining both rice and tea. If Ishiki's Sichuan pepper roasted mackerel accompanied by vegetable puree embodies the pulse and fragrance of spring, then Soma's mackerel chizuki signifies the budding and growth of spring. The hot tea used is a kelp tea with a hint of sea salt, and the mackerel is exquisitely tender and juicy, perfectly complementing the rice, which has been gently warmed by the tea. If Ishiki's roasted mackerel showcases exceptional culinary skills, making it appear less like a grilled dish than Soma's mackerel, Liu Ao Xing could affirm, is undeniably not grilled. This mackerel is prepared using the method discussed in Professor Summer's class this afternoon, where olive oil is heated in a pan while being drizzled over beef to enhance its coloration, gradually cooking it, right? Liu Ao Xing inquired. Indeed, it's quite similar to that technique. I was quite taken aback during the class. I had learned this cooking method from my father and wondered why he practiced French cuisine. Upon reflection, it seems he often cooked abroad. Soma nodded in agreement. It's pan-fried. Ishiki glanced at the two with a look of disbelief. Eh? Pan-fried? Is that what this method is called? Soma questioned, puzzled. Indeed. It seems that teacher Xia Peier mentioned this during class. It is indeed called that. Ishi's academic performance is truly remarkable. He is, after all, ranked 7th among the 10 elites. Liu Ao Xing's praise left Ishi's feeling rather disheartened, as he couldn't shake the feeling that such remarks diminished the prestige of the 10 elites. This is common knowledge, isn't it? Haven't you all studied French cuisine? Ishi's inquired. The shengjian he previously referred to is not the kind from Hangzhou or Shanghai, which resembles a type of dumpling, but rather a culinary technique within French cuisine. It involves repeatedly ladling hot oil over the ingredients while heating them in a skillet, as Liu Ao Xing described. When braising beef in burgundy red wine, this method is necessary for pre-treating the meat. However, one cannot expect it to cook the beef thoroughly. Its purpose is merely to impart color. I am primarily skilled in Chinese cuisine. While Sejuro seems to possess knowledge of various culinary styles, Sejuro scratched his head and remarked, I am unsure which category those dishes belong to. They were all taught to me by my father, who never elaborated on these distinctions. Chapter 11. The objective. How is it? What do you think? Chuangjin eagerly inquired after Liu Ao Xing had tasted the dish. Well, in terms of flavor, I would say it's a draw, Liu Ao Xing replied. Why do I feel like you said the same thing when DeWu and Zhao competed? Chuangjin remarked, perplexed. So, who specifically came out on top? Liu Ao Xing hesitated before responding. I suppose it would be Senior Yusuke who emerged victorious. Eh? Why? Why? Chuangjin pressed for clarification. Because Senior Yusuke's spicy grilled mackerel has reached an impeccable level, Liu Ao Xing explained. Wait, didn't you previously believe that Zhao, who had more room for improvement in his cooking, would win? Chuangjin continued to interrogate. Indeed, but your dish simply has more issues than Senior Yusuke's, and thus offers little room for enhancement. To be precise, opting for tea-infused rice is a misstep. Liu Ao Xing shook his head. Noticing Chuangjin's look of confusion, Liu Ao Xing elaborated, please consider what time it is now. While it is seaweed tea, it also contains herbal plants rich in tea polyphenol, which not only stimulate the nerves, making it detrimental to sleep, but the alkaline properties of the tea can neutralize stomach acid, leading to indigestion. Moreover, when rice is soaked in the tea, it results in inadequate chewing. Therefore, tea-infused rice is not a suitable dish for prolonged consumption, particularly at a time when one is about to sleep. Yusuke nodded in agreement, adding, that's right, Chuangjin. In the future, whether cooking for others or during a culinary duel, you must consider the feelings of the diners or judges more carefully. Chuangjin seemed to have genuinely absorbed this lesson, nodding earnestly. At that moment, Yuki, Ryoko, DeWu, and others gradually awakened, ignoring Liu Ao Xing's health tips. They swiftly devoured all of Chuangjin's tea-infused rice before retiring to their rooms. As for the promise made to Marui Zenji to assist in tidying up, it had been conveniently forgotten by everyone. The following morning, Liu Ao Xing struggled to rise from his slumber. Had it not been for the urgent knocking on his door by the neighboring Hitomi Tadakoro, he might still be asleep. After a night of discomfort from the tea-infused rice, Liu Maoxing now yearned to exchange his extraordinary palate for an extraordinary stomach. As he made his way to the first-floor cafeteria with the others, he noticed their bright demeanor and couldn't help but ask, Don't you all feel unwell? Unwell? What do you mean? De Wu asked, puzzled. Of course. I mean your stomach. Liu Maoxing replied matter-of-factly. Everyone stared at Liu Maoxing in astonishment, until Yasuki cleared his throat and said, Ahem, actually, I felt something off yesterday. But I forgot to ask you, Xing. Did you not prepare any digestive tablets? Stomach medicine? Is it effective? Liu Maoxing continued to question, still bewildered. Seeing the incredulous looks directed at him, Liu Maoxing finally realized that he had overlooked certain aspects. In this world, while the culinary realm had advanced significantly, the services catering to the elderly were far more sophisticated than those on the earth he once inhabited. Thus, those Epicureans boldly indulge in a plethora of rich and robust culinary delights, unfazed by the potential repercussions on their palates or stomachs, employing every conceivable means of protection. As Liu Maoxing marvels at the convenience, he secretly laments the demise of his plan to sell laxatives beside Jio's stall during the cultural festival. For those unfamiliar with the manga, this reference may remain elusive, but it will be revealed in due time. Where is Soma? Liu Maoxing pondered. However, his curiosity was swiftly addressed when the group entered the cafeteria on the first floor, discovering Soma exuberantly seated, eagerly awaiting their arrival. He immediately declared with fervor, Ishiki-senpai, let us wager the 7th seat of the Elite 10 and settle this once and for all. After a brief moment of astonishment, everyone, including Liu Maoxing, stifled yawns and took their seats, ignoring his enthusiasm. Could you at least respond? Soma implored, exasperated. Liu Maoxing couldn't help but interject, Soma. Did you even comprehend the rules of Shokyuchi yesterday? For a Shokyuchi to be valid, 3 conditions must be met: a certified adjudicator, an odd number of authoritative judges, and mutually agreeable stakes. What do you intend to wager for Ishiki-senpai's 7th seat? Your family's diner? When Su, who was preparing breakfast for everyone, chimed in from the kitchen. Indeed, the Elite 10 at Tōtsuki represent the decision-makers of the institution. Without sufficient stakes, how could you hope to gamble for even a fraction of Tōtsuki? It was only after hearing their explanations that Soma realized his naivete, and he slumped down, ready to eat. Liu Maoxing, too, was reminded by Soma's childish antics. Given that Tōtsuki's foundational courses primarily operate in pairs, he could rely on Soma's prowess or leverage his own extraordinary palate to navigate through. However, the first significant challenge for Liu Maoxing loomed just 2 months away, the upcoming lodging training. The notoriously high elimination rate of this training dissuades ordinary students, and Liu Maoxing was aware that, aside from the rigors faced by graduates, they would also be tasked with preparing numerous specified dishes to cater to the other students visiting the Tōtsuki resort. For Liu Maoxing, the former offered some room for personal expression, where he could manage with a single-use recipe, yet the latter presented a far greater headache. Currently, Liu Maoxing saw 2 potential paths to overcome this hurdle. One was to significantly enhance his genuine culinary skills within the next 2 months. However, this approach bore its own flaw. If his true abilities differed too greatly from his previous performance, even a narrow escape would not bode well. The alternative was to gain the influence of the Elite 10. During the lodging training, Nikiri Arena did not engage in the usual culinary tasks. The prowess of the Elite 10 stands in stark contrast to that of the first-year students. Liu Maoxing could at least ascertain that Ishiki's real culinary skills must be of a distinguished caliber, though the exact rating remained uncertain. Once he is allowed to showcase his culinary skills, his dishes are bound to be of exceptional quality. In other words, the top 10 chefs he faces may not be easily defeated, even with a one-time recipe, as most of these disposable menus are merely rated at 1 or 2 stars. Engaging in a wager with the top 10 chefs poses a considerable risk. A single loss could lead to irreparable consequences. The only opportunity that appears more promising lies with Irina, who has just entered the advanced division and recently joined the ranks of the 10 elite chefs. In terms of skill, she is arguably the weakest among them, and being a newcomer, Irina is in a period of expansion, utilizing the food wars to absorb various culinary research societies. Liu Maoxing might seize this opportunity to challenge her to a cooking duel. During an ordinary breakfast at the Polar Star dormitory, Liu Maoxing resolved to defeat Irina at least once within the next 2 months. Even if he could not directly claim a position among the top 10, he aimed to temporarily acquire their authority to navigate through potentially embarrassing situations during his upcoming accommodations. By the way, Kahaku, doesn't the Academy have any clubs or associations? Would you accompany me to check them out after school? Liu Maoxing inquired on his way to class. Tadakoro Megumi was startled when Liu Maoxing suddenly engaged her in conversation. Huh? No. I mean, why do you want me to accompany you? Is it because you don't have time? No, that's not it. I mean, if you want to go, I'll go with you. However, at Tōtsuki Culinary Academy, clubs refer to organizations that lack designated activity areas and any financial support from the school, typically formed by those whose applications for research societies have been denied or disbanded. Liu Ao must be referring to research societies, right? Exactly. That is what I mean. Meanwhile, Yuki and Ryoko, standing nearby, were murmuring amongst themselves, seemingly convinced that there was something amiss with the two. Just as Liu Ao and Tadakoro Megumi looked up, they caught sight of the mischievous smiles on the two girls' faces. Is there something on my face? Liu Ao asked in confusion. On the other hand, Tadakoro Megumi, barely able to hear, was muttering in distress. Oh no, Mom. Not only have I been seen in a compromising position, but now there are rumors about me. I'll never get married, as she retreated to a corner, drawing circles on the wall. On the second day of the new term, Liu Ao experienced a stroke of good fortune. The morning consisted of a purely theoretical class focused on experience, while the afternoon featured a practical class on Italian cuisine. Although he was not in the same class as Yukihira Soma, he once again encountered Tadakoro Megumi, prompting him to decisively team up with her. As Tōtsuki Academy lacks the concept of fixed classes, no one knows who they will be paired with next. During the afternoon's practical lesson on bacon and egg pasta, Liu Ao found himself under scrutinizing gazes. Yet, undeterred by the doubtful stares, he remained steadfast, refusing to touch any cooking utensils, instead directing Tadakoro Megumi throughout the preparation, who, in turn, displayed an unwavering trust in his guidance. Occasionally, Liu Ao would point fingers at others, leading some to seek out the instructor in frustration. However, it was perplexing that the instructor, known for their rigidity in Italian cuisine, chose to remain indifferent to Liu Ao's disruptions in class. Their confusion soon found resolution when they observed that the groups which had previously mocked Liu Ao's suggestions, without making any improvements, received grades of C, D, or E. The feedback from the instructor also aligned with Liu Ao's insights. Gradually, much like the previous day, the 30 or so students in the class experienced Liu Ao's remarkable acuity in taste and smell, as well as his exceptional tasting abilities, which were far from mere exaggeration. Consequently, Liu Ao participated in some of the students' culinary tastings. Although the impact on his culinary skills was not as pronounced as with advanced cuisine, it was certainly better than nothing. As for the final dish prepared by Hideo Tanadakoro under Liu Ao's guidance, the bacon and egg sauce pasta, while rather conventional, still achieved an impressive grade of A. Chapter 12, Research Society of Rice Bowls. Thank you once again, Liu Ao. Without your help, I would have been fortunate to receive a C. Tian Sohue blushed as she expressed her gratitude to Liu Ao after class. We are companions from Polaris dormitory. Are we not? Sharing the same roof. No, I mean, we should not need to say thank you. Just call me a Xing like everyone else. By the way, have you remembered the key points I mentioned before? Yes. I will review them constantly. Liu, a Xing. Xiaohui, trust me. This is not flattery. I can sense that you possess immense potential yet to be unleashed. I am merely here to provide guidance, so believe in yourself a little more. Liu Ao did not intend to turn Tian Sohue into an extension of himself. Unlike his interactions with others, he meticulously explained the purpose behind each step when guiding her, detailing the errors she made and the consequences they would entail. Now, having been assigned to the same class as Liu Ao, Tian Sohue's attitude towards him had undergone a complete transformation. Previously, the other students who disdained Liu Ao for merely directing without participating now looked at Tian Sohue with envy and resentment, wishing to take her place. However, Liu Ao had no time to concern himself with their feelings, nor did he offer them any opportunity. He immediately took Tian Sohue to accompany him on a tour of the various research societies within the academy. Here's the research society, as well as the gathering place for other student-run organizations. This is the Italian Cuisine Island Dishes Research Society. This is the French Table Etiquette Research Society, and this is the Japanese Tea Appreciation Research Society. Tian Sohue led Liu Ao to the hub of research societies and began her introductions. Xiaohui, have you joined any research societies? Liu Ao inquired. I joined the local cuisine research society during middle school and then automatically became a member of the high school's local cuisine research society. By the way, a Xing, you must want to check out the Chinese Cuisine Research Society, right? Tian Sohue suggested. On second thought, let us explore others first. Liu Ao shook his head. The Chinese Cuisine Association. After being dominated by the 8th seat of the Tōtsuki 10 Masters, Kuga Teruki has pruned the diverse array of Chinese cuisine down to a singular focus on Sichuan cuisine. While the emphasis on spicy and numbing flavors may hold an advantage in food battles, making them more memorable, it strays from the true essence of Chinese cuisine. Other regional cuisines have been suppressed by Kuga Teruki within the research society, rendering their chefs invisible, Perhaps renaming it the Sichuan Cuisine Research Society would be more fitting. The members, trained by Tōtsuki, are only capable of preparing Sichuan dishes according to his recipes, devoid of any culinary soul. Furthermore, Liu Ao Xing also rejected the notion of bald-headed individuals. Most crucially, Liu Ao Xing is currently seeking an opportunity to challenge Irina to a culinary duel. The Chinese Cuisine Research Society is presided over by the esteemed Tōtsuki, and it is evident that Irina cannot engage with the society. What is that culinary research society in the corner over there? It appears that someone is measuring something. Liu Ao Xing suddenly remarked. It seems to be the Rice Bowl Research Society. Odd. Could it be that the Rice Bowl Society is facing dissolution? A Xing. Just as Tadakoro Megumi was pondering this, Liu Ao Xing had already approached. Wow, quite the lively atmosphere. Senior, is your Rice Bowl Research Society undergoing renovations? Liu Ao Xing feigned ignorance. Before him stood a disheveled student with a pompadour hairstyle, lamenting in despair before the surveyor who was measuring the project. Meanwhile, another student, with golden short hair, sun-kissed skin, and an exquisite figure, exuded an air of superiority as she berated him. Who are you? The Rice Bowl Research Society no longer exists here. Keep your distance. The female student declared with an air of arrogance. Wait, you can't do this. Rice bowls represent the romance of man. They are the epitome of convenience, deliciousness, and affordability, meals for men venturing into battle. As a man, I absolutely. Then let us duel. The voluptuous female student interrupted decisively. Although her words carried a serious tone, her disdain was unmistakable. The previously spirited pompadour student's resolve extinguished instantly, and he could barely mutter the word meat temptress. Though the consequence of his words left him with a haircut resembling a stamp, the front portion sheared away. Yet, the despondent student dared not protest, raising questions about how he had become one of the 76 second-year students. Despite facing an opponent who had consistently excelled in middle school, known for never scoring below an A in meat dishes, Mito Ikumi, the so-called meat temptress, this second-year survivor, who had endured a single-digit elimination rate, was indeed a pitiful sight. Isn't this too much? Are you Mito Ikumi? Liu Ao Xing suddenly stepped forward. Tadakoro Megumi was taken aback, unsure how Liu Ao Xing had become embroiled in this conflict. You brat. Are you courting death? Wait, you seem to be one of those new students. Ikumi gazed at him with a sinister smile. At that moment, Tadakoro Megumi quickly interjected, I apologize. Mito Ikumi, he is just enrolled and does not recognize you, which is why he misaddressed you. She emphasized Ikumi's full name, hoping to prevent Liu Ao Xing from uttering the dreaded nickname, as Mito Ikumi harbored an intense aversion to being called meat temptress. Only Ikumi herself understood the reason. This nickname, derived from her physique and the sound of her name, made her feel as though all her culinary efforts and achievements were overshadowed by her appearance. Meat temptress. Do you realize what you just did? Liu Ao Xing continued unabated. Do you even comprehend what you just said, newcomer? Ikumi glared at Liu Ao Xing. As the leader of the Gaifeng Research Society, Ko Nishi believed that Liu Ao Xing was defending him. However, Liu Ao Xing replied with solemnity, as a chef, how can one use a dull knife to chop something as greasy as hair? Especially when your hair is clearly doused with hairspray. Tears welled up in Ko Nishi's eyes as he exclaimed, Hey, aren't you the one being outrageous? Yume was momentarily taken aback but quickly retorted. Don't think you can evade responsibility by changing the subject. You just mentioned a food duel, right? Liu Ao Xing suddenly inquired. Oh? Are you willing to fight on behalf of this useless fool? Mito Yume responded with intrigue. It's not out of the question. But wagering the Gaifeng Research Society seems a bit unfair to me, Ko Nishi remarked. I haven't made my decision yet. Liu Ao Xing scoffed. Are you preparing to step up yourself? Forget it. Let's leave it to you youngsters. Then the basic wager is this. If I win, the Gaifeng Research Society is disbanded. If you win, the society remains, and its funding is restored and doubled. Additionally, if you lose, you must withdraw from school. How does that sound? Mito Yume proposed. She was aware of Irina's dissatisfaction with the two transfer students, especially the one before her. If she could defeat him for Irina, it would be advantageous for both her culinary skills and her family's business. However, Liu Ao Xing shook his head, prompting Yume to ask, what's the matter? Are you afraid? No, I just think the stakes are too low. Liu Ao Xing replied. Huh? Aside from expulsion, do you have anything else to wager? Yume looked at him in confusion. Just then, Liu Ao Xing moved a few steps closer to her. It was the first time a boy dared to engage in such a daring act, causing Yume to feel a surge of tension. What are you doing? Yume questioned, bewildered. With a sudden motion, Liu Ao Xing's right hand swiped past Yume's face and slammed against the wall behind her. The abrupt proximity made Yume instinctively step back, forcing her against the wall, leaving less than a fist distance between her and Liu Ao Xing. Indeed, it was a classic case of being pinned against the wall. Witnessing the usually assertive Yume being cornered like this, including the previously intervening Tadakoro Megumi, everyone was left in stunned silence. Wow, incredible. Truly impressive for a high school student. Tadakoro Megumi's mind was momentarily blank. For Yume, being this close to a boy for the first time and experiencing such treatment stirred unfamiliar feelings within her. Blushing, she asked once more, "What do you intend to do?" "If I lose, I will personally deliver this right hand as a token of submission," Liu Ao Xing declared with grave seriousness, showing no signs of jest. "Deliver? Your right hand?" Yume's gaze faltered. "Indeed, if you lose." Let me think. If you lose, you will serve as my maid for 3 years. Naturally. If either of us is expelled during that time, the wager will be rendered void," Liu Ao Xing said, switching back to his smiling demeanor. "A maid?" With a smoldering fury, Yum looked at him, the recently secreted trace of feminine hormones transforming into pure fuel. "Are you afraid? Let us see who excels in meat dishes," Liu Ao Xing declared. Hee. "Splendid. I accept." Yum, unable to contain her rage, chuckled despite her fury at the prospect of competing in meat cuisine. After uttering those words, she departed, seemingly unable to endure the tumultuous emotions that arose in Liu Ao Xing's presence. Liu Ao Xing, accompanied by the visibly worried Hidetaka Tadakoro, ventured to explore several other research clubs. Along the way, they discovered that the Sumo Hot Pot Research Club appeared to be facing some difficulties. However, perhaps due to Irina's irritable mood, they remained unfazed. Currently, the Sumo Hot Pot Research Club, which boasted even greater prowess than the Rice Bowl Research Club, did not seem to pose any immediate threat. Upon returning to the Polar Star dormitory, they were immediately surrounded by their peers, as the news of Liu Ao Xing's Shokyuchi challenge against Yum had already spread. Moreover, the stakes were astonishingly high. Liu Ao Xing would relinquish his aspirations of continuing as a chef. Liu Ao Xing and Hidetaka exchanged puzzled glances, silently acknowledging that it seemed Yum was still tough on the outside but soft on the inside. Chapter 13. Culinary Duel. Abandoning his pursuit of becoming a chef, this wager, Liu Ao Xing shook his head, thinking to himself, Meat Charm truly possesses a tough exterior but a tender heart. What is the matter? Indeed, it appears that the request was unilaterally made by the opponent. Correct? Then hurry to the Culinary Duel Management Bureau and expose her deceit. Yuki was evidently mistaken. Is it true that the topic is meat dishes? Who would agree to such a demand? That Waterhouse Akumi, does she intend to take advantage of our dear A Xing, who is still unfamiliar with the rules? Ryoko also expressed her indignation. Liu Ao Xing quickly clarified. No. The topic of meat dishes was proposed by me, and as for the wager initially, I stated that if I lost, I would give her my right hand. It seems Meat Charm is not as violent as I imagined. Huh? You proposed it? Your right hand? Have you lost your mind? The residents of Polaris Dormitory exclaimed in astonishment. Hey, let us not be so lacking in confidence. Just consider the conditions for her loss. Liu Ao Xing smiled. Daigo and Shoji immediately went to the bulletin board to verify, their eyes widening once more. A Xing. You really are. Observing the two of them rendered speechless, Ibusaki Jun and Marui Zenji also turned their attention towards them. A maid as your subordinate? Waterhouse Akumi? No wonder the wager is that you will never cook again. A Xing, you truly are the epitome of manliness. Daigo gasped. Ryoko cautioned. A Xing. Don't assume that the culinary duel wager at Tōtsuki Academy is a mere joke. If you truly lose, Tōtsuki will certainly require you to sign a contract. And at that moment, you will genuinely be unable to cook again. Fear not, the outcome will only yield one result. I shall acquire an additional maid. By the way, Maria Wenyu, in a few days, I may need another maid to help me open another room. Could you assist with that? Liu Ao Xing confidently assumed the opponent would lose. Wenyu glanced at him and replied, regardless of who wishes to move in, they must pass the admission assessment. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, Liu Ao Xing addressed Yuki and Ryoko. By the way, regarding the ingredients for the culinary duel, I may need your assistance. Of course. Considering it might be your last opportunity to cook, my dear treasures, feel free to choose whatever you like. Yuki replied with a sympathetic expression. What ingredients do I have? Am I expected to prepare Chu-type meat dishes? Surely I won't resort to using wheat juice to drown my sorrows? Ryoko questioned, perplexed. That's a secret for now. The culinary duel applied for by Meat Charm is on Saturday, right? Everyone, remember to come and watch. Liu Ao Xing smiled. Determined to proceed with the culinary duel, Liu Ao Xing could not be dissuaded by others. Although Yuki and Ryoko feigned skepticism, they nonetheless prepared the ingredients he would need, keeping them confidential at his request. In the subsequent 3 days of classes, Liu Ao Xing garnered attention daily, as the events of Saturday's culinary duel had evidently spread. dominating the headlines of various publications within the academy. This was attributed not only to his speech during the opening ceremony, which elevated his status far beyond that of an ordinary transfer student, but also due to the enormity of the wager involved. Should Liu Ao lose, he would be barred from appearing as a chef in the kitchen, a fate utterly unacceptable to any student. As for Mito Akumi's potential loss, which would entail serving as a maid for 3 years, that aspect was largely ignored. The majority of students had resolutely concluded that Liu Ao was destined for defeat. Look, there he is. That person. Oh, the transfer student Liu something? Huh, never to be a chef again. Is he seeking a more dignified exit from the academy? Who knows? This latecomer, not even Mito, could easily handle him. Indeed, he keeps claiming he can help us taste dishes. Who does he think he is? An inferior chef. Do not underestimate him. His palate is indeed remarkably sharp, was a timid voice from a fellow student who had attended practical classes with Liu Ao. However, this perspective represented a mere minority, overshadowed by those who had previously mocked Liu Ao and were now vehemently denigrating him, hoping he would exit the culinary world altogether. Thus, this voice was completely drowned out by the prevailing tide of scorn. Nonetheless, Liu Ao remained undeterred. During the next 3 practical classes, he coincidentally shared one with Ryoko, another with Ibusaki, and although he did not recognize anyone in the last session, someone approached him, eager to collaborate. This individual looked familiar, seemingly encountered in earlier classes. Both Ryoko and Ibusaki were among the top culinary students in their year, and under Liu Ao's guidance and corrections, they each earned 2A grades. As for the temporary teammate, whose culinary skills were rather mediocre, he ultimately achieved a B grade, profoundly grateful for Liu Ao's willingness to guide rather than cook himself. Every assessment further honed Liu Ao's culinary skills, allowing for swift advancement in lower-tier cooking, and by the end of the first week of classes, he had attained a lower-tier 3-star status. Within the Polaris dormitory, aside from Yukihira Soma and Dashiki Saito, Liu Ao himself, it seemed that everyone else was anxious regarding the culinary duel. Yet, Liu Ao had not practiced even once up to that point. Both Yuki and Ryoko had expressed their willingness to spare ingredients, but Liu Ao still politely declined their offers for early practice. Strangely, Yukihira Soma and Ishiki Saito exhibited considerable confidence in Liu Ao. On Friday evening, Ishiki even organized a send-off for Liu Ao, donning his distinctive yellow apron to rally support for him. The situation escalated late into the night, and the following morning, it was once again the diligent Tōtsuki who, under Liu Ao's prior request, knocked on his door to rouse him from slumber. The entire Polaris dormitory, including the dormitory matron, Granny Wenxiu, gathered to witness the most anticipated cooking duel since the start of the academic year. Although most perceived this as a contest with a glaring disparity in strength and a foregone conclusion, the high level of interest led the Culinary Duel Management Bureau to arrange it in a spacious venue. While it could not compare to the exclusive Moonlight Arena reserved for the 10 Masters, it was still capable of accommodating several hundred spectators. Additionally, the event was hosted by the popular first-year student, Kawashima Rei, whose presence had already filled the seats early in the morning. Had it not been for the threats posed by the notorious duo, Daigu and Shoji, members of the Polaris dormitory might not have even secured a spot. The Culinary Duel Management Bureau officially recognized this clash as a legitimate cooking duel, with the esteemed Kawashima Rei presiding over the event. Indeed, the seemingly overenthusiastic yet charming girl had garnered a considerable following, which contributed to the duel's appeal. Liu Ao suddenly appeared to have an epiphany. On the first day of school, he recalled that Sasaki Yua, who was paired with Tōtsuki, often served as a host at events. Like Kei, she possessed a somewhat introverted demeanor, yet she also enjoyed a modicum of admiration from her male peers, albeit not as much as Kawashima Rei. Now, let us welcome the participants of the cooking duel. First to enter is Mito Akumi, famously known as the Meat Invader. Clad in a dark cloak, Akumi strode confidently onto the stage, dramatically casting aside her cloak to reveal a form-fitting outfit that accentuated her voluptuous figure. Her sizzling appearance elicited an internal reprimand from Kawashima Rei. Nevertheless, the crowd erupted in cheers. Despite Akumi's notorious temperament, her culinary prowess was undeniably formidable, earning her a place of esteem among the ranks of talented chefs at Tōtsuki Culinary Academy. Moreover, her striking physique naturally attracted a multitude of admirers. This duel bore an uncommon wager. Should Akumi lose, she would serve as Liu Ao's maid for 3 years. However, it was Kawashima Rei's personal opinion that Akumi would not suit the maid outfit at all. Rei, harboring a sense of retribution, elaborated on the stakes, inadvertently inciting further jeers directed at Liu Ao. Ahem, now let us welcome the transfer student, Liu Ao. As Kawashima Rei announced his entrance, Liu Ao approached from the opposite side, completely unfazed by the cacophony of boos surrounding him. exuding an air of calm. Should Liu Ao Xing suffer defeat, not only would he be expelled, but he would also be under the supervision of the Tōtsuki notary office, thereby barred from ever entering a kitchen as a chef again. Kawashima Ray declared. The outcome seemed all too evident. It was time for him to return home and engage in menial labor. We were finally about to witness the moment when this arrogant individual would meet his downfall and be irrevocably cast out from the culinary world. Let us behold his foolishness. Shall we? Liu Ao Xing still dared to wish for Ikumi to be his maid? What a fanciful delusion. Ha ha ha, when it comes to the audacity of ignorance. He must be at the level of the top 10, wouldn't you agree? The laughter that echoed throughout the venue had driven a certain commander of the Rice Bowl Research Society, Kei, to seek refuge in a corner. However, the members of the Polaris dormitory remained unfazed, particularly the spirited Yuki, who shouted her encouragement for Liu Ao Xing with all her might. Even though her voice was utterly drowned out by the chorus of jeers, the others dared not provoke the Polaris students. Partly due to the watchful eyes of the troublesome Daigo and SHG, and partly because the 7th seed of the top 10 was also present in the audience. Ibusaki could not help but murmur, how rare it is. Senior Ishiki has actually come to witness the Shokyuchi. Indeed, aside from the nearly forgotten Kei Nishi. The only other second-year present was Ishiki, who was far from an ordinary student. Hearing this, Ishiki chuckled lightly. Heh, I had a feeling that if I didn't come, I would miss out on something significant. Besides, the newcomer among the top 10 should also be here, right? As he spoke, he cast a glance toward a private box on the 2nd floor, which was likely reserved for Arena. Oh no, in such an environment, performance might be adversely affected, right? Senior Ishiki, can't you think of a way to help? Ryoko said anxiously. After all, Daigo and SHG did not possess such formidable, intimidating presence that would silence the entire crowd. It would be a miracle if no one dared to provoke them. Ishiki, however, responded, there is no need for that. Did you not see the look in Xing's eyes? Are you referring to the gaze fixated on Mito's chest? Soma interjected with a grin. Chapter 14. The culinary duel of meat dishes. Are you referring to the gaze fixated upon Mito's bosom? Shoma candidly remarked. Well, would such a look exist if one were not exceedingly self-assured and utterly unshaken by their surroundings? Isaka commented. Isaka-senpai's words hold considerable truth. I find myself at a loss for words. Yuki lamented. As the conversation meandered, Kawashima Ray announced, now, the culinary duel between Mito Ikumi and Liu Ao Xing, centered on meat dishes, shall commence. Please take your positions at the cooking stations. At that moment, as if to validate Isaka's statement, the lights in the reserved room set aside by Irina illuminated, revealing the lone first year among the Elite 10, Nikiri Irina, accompanied by her aide Shinto Isako. The arrival of the Elite 10 undoubtedly sent a ripple of excitement through the audience. Although Isaka had also come, he did not enter the exclusive room of the Elite 10, instead remaining with the members of the Polar Star dormitory, thus eluding the notice of most attendees. Simultaneously, spectators deduced the reason. Mito Ikumi was a trusted subordinate of Irina, and it seemed Irina had come to witness Ikumi's triumph. Observing Ikumi cast an admiring glance towards Irina, Liu Ao Xing could not help but remark, the duel is about to commence. I suggest you take this seriously, Ikumi. Idiot. Are you courting death? If you dare to utter that nickname again. Ikumi retorted angrily, forget it. I won't see you in the kitchen anymore. How could that be? As my maid and attendant, there are numerous tasks I require your assistance with, Liu Ao Xing replied nonchalantly, nearly provoking Ikumi once more. However, in the interest of maintaining composure for the upcoming culinary challenge, Ikumi chose to ignore him. The two then retrieved their respective ingredients. The Culinary Duel Management Bureau had provided only basic materials and seasonings. The principal ingredients were to be sourced and prepared by the contestants themselves, testing their ability to procure and identify quality produce. The Mito Group, a colossal global meat distributor, boasted its own farms and comprehensive sales channels, specializing in premium meats. The theme of meat dishes was decidedly advantageous for Mito Ikumi, both subjectively and objectively. Indeed, Ikumi presented a whole cut of A5 grade beef, characterized by its marbling, texture, sheen of fat, and overall appearance, all deemed impeccable. The mere sight of this exquisite piece of raw meat stirred an undeniable appetite. Hey, this level of beef. I've never encountered anything like it before, exclaimed Daigo, his confidence wavering. This is problematic. Mito is serious about this. Subsequently, Ikumi's performance astounded all present. Wielding a knife akin to a large sword, she began to deftly slice the substantial cut of beef hanging before her. Her seemingly grandiose technique was, in fact, meticulous. As she expertly separated each piece of meat intended for use, she truly possesses remarkable strength. She doesn't even appear particularly muscular, Daigo murmured, his eyes trembling in disbelief. It appears to be more challenging than anticipated. What do you think, Ishi-senpai? Ibusaki murmured gloomily. Yet, Ishi's merely smiled in silence, seemingly brimming with confidence. Meanwhile, Liu Maoxing kept a watchful eye on the other's movements, which made Yumi Mito feel unnerved, prompting her to exclaim in irritation. What are you staring at? Oh, nothing. You just seem to possess considerable strength. I'll leave the physically demanding tasks to you. What physically demanding tasks? Who would concede to you? Rest assured, it truly is just physical labor, nothing like get on and do it yourself, Liu Maoxing replied enigmatically. Yumi Mito reminded herself once more to disregard this individual, lest it disrupt her performance. However, as Liu Maoxing turned to retrieve his ingredients, Yumi Mito's eyes widened in disbelief, and she could not help but exclaim, Duck? A duck? Are you joking? Indeed, Liu Maoxing produced a wild duck that had been slaughtered but whose skin remained intact. A breed cultivated with care by Yuki. Yet, in the audience of the Polaris dormitory, others could no longer restrain their complaints towards Yuki. Koyoshino, what are you thinking? How could you give him a duck? Indeed, you must have more suitable game for meat dishes. This is disastrous. Does this not mean we start off with a 3-point deficit? Yuki, appearing innocent, responded, I did advise him, but Xing insisted on using this. I could not dissuade him. Everyone understood that duck was ill-suited for this culinary duel. As a type of waterfowl, duck holds a significant place in Chinese cuisine, not falling far behind chicken or pork. The saying chicken, duck, fish, and meat serves as a prime illustration, particularly with Peking duck, which has opened the doors to a new world for many Westerners. Conversely, in ancient China, cattle were primarily used for labor rather than as food, and their slaughter was strictly forbidden, resulting in a relative weakness in beef dishes. However, the Western culinary tradition has never embraced duck meat, as Western civilization clearly favors larger cuts of meat. Since ancient times, Western diets have not lacked protein, thus they regard duck meat, which is lean and bony, with little esteem. Although duck appears in some dishes within French, German, and Arabic cuisines, it ultimately remains a minority. Most crucially, the theme this time revolves around meat dishes, and the judges will undoubtedly focus on the texture and flavor of the meat. Beef, particularly a 5 grade, epitomizes the theme perfectly, while duck is a distant second choice, merely scraping by the margins, as duck does not provide the substantial, rich texture characteristic of meat. The 3 judges even frowned at the mere sight of the duck. Ishi-senpai, did you know he was going to cook this? Ibusaki once again inquired quietly. Well, this is indeed somewhat unexpected. Ha ha ha. Ishi's chuckled awkwardly. The once derisive jeers directed at Liu Maoxing had completely transformed into laughter, as the onlookers deemed it utterly incomprehensible to showcase the allure of culinary delights using duck meat. Do as you please. If you lose, you shall have to depart from the culinary world, Yume declared. With that, Mito, you may commence the preliminary preparation of the cut beef. Meanwhile, Liu Maoxing retrieved 2 large bags, each brimming with an abundance of salt. Upon witnessing this, Wensu's fury ignited. That insolent brat. I wondered where all the salt I had prepared in the kitchen vanished to, had it not been for the others restraining him. Wensu might have rushed in to interrupt the cooking duel. That wretched boy, should he lose, I will not let him off easily. Wensu seethed. Liu Maoxing then produced a sizable bottle of liquor, filled with a clear liquid, presumably alcohol. The members of the Polaris dormitory exchanged glances with Ryoko. To their surprise, Ryoko appeared equally puzzled. Daigo inquired, what is it? Is that your homemade wine? Yes, it should be. He previously asked me for some Chinese white wine, though the quantity was likely much larger than this. Could it be that Xing is a wine enthusiast? Ryoko mused. Aside from these 3 items, Liu Maoxing utilized only the basic ingredients provided by the Food Dual Management Bureau. He deftly processed the entire duck with a skilled blade and began adding various spices within. However, aside from the Polaris dormitory members, most others focused their attention on Mito Yume and the A5 beef. A handful of Liu Maoxing's fellow students watched him with skepticism, eager for a spectacle, while only a select few recognized that Liu Maoxing's exceptional knife skills were far from ordinary. It seems he isn't preparing roasted duck? Marui Zenji pondered. Previously, when Liu Maoxing had produced a wild duck, the Polaris dormitory members speculated he intended to make roasted duck, especially since Liu Maoxing had professed his expertise in Chinese cuisine. Just then, under Wensu's murderous gaze, Liu Maoxing proceeded to open the 2 large bags of salt and pour them into a basin. Hey. Is he trying to kill someone with that? The crowd was utterly bewildered as to Liu Maoxing's intentions. At this juncture, he retrieved eggs that had been prepared for the event. Liu Maoxing suddenly recalled something and, with a mischievous glint, raised an egg in the direction of Ariina, shaking it playfully. It was worth noting that during the entrance examination, Ariina's challenge had revolved around egg dishes. Witnessing Liu Aoxing's blatant provocation now caused her to overturn her chair in rage. Had it not been for Hishako's restraint, she would have stormed onto the cooking stage, adding to the chaos. That brat, that brat, that brat. Hishako, did you see that? He is provoking me. Provoking. Ariina fumed, recalling the events of the entrance examination day. Ariina seethed at the thought of Liu Aoxing being declared permanently barred from the kitchen. After the provocation, Liu Aoxing, next to a basin of salt, prepared a small bowl and swiftly danced his hands between the egg, the salt basin, and the empty bowl. Meanwhile, 2 boxes of eggs transformed, before anyone had a chance to comprehend the scene, into mere eggshells, a small basin of egg yolks, and egg whites mingled in a bowl of salt. The egg yolks, encased in a plastic wrap by Liu Aoxing, were placed into the refrigerator, seemingly intended for future use. Subsequently, as if kneading dough, he amalgamated the salt with the egg whites into a paste. No matter how many times one observes, Xing's foundational skills are always a delight to behold. Chuangjin marveled. However, this was no longer merely a matter of basic skills. Who could fathom what he intended to create? Even the erudite Marui Zenji found himself perplexed. Just as Mito Yukimi completed the butchering of the beef and commenced marinating, meticulously preparing the sauce, it became increasingly apparent that she was set on crafting a steak dish, while Liu Aoxing continued to slice at a leisurely pace. Chapter 15. Fire. As Mito Yukimi had finished segmenting the beef and marinating it lightly, diligently preparing the sauces in anticipation of crafting a steak dish, Liu Aoxing was leisurely slicing taro into fine strips. His apparent calmness belied an impressive speed that would astound even the most skilled chefs. In no time, a small bowl of shredded taro had materialized beneath his deft hands. Noticing his swift movements, Yukimi couldn't help but narrow her eyes, remarking, "Your knife skills seem quite commendable. However, are you truly willing to abandon culinary pursuits?" If Liu Aoxing were to utter some gentle words at that moment, she might reconsider the conditions of their culinary duel, perhaps allowing him merely to withdraw from school. Previously, Yukimi had perceived Liu Aoxing as a mere mediocre cook, but witnessing his knife technique led her to question that assumption. Why should I give up? Soon, I shall have a beautiful companion by my side. Liu Aoxing replied with a smile. Yukimi felt a vain throb at her temple, reminding herself for the umpteenth time to ignore this individual. Meanwhile, the companions from the Polaris dormitory and the audience had lost track of Liu Aoxing's intentions. Marui Zenji tugged at his hair, exclaiming, "Shredded taro? Could it be a stir-fry dish?" Yet, stir-frying itself seems ill-suited to showcase the characteristics of meat dishes. The technique of stir-frying was predominantly observed in Asian cuisine, particularly within Chinese culinary traditions and their East Asian derivatives, with very little application in Japanese cuisine. Moreover, East Asia had never been renowned for its meat-centric dishes, and stir-frying would necessitate cutting the meat into small pieces, which would likely diminish the already limited texture of duck meat. However, Ryoko immediately dismissed Marui's speculation, exclaiming in exasperation, "How could that be? Stir-frying requires so much salt. The judges would be hoarse for days." At that moment, Liu Aoxing produced a large, wide-mouthed container, retrofitted from a cast-iron pan. Meanwhile, Yukimi had prepared 3 distinct sauces, meticulously removing excess moisture and marinade from the lightly marinated steaks, and was commencing the final cooking stage. She deliberately positioned a movable cooking station directly facing the judges, where a griddle reminiscent of a Japanese teppanyaki grill awaited. Yukimi spread her specially crafted butter upon it and began to arrange various necessary ingredients on the griddle, which occupied nearly half of the cooking station. Why does this feel reminiscent of teppanyaki? Daigo pondered aloud. At this moment, the attention of the Polaris dormitory members was entirely captured by Yukumi's captivating performance. Teppanyaki, which originated in Spain, initially served as a simple meal involving heating an iron plate, upon which meats or vegetables were placed to be quickly cooked before immediate consumption, gaining popularity during the Age of Sail due to its expedience. The culinary landscape has now diversified into various forms, including Beijing teppanyaki, Japanese teppanyaki, and French teppanyaki. Typically, seating arrangements are established around the teppanyaki cooking station, where chefs prepare an array of ingredients in the presence of diners, serving them directly onto their plates for immediate enjoyment. Some variations have emerged in simpler forms, such as street-side grilled squid stalls, which can also be regarded as a type of teppanyaki. Among the different styles, Japanese teppanyaki is particularly discerning when it comes to ingredients, as it is categorized as high-end cuisine, thus keeping it at a distance from street vendors. However, it is quite uncommon to witness A5 grade beef being utilized for teppanyaki, as it can indeed be employed to cook steaks. It appears that student Mito has prepared more than one type of steak, each requiring varying cooking times. This method of immediate serving, post-cooking, allows the judges to savor the optimal texture and temperature, as noted by Aiko. Moreover, Shoma elaborated, not only that, But this style of cooking in front of diners is more prevalent in what you refer to as popular cuisine, enticing patrons with the culinary process itself, igniting their appetite even before the meal begins. This Mido Yum, despite being the daughter of a prominent family, possesses considerable knowledge of these techniques. Naturally, none of those present were mere pampered heirs, as Aiko rightly pointed out. Shoma increasingly felt that attending Tōtsuki Culinary Academy was indeed the right decision. Meanwhile, others were growing anxious, and the situation seemed increasingly unfavorable for Liu Ao Xing, particularly with the childlike temperament of Yuki, who was already shouting at the top of her lungs. The audience's earlier derisive jeers had lessened, now merely watching the spectacle unfolding at Issei dormitory. At that moment, Mido Yum was skillfully managing 9 pre-portioned steaks on the griddle, including a piece each of filet mignon, ribeye, and sirloin, all sourced from the same cow, while also considering the judges' appetites, ensuring each piece was not overly large. The first to be presented on the plate were 3 ribeye steaks, accompanied by 3 distinct sauces: onion black pepper sauce, mushroom sauce, and egg milk sauce, all of which had been expertly crafted by Mido on site. The ribeye steaks, still exhibiting a hint of pink, were promptly served to the 3 judges, who eagerly began to indulge. The ribeye, sourced from the rib section of the cow, features a perfect balance of fat and lean meat, resulting in a rich aroma once grilled. To accentuate its flavor, Mido opted for a medium-rare preparation. This is indeed a 5-grade ribeye. With merely a cut from the knife and fork, the juices burst forth. The sole female among the 3 judges, Tsukaki Mizuno, the manager of the Japanese restaurant, seemed utterly captivated by the quality of the meat. Moreover, it was evident that the exquisite standard achieved was not merely a result of a 5-grade beef. It stemmed from low-temperature cooking techniques and an exceptional mastery over temperature control during grilling, enabling the juices to flow so perfectly. One of the judges, a sharply dressed man, the critic Yoshi Fujito, expressed admiration for Mido Ikumi's skill in temperature control. Indeed, it seems that the griddle is divided into various temperature zones, does it not? And those thin metal needles must serve as tools for sensing temperature, mused Katsunori Okamoto, the producer of the esteemed Gourmet Festival. As Ikumi prepared the steak on the griddle, she had several single-use fine needles at her side, occasionally piercing the meat to gauge its internal temperature with her lips, adjusting the cooking position accordingly. The lips are the most sensitive part of the human body when it comes to temperature. However, they are typically not capable of sensing excessively high heat. Yet, Ikumi's alluring lips, whether a result of diligent practice or innate talent, could accurately discern what constitutes a high temperature for the human palate, without even tasting the dish. The 3 judges were already singing her praises. Armed with knives and forks, they divided the ribeye steak into 3 pieces, each size meticulously chosen to ensure optimal flavor and juiciness. Dipped into 3 different sauces, each morsel was akin to a flavor bomb, eliciting involuntary gasps and murmurs of delight from the trio. Madame Kirigane, the ribeye is too fatty, not ideal for maintaining one's figure, perhaps, Okamoto began. Yet Kirigane swiftly devoured the final piece, as if fearing it might be taken from her. Observing the judge's unsated expressions, the audience was also gripped by an irresistible longing. "I wish I could taste that," Sh Ma remarked, his desire palpable. "Hey, which side are you on? Just wait patiently for Aki's dish," Yuki retorted playfully. Sh Ma expressed his confidence in Liu Akahoshi, stating, "No, Aki's dish doesn't require excessive anticipation, because tonight we can have him prepare it. Indeed, indeed. It will surely be splendid." Yuki seemed to be reassuring herself. Suddenly, Ryoko inquired, "Huh? Where's Koharu?" Ibusaki pointed to a corner, saying, "She's over there." For some reason, she appears to be even more anxious than Aki, seemingly oblivious to our conversation. There sat Tadakoro Megumi, slumped in her seat, clutching her academic achievement charm, her eyes vacant and her lips mumbling as if casting a spell. At that moment, an unusual aroma wafted through the air, overpowering the scent of the sirloin steak that Ikumi was about to present. Sirloin, derived from the outer back of the cow, possesses a certain amount of fat and sinew. However, given that the 3 judges were relatively young, there was no concern regarding their ability to chew. And with the steak cooked to medium at a low temperature of 60 to 70 degrees, even the elderly should find it tender enough to enjoy. However, just as the dish was presented, a rich aroma of liquor wafted through the nostrils of the judges, momentarily disrupting their indulgence in the steak and causing their movements to falter. At that moment, you may cast a sharp glance towards Liu Ao Xing, who had already uncorked the bottle of white liquor and was pouring it into a uniquely designed vessel. At the center of the vessel's base lay a nest crafted from shredded taro, within which rested a colossal white egg. The largest egg in the world is that of an ostrich, measuring only about 15 centimeters in length. Yet this enormous white egg appeared to be 2 or 3 times that size. What could it possibly be? Gonbin pondered, perplexed. Zongmu, more observant, suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, I know what it is. It's salt. He must have combined the egg white with salt." Indeed, prompted by Zhangmu's insight, everyone noticed that the salt bowl was now empty. With the taro nest, the giant salt egg, and a high concentration of white liquor still flowing beneath, curiosity filled the air as they wondered what Liu Ao was planning. Suddenly, he produced a long-nosed lighter and ignited the liquor in the vessel, unleashing a roaring flame that enveloped the nest and the giant egg in a fiery embrace. Chapter 16. The Phoenix Egg. As the flames blazed higher, the aroma of the wine became even more intoxicating. Dawu could not help but exclaim, "Roko, do you have such a high-proof, wheat beverage?" "No, I suspect he must have distilled it again. No wonder it has diminished so much." It was then that Ryoko understood. But what exactly does he intend to do? Is he roasting something? Wait, where's the duck? Marui Zenji suddenly interjected. Granny Wenshu's voice cut in. "It's in that egg." Everyone looked over in confusion, only to find Granny Wenshu staring intently at the flame basin before Liu Ao. Her eyes bloodshot with focus. It seemed she was still fixated on Liu Ao having taken all the salt from the Polaris Lodge, hence her relentless gaze. "Oh, is the duck wrapped in a mixture of salt and egg white?" Aiseki's eyes brightened at the realization. "Indeed. This reminds me of a dish in Chinese cuisine called beggar's chicken, where a whole chicken, after being processed, is encased in clay and roasted. It is said that once the clay is broken, the chicken emerges glossy and tender, aromatic and delicious." Marui Zenji recalled a culinary ancient recipe he had once perused. Beggar's chicken? What does that have to do with flowers? Yuki inquired, perplexed. Beggar in ancient China referred to a beggar, and it is said that this cooking method was invented by a beggar from the Song dynasty, approximately 1,000 years ago, hence the name beggar's chicken. However, after a millennium of refinement, various medicinal herbs are often added to what is now referred to as beggar's chicken, rendering it a semi-medicinal dish, explained Marui Zenji. So, does this mean that Xing's method of roasting the duck is somewhat akin to beggar's chicken? Ryoko pondered. Instinctively, she felt that this was not so simple. Otherwise, if the liquor were merely used as fuel, she would have to contemplate how to retaliate against Liu Ao later. Rather than being simply roasting, this method of wrapping in clay or salt appears to lean more towards a steaming texture. Aiseki discerned the essence of it. Joe Air could not help but furrow his brow. Steaming? If the duck is steamed, it must be unbearably fishy. Seeing the roaring flames in the container capturing everyone's attention, Yume remarked, "TCH. What a show." Immediately, the three judges shook off the distraction of the aroma and began to appreciate the sirloin steak before them, each plate containing portions that could be divided into three. Honestly, such a crude grilling method must have charred the ingredients. While some may consider charred food as a delicacy, we certainly do not adhere to such peculiar standards. The judges were evidently unimpressed with Liu Ao's approach. Waterhouse Yume's steak held greater allure for them. Sirloin steak is one of the tougher cuts of meat, known for its marbling, and thus offers a satisfying chew. Therefore, during a brief marination, Yume employed a more layered seasoning, allowing the multifaceted, three-dimensional flavors to emerge with each bite. Moreover, it should not be overcooked, ideally left at a medium-rare doneness. Liu Ao, unbeknownst to him, had approached Yume, expressing his curiosity with a teasing remark, "Really, can't you prepare a portion for your opponent as well?" Humph. Mito Yume paid him no heed, continuing her meticulous probing of the final filet mignon's temperature with her iron needle. Meanwhile, Liu Ao remained transfixed, his gaze fixated on her lips, until Yume could no longer contain her frustration and roared, "What are you staring at? Never seen a beautiful woman before?" "Oh, it's merely a thorough observation of my future maid and attendant," Liu Ao replied. It seemed that Yume's ire had intensified the heat of the grill. And just as the three judges were recovering from the delightful experience of the sirloin steak, the filet mignon was served onto their plates. The filet mignon, sourced from the tenderloin, must be selected from the most succulent portion, devoid of any fat. For those who favor lean meat, it is the epitome of choice. And Yume had cooked it to a perfect medium rare. Truly, it was an A5 grade filet mignon. The first bite elicited an overwhelming sensation of bliss. Indeed, especially with such low-temperature cooking, the meat's texture was exquisitely tender. However, only a few possess such temperature control techniques, and if the beef isn't of exceptional quality, it can result in an unpleasant odor. "This steak ranks among the top 10 I've ever tasted," commented critic Wei Tung. The producer of the culinary show, Okamoto, jested. "Ha, if you weren't the heir of the Mito group, I would certainly recruit you for my program." The three types of steak showcase the optimal flavors of beef from three different angles, complemented by three sauces, yielding a total of 9 distinct tastes. Not merely 9. The second sirloin steak already presented a geometric sensation of detachment and flavor. Mito Yume cast a haughty glance at Liu Ao, who merely responded with a slight smile, infuriating her further. Upon closer listening, one could discern that although the three judges offered high praise regarding flavor, their evaluations of texture were not as flawless. Those recommended by the Tōtsuki Culinary Academy as judges are all superlative gourmets, while Yume's meat dishes were outstanding. In their eyes, they merely ranked within the top 10, not the pinnacle. Do not reach conclusions prematurely. We have yet to sample one more dish. While I too wish to savor the taste of a F5 beef, it is our duty as judges. Lady Kirigain sighed. Meanwhile, Liu Ao Xing, underestimated, asserted, rest assured. My dish is undoubtedly more suited for taking home. Oh, really? The three judges appeared disinterested. Ichinos, feeling a bit anxious, remarked, it seems a Xing has encountered some trouble. Huh? Wasn't trouble present from the very beginning? Yoko questioned, puzzled. Shokuchi no Soma seemed to have realized something, gravely stating, it's the portion size. Although each of Yume's 3 steaks is small, together they amount to a normal serving for one person. As they observed the female judge, who had only a small piece of the filet mignon left on her plate, a sense of incredulity washed over them. Yet, was it still possible to consume it? Yuki reminisced about the sensation of satiety. It was inevitable that one could still eat. The store manager, Takamuki, had deliberately left a morsel to ensure he could savor the subsequent dishes prepared by a Xing, enduring the pain of leaving a small portion behind. However, when one is satiated, the perception of deliciousness becomes notably dulled, remarked Aiko. The members of the Polaris dormitory could not help but feel a chill of apprehension for Liu Ao Xing. At that moment, the fire in Liu Ao Xing's nest was nearly extinguished, the alcohol content consumed by flames, the water evaporated, leaving behind a charred egg. Though salt does not contain carbon, the presence of carbon in the protein rendered the entire egg with a grim hue due to the previous incineration. Liu Ao Xing pushed the ashen behemoth of an egg toward the judges with his food cart. Hey there, young man, you aren't planning to present us with that burnt dish, are you? Questioned Okamoto. Ha ha ha, fear not. Even if it is charred, we shall at least take a bite. Taido seemed to proclaim his professional integrity. In the face of the judge's skepticism and the audience's derision, Liu Ao Xing exhibited no signs of distress. He retrieved a small hammer, seemingly preparing to crack open the egg. Yume remarked, you're rather slow, aren't you? If you had finished before or during my 3-flavor steak, perhaps your defeat would have been more graceful. However, Liu Ao Xing smiled and replied, it's not due to slowness, but rather a deliberate choice to take my time, without allowing Yume a moment of confusion. He struck the white giant egg, creating a network of cracks, then set down the hammer and drew out a small knife and a diminutive sword, prying along the fissures. What's there to eat in such theatrics? The judges lamented, their obligation to taste the dish weighing heavily upon them. Ha ha, look at that pitch-black egg. Why not just burn gasoline? Does he think that igniting high-proof liquor makes it more sophisticated? The audience erupted in laughter. That fellow had never been associated with high-end from the outset. The jeers from the crowd were relentless. Previously, they had shown restraint during Liu Ao Xing's cooking, but now that the dish was complete, there was no need for decorum. The people from Polaris, whether attempting to intervene or refute, appeared insignificant among the hundreds present. Yet, at that moment, some astute students began to notice. Have you sensed that the atmosphere has shifted? Indeed, just as Liu Ao Xing pried open the eggshell with his dual blades, the expressions of the 3 judges transformed dramatically, entirely unlike their previous ennui, akin to pirates discovering treasure. However, due to the distance, the audience remained oblivious to what transpired on stage. Gradually, more individuals began to perceive the anomaly. If the judges had unearthed a treasure, then Yume had stumbled upon a dinosaur. This, oh my, I seem to sense a vibrant energy. No, to be precise, it is an unceasing aura. Quickly, bring forth your culinary creation. In close proximity, the 3 judges and Mito Ikumi, at the very moment Liu Ao Xing cracked the egg, were enveloped by an intense aroma, leading them to experience vivid illusions, as if they witnessed golden light. No, it was flames bursting forth from the egg. It was as if a phoenix, reborn from the ashes of its fiery demise, emerged, emitting a resounding cry and showcasing its regal form. Facing the eager judges, Liu Ao Xing calmly stated, wait a moment, tearing it apart in its entirety would lack elegance. This dish, the phoenix egg, has one final step, slicing. Hold on. Slicing is unnecessary. For dishes like roasted duck, which can be served cold, slicing post-cooking is acceptable, yet the judge's keen sense of smell informed them that this duck, no, the phoenix egg, is best savored while hot. Elegance? To hell with that. Slicing would inevitably lead to what? Under the astonished gazes of the judges, Liu Ao Xing, without needing to steady himself, wielded a delicate knife alongside a robust one, transforming the duck into a frame and slices of duck meat with the grace of a butterfly's wings. In less than a minute, and due to the absence of skin contact, he was able to slice it while still piping hot. By the time 3 small plates of duck slices were presented before them, they remained steaming and fragrant. Chapter 17. The indomitable flavor before one could blink. Liu Ao Xing wielded his twin blades with remarkable finesse, carving the duck meat into delicate slices without any direct contact, leaving only a skeletal carcass adorned with an array of aromatic spices. Typically, slicing cooked meat would cause it to cool, yet Liu's swift movements, devoid of palm contact, allowed him to bypass this delay entirely. Before him lay a steaming platter of duck, causing the three judges to swallow audibly and remark, "It appears to be far from the dreadful outcome we anticipated." Each small dish contained an assortment of duck parts, uniformly sliced. Upon realizing this, Madame Zhongmu marveled further, exclaiming, "To achieve such rapid slicing with merely 2 knives, and to present them so evenly. Young man, your knife skills surpass any chef I have ever encountered." The audience, captivated by the live broadcast on the large screen, found themselves in a state of breathless astonishment. "Huh, look at that, fools. Do you possess such skill?" Yuki mocked the earlier hecklers. Shinma, however, inquired with grave concern, "Yuki, are you certain that Xing did not practice this dish beforehand?" Of course not. He merely asked for Apollaris duck from start to finish," Yuki replied. In that moment, Yuki grasped the implications. Liu Ao Xing had executed this feat without having touched a duck or practiced in ages. What level of experience must one possess to achieve such instinctive artistry? Judge Okamoto, discerning further subtleties, exclaimed, "It's not merely about uniformity. Look at your plates. The duck is arranged in 3 columns, each containing 11 slices." Zhongmu and Yado also turned their gaze to their respective servings, stunned to confirm, indeed. While meticulous plating is not uncommon, accomplishing such intricate slicing and arrangement within a mere minute was nothing short of astonishing. Last year, I had the pleasure of indulging in authentic Peking duck, where a single duck is traditionally sliced into 108 pieces. "Is your phoenix egg similarly aimed at 99 slices?" Yado inquired. "No, I too have sliced it into 108 pieces," Liu Ao Xing responded, retrieving a small dish, which showcased 9 slices of duck arranged in a plum blossom pattern, each a single piece, and presented it to Ms. Hitoyu. "What is this for?" Ms. Hitoyu asked, her gaze fixated on the small dish in Liu Ao Xing's hand. "Please, have a taste of your portion," Liu Ao Xing smiled warmly. Though Ms. Hitoyu was inclined to decline, she instinctively accepted the offering. Meanwhile, the audience below continued to express their disdain, muttering, "Humph. It's merely impressive knife skills. What of it? Just a jester." Indeed, he lacks understanding of the characteristics of poultry. Employing such a method of steaming and heating will undoubtedly render it unpalatable. Moreover, the judges must surely be satiated by now, wouldn't you agree? Evidently, the pungent aroma did not deter the judges' appetites. The 3 judges were persistently wielding their forks, continuously indulging in piece after piece of duck meat. They exhibited no signs of eating a duck renowned for its strong gamey flavor. Nor did they resemble individuals who had just consumed a hefty steak. Mitsuhoyum gazed in astonishment at the 3 judges, who, after the very first morsel of duck, offered no critique but instead began to devour the meat in rapid succession. How could this be? Such thickness should not encapsulate the rich, satisfying texture of a meat dish. The meat cuisine connoisseur, Yum, murmured in disbelief. "Let me taste it myself," Liu Ao Xing stated. Even if you hadn't suggested it, I would still want to see how this duck could possibly." At the moment Yum placed the duck meat in her mouth, her entire being froze. The duck meat on her tongue ignited sensations akin to flames, and the image of the reborn phoenix, which she had fleetingly glimpsed before, re-emerged vividly in her mind. As the cry of the phoenix resonated, she realized she had already consumed 9 pieces of duck. The other 3 judges, despite having eaten 33 pieces of duck, exhibited similar reactions, entirely uncharacteristic of those who had just feasted on a steak. Furthermore, the first to set down his plate, Okamoto, could not help but rise. "This is utterly miraculous. My appetite, no. It feels as though I have been reborn. Indeed, this exquisite flavor, which disregards satiety and strikes directly at the heart and lungs, is astonishing." Madame Kakugi, at this moment, managed to feign modesty as she wiped her mouth. Meanwhile, Watanabe clenched his fist and remarked, "Moreover, there is not the slightest sensation of bloating. Instead, I feel invigorated, as if the vitality within me has been rejuvenated like the phoenix. How did you achieve this?" "Not only that, the myriad spices within the duck carcass do not create any discord in flavor," Okamoto added. "Salt is the commander of dishes, and wine is the chief of all elixirs. The shell formed by the amalgamation of salt and protein, when ignited by the flames of high-quality white wine, allowed the rich fragrance of the wine and the unifying power of salt to permeate the duck meat. The spices within the duck, on one hand, neutralize its inherent gaminess, while on the other hand, empower the salt, the commander of flavor, to elevate the overall taste of the duck. Conversely, while the duck meat lacks the substantial texture typical of a meat dish, The harmonious blend of salt and wine allows this phoenix egg to exemplify another facet of meat cuisine, the exquisite, delicate texture and flavor brought to perfection. Liu Ao elucidated. I hear you excel in Chinese cuisine? Indeed, in ancient times, agricultural civilizations compared to the West had a scarcity of meat. However, Chinese cuisine, being one of the oldest and most refined culinary traditions with profound understanding of ingredients and techniques, naturally possesses its own insights into meat dishes, Okamoto replied. Yes, it can indeed be said that this offers a new perspective on the appreciation of meat cuisine, Watanabe contemplated thoughtfully. If the two individuals below have no objections, we shall proceed to the voting. Mitoyum remained silent, her head bowed, lost in thought. However, having tasted the phoenix egg firsthand, she had no reason to believe she would emerge victorious. At that moment, Lady Kuragami suddenly noticed something and halted Okamoto. Wait. Okamoto replied, puzzled. Lady Kuragami unexpectedly picked up her fork again and placed a small remnant of steak into her mouth, revealing a look of astonishment. What is the matter? Okamoto inquired, confused. Liu Ao Xing smiled and remarked, Indeed, had I not mentioned that my cuisine is most suitable for taking home? But fret not. The immortal flavor will dissipate within a day to a day and a half. Huh? What are you all talking about? Yuta questioned, bewildered. You ought to sample the other side dishes on your plates. Lady Kuragami suggested. The phoenix egg came without accompaniments. Yet Mitoyum's steak was complemented by some palate-cleansing broccoli and carrot chunks. It seemed that Okamoto and Yuta suddenly grasped something, each taking a small piece of the side dishes and placing them in their mouths. They appeared to once again hear the phoenix's cry and witnessed its rebirth from the flames. Mitoyum, confident in her beef, sliced a small piece of the raw meat, treating it as sashimi, and similarly experienced the taste of the phoenix egg. I previously mentioned that it was not slow, but rather deliberately slow. Although the outcome was hardly in doubt, it would be rather disappointing if the steak, which you painstakingly prepared, could only convey the essence of my cuisine, Liu Ao Xing stated. Mitoyum envisioned her prized A5 beef enveloped by a newly hatched phoenix, consumed entirely in flames. The result of the culinary duel was unmistakable. All three judges cast their votes for Liu Ao Xing, resulting in a decisive 3-o'clock victory over Mitoyum. This was something Liu Ao Xing had anticipated. For the phoenix egg was a dish of exceptional 3-star quality, and there was no reason it should lose to Mitoyum. Though Liu Ao Xing was unaware of the grade of her steak, even if it were her signature dish, and even if the selection of ingredients was flawless, it could not possibly exceed the exceptional 1-star rating. Oh, there is still so much A5 beef left. Meet Miko. Once Maria has agreed to share a room with you, why not bring this along as well? I anticipate a celebratory gathering tonight, as well as a welcome party for your move to the Polaris dormitory. Liu Ao Xing remarked, patting the A5 beef, which, despite being trimmed of some prime steak cuts, still appeared vibrant and succulent. Yet, Yum remained silent, neither agreeing nor disagreeing, prompting Liu Ao Xing to glance over at her. Mitoyum stood lost in thought, her gaze cast downward, seemingly reminiscing about the years that began at the tender age of 4 when her father compelled her to master the art of meat identification. Any form of entertainment or activities typically associated with young girls were strictly forbidden. It was not until she entered the junior division of Tōtsuki Culinary Academy at the age of 12 that she finally tasted a semblance of freedom. However, the academy's rigorous teaching philosophy often left her feeling utterly exhausted. On this day, she found herself defeated by a transfer student, a newcomer who had unexpectedly bested her in the very realm of meat cuisine where she prided herself. All her external advantages proved futile against this overwhelming loss. Strangely, one would expect her to be heartbroken, yet she felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Why do I feel this way? Yum pondered, as the disappointment of Nakiri Arena's departure seemed trivial in that moment. Perhaps, she mused, what she truly desired was a chance to live anew. Raising her head, she whispered to herself, Hey, Mitoyum, when are you going to make your presence known? Chapter 18. The follower regardless of the audience's uproar. The most sensational and widely discussed culinary duel of the semester's opening week concluded with Liu Ao Xing's triumphant victory. According to the rules of the duel, the proposal from the Rice Bowl Research Society was rejected, and they are prohibited from submitting another proposal this semester. Furthermore, the funding has reverted to a level prior to arena suppression and even experienced a slight increase. With Liu Ao Xing's victory, the culinary ban imposed upon him was naturally annulled on the spot. As for the maid followers, the affairs of Tōtsuki Academy are beyond their jurisdiction, to a certain extent. It relies on personal integrity, and no one would truly sign a contract of servitude. However, should one be deemed to have maliciously breached the agreement, the Culinary Dual Management Bureau would report to the Academy, leading to expulsion from the institution. Mitoyum harbored no intention of breaching any agreements on that very day. She moved her belongings into the Polar Star dormitory. She passed the residency assessment with her 3-flavor steak and was assigned to the room directly opposite Liu Ao Xing. Just as Liu Ao Xing had anticipated, that evening the Polar Star dormitory was abuzz with excitement, not only to celebrate Liu Ao Xing's continued presence but also to welcome the newcomer. Mito Yumi. Observing everyone's warm reception, one could hardly discern the animosity that had existed earlier in the day, causing Yumi to feel a tad bashful. Do not be shy. Do not let them deceive you. Their current amiable demeanor is solely for the sake of your culinary skills. Liu Ao Xing candidly exposed their motives. Nevertheless, despite his remarks, Yumi showcased her talents at the gathering, preparing the 3-flavor steak used during the duel, along with various other beef dishes, all crafted from A5 grade beef. Liu Ao Xing had previously advised her to bring the leftover beef, yet Yumi evidently prepared several portions of A5 steak to share. Before long, even Yuki, who had been unfriendly towards Yumi earlier in the day, appeared to be more intimate with her than with Liu Ao Xing. Could this be the fabled diplomacy of steak? As for the phoenix egg, everyone agreed to save it for last. As midnight approached, Liu Ao Xing prepared it. For it was said that consuming it would influence the taste of any other dishes eaten within a day. Of course, Liu Ao Xing was aware that only dishes rated at 4 stars or above could break this binding. As the everlasting flavor of the phoenix egg was not specifically designed to obstruct the palate compared to haute cuisine, it did not interfere but merely ensured a prolonged flavor experience. Due to the excessive salt required for the phoenix egg, and with Ryoko lacking sufficient distilled white wine for purification, the 12 members of the Polar Star dormitory, including the recently joined Yumi and the elderly Obasan, shared a single duck, each receiving 9 slices of duck meat. Nevertheless, this was more than enough to serve as the finest reward for their collective concerns over the past few days. After a raucous evening in Marui Zenji's room, they returned to their quarters to sleep. Owing to the enduring flavor of the phoenix egg, that night, almost everyone dreamt of the phoenix and the immortal bird. The following morning, as it was Sunday and no classes were scheduled, everyone busied themselves with their own affairs, while Liu Ao Xing promptly sought out Yume. Upon knocking on her door, he was astonished to find Yume, her brow glistening with sweat, surrounded by an array of fitness equipment. It was evident she was engaged in her morning exercise routine, and noticing the time was only 8:30, Liu Ao Xing couldn't help but think to himself, indeed. In Polaris dormitory, I always rise the latest. Finding a place to sit, Liu Ao Xing observed as Yume utilized the butterfly chest press machine, strengthening her arms and chest. Dressed in a sporty crop top and compression shorts, Liu Ao Xing found himself captivated by her, prompting Yume to pause her workout after a few more repetitions. Clearing his throat, he awkwardly remarked, "Well, I too wish to purchase some equipment and get into shape." "Haha, is there something you need?" Yume shot him a quizzical glance before inquiring. "Nothing of great importance. Just wanted to ask if you are aware of Irina's recent plans. Particularly which research club she intends to challenge, the kind that requires her personal involvement." Liu Ao Xing asked earnestly. Yume's eyes widened in disbelief as she responded. You can't possibly be thinking of challenging Lady Irina, can you? Please, be mindful of your standing. Shouldn't we be switching our levels of address?" Liu Ao Xing, lady? He corrected, "I meant the matter of honorifics, not a literal exchange of titles." Yume regarded him seriously. "Have you truly considered this? As one of the elite 10, possessing the bloodline of the culinary queen, Mikiri Irina is not an adversary to be easily overcome, unlike myself. Do you truly believe that the phoenix egg can triumph over Irina?" Liu Ao Xing directly posed the question. Yume's expression reflected her internal conflict, and after a moment's contemplation, she replied, "It is difficult to ascertain. However, Irina adeptly excels in the majority of culinary challenges, while phoenix egg is already your signature dish, correct?" "Not necessarily," Liu Ao Xing replied vaguely. "If you genuinely wish to prepare, I believe the Sumo Hot Pot Research Club would present an opportunity. In fact, had it not been for Irina's recent discontent, she would have likely acted by now. Yet even at this moment, the Sumo Hot Pot Research Club has been squeezed to the brink, with funding reduced to less than a tenth of what it once was. They are likely nearing a desperate gamble." Yume elucidated. "Culinary duels must be conducted under mutually agreed conditions. Thus Irina's method of undermining other research clubs does not involve directly issuing challenges. Instead, she continuously proposes cuts to the funding of target clubs during meetings of the Elite 10, leading them either to decline into oblivion as their resources diminish, ultimately resulting in their dissolution, or to rise in defiance. In Tōtsuki Academy, the sole means to counter the Elite 10's authority is, of course, through culinary duels. As long as we can triumph over Irina, not only will all crises be resolved, but the treatment of our research club will also be elevated, akin to that of the Rice Bowl Research Club. However, the Rice Bowl Research Club, being a relatively feeble organization, was merely hinted at by Irina for Yumi to handle. Ultimately, it faltered due to Liu Ao Xing's unexpected intervention. In contrast, the Sumo Hot Pot Research Club, both in heritage and the prowess of its current members, far surpasses the Rice Bowl Research Club. Particularly noteworthy is their captain, Hirota Hayakazu, who, alongside Keisai Hirokazu from the Rice Bowl Research Club, is one of the 76 second-year students. Nonetheless, his abilities are on an entirely different level from Keisai's. Keisai managed to reach the second year, often skirting the edge of elimination, and although his foundational skills exceed those of many first-year students, luck played a significant role in his continued presence. On the other hand, Hirota Hayakazu, who hails from a lineage of sumo wrestlers, achieved a commendable ranking in the autumn selection competition during his first year, once regarded as an elite candidate for the top 10. However, due to the demands of being a sumo wrestler, maintaining a physique distinct from the average individual has hindered his palate and sensitivity to ingredients, preventing him from reaching the pinnacle of culinary excellence. Consequently, he was surpassed by fellow second years Issei Satoru, Kuga Taruki, and Kinokuni Nene, failing to secure a position among the top 10. Oh, so, does that imply that Hirota Senpai's culinary skills might not even stand up to Shiresu's food duel? Liu Ao Xing inquired. That little secretary? Pfft. Her culinary skills are at best on par with mine, Yumi scoffed. After her declaration, Liu Ao Xing continued to gaze at her intently. Eventually, Yumi relented, stating, even if she's slightly superior, it's still within a limited scope. Irina would never take that risk. Observing Liu Ao Xing's contemplative demeanor, Yumi probed, what are your thoughts? Are you considering a trial? Eh? Why are you suddenly encouraging me? Nothing much, just a sudden thought that if one of us were to withdraw from school, our previous agreement would be nullified. If it involves representing the Sumo Hot Pot Research Club in a food duel against Irina, you would at least need to stake your withdrawal as a show of sincerity, right? Yumi said with enthusiasm. Can I offer my maid as a show of sincerity? Liu Ao Xing asked. What do you think? Fine, let us set this matter aside for now. Yumi, as a maid, shouldn't you at least fulfill some responsibilities even if you don't have to serve in bed? Liu Ao Xing suggested. Huh? Serve in bed? That is not entirely off the table. Yumi replied, effortlessly lifting a 50 kilograms barbell with one hand, seemingly without strain. Liu Ao Xing swallowed hard and then said, let us discuss other responsibilities instead. Other responsibilities? Just so you know, I want to be doing laundry or tidying up, Yumi declared, adopting a demeanor befitting a young lady. Those things aren't necessary. I will ask Kohei to assist with that. But shouldn't you contribute when it comes to meals? Liu Ao Xing insisted. Kohei? Is she that timid girl from 302? Yumi spoke with a hint of caution. Liu Ao Xing felt a wave of bewilderment wash over him. I find your concerns rather peculiar. It's nothing. It's merely about 3 meals a day, right? You can entrust me with the preparation of breakfast, dinner, and bento. However, let it be clear that I cannot tolerate mediocrity. I am quite discerning when it comes to culinary delights, Liu Ao Xing asserted. Are you underestimating me? Surely. You have sampled my 3-flavor steak before? Yumi retorted, visibly displeased. While I have no qualms about that level of skill, and I do enjoy meat dishes, I refuse to limit myself to just beef or steak. From this day forth, you must prepare no fewer than 9 distinct meat dishes each day, ensuring that there is no repetition within a week, and incorporating all mainstream meat ingredients with a variety of flavors. Is that acceptable? Liu Ao Xing declared. Yumi was about to voice her opinion that Liu Ao Xing was being overly demanding, but upon seeing his expression, she suddenly understood. He intended to seize this opportunity to help her enhance her culinary skills. After all, she recognized that Liu Ao Xing possessed a palate akin to that of Irina. And having 9 dishes sampled by such a divine tongue each day was a privilege that even a top-tier chef would envy. Chapter 19. The emergence of defeat on the purple path. Yumi now understands that Liu Ao Xing possesses a divine palate akin to Irina's. Each day, he savors 9 exquisite dishes, a privilege that even top chefs would envy. However, Liu Ao Xing's next remark instantly transformed Yumi's gratitude into ire. Given your current skills, you still need to hone your abilities before you can be my aide. Haha. Oh, why are you pushing me? Wait a moment. Liu Ao Xing was promptly ushered out. Having tasted the 3-flavor steak previously, Liu Ao Xing had formed a rough assessment of Mito Yumi's culinary prowess. In terms of the dish itself, it surpassed the advanced 5-star level and approached a special 1-star rating. However, much of this success was attributed to the quality of the ingredients. Mito Yumi's culinary skills, particularly in the realm of premium beef dishes, were likely at the advanced 5-star level. For non-meat dishes, her skills probably hovered around the advanced 1-star or even intermediate 5-star levels, while other meat preparations fell somewhere in between. Continuing to indulge solely in high-end beef dishes would likely hinder any further breakthroughs in her culinary skills. To elevate her craft, Mito Yume must explore adjacent culinary avenues. There are 2 potential paths. One is to broaden her expertise in non-meat dishes to enhance the diversity of her culinary repertoire. The other is to improve her skills in other meat dishes. Liu Ao Xing clearly believes that the latter would more effectively stimulate Mido Yume's potential. This not only involves encouraging her to experiment with different types of meat, but also to explore various cooking techniques, moving beyond the conventional methods of grilling and roasting that emphasize the inherent flavors and textures of meats. In the subsequent week, Liu Ao Xing embarked on a culinary journey that left the other residents of the Polaris dorm envious. Meat enthusiast, it's wonderful that you're branching out into other cooking techniques. But don't you find it a bit peculiar to have fish-flavored shredded pork for breakfast? This is a dish I read about. It's quite popular among the Chinese. And I've made some modifications. Well, it is certainly greasy yet brings joy. In just 2 short weeks, Liu Ao Xing felt he had gained 5 pounds and was compelled to join the morning labor routine at the Polaris dorm. Over this fortnight, his culinary level had risen to a lower 4-star ranking, nearing the lower 5-star threshold. His grades, aside from 2 Bs, were predominantly As. Thanks to his culinary battles with Mido Yume, Liu Ao Xing's skills gained recognition among the first-year students. Additionally, over the 3 weeks since school commenced, approximately a quarter of the students had attended classes with Liu Ao Xing, who had garnered a reputation for his discerning palate. Now, even in classes where Polaris dorm members were absent, other students would proactively seek to partner with Liu Ao Xing, providing him with options. However, a stark reminder to Liu Ao Xing to remain vigilant was the alarming statistic that over 100 first-year students had already been expelled within just 3 weeks of the semester. This merely constitutes the routine curriculum at Yuanwei Academy. In activities with high elimination rates, such as residential training, it is not uncommon for 30% of the participants to be dismissed within a week, within less than a month of the semester's commencement. A 10% reduction in student numbers is indeed harsh, Liu Ao Xing lamented during dinner. Beside him, Tōtsuki Academy clutched her academic achievement talisman, exuding an air of gratitude to the heavens. As for the other members of the Polaris dormitory, even Shuji and Daigo, who ranked lower academically, managed to maintain an overall commendable standing among the first-year students. Coupled with Liu Ao Xing's divine culinary training, it seemed improbable that the Polaris dormitory would experience a decline in its ranks merely due to routine classes. However, it was time to relax, as a 5-day holiday was imminent. Yuki exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, the upcoming weekend, which includes respect for the Aged Day, National Day, and the autumn equinox, would provide everyone with a much-needed respite. By the way, Xing, are you going home? Yume suddenly inquired, her face flushed. Liu Ao Xing, taken aback, replied, going home feels too distant for me. But during the break, you need not accompany me. Observing the relief wash over Yume, Ryoko couldn't help but tease. What? Has our little Yume already prepared to accompany someone home? And no, I haven't tea. Yume stammered. By the way, Xing, if you have no plans during the break, you could accompany me back to Kohei. I have several delightful ideas I wish to share with you, Shoma suggested. Sure, no problem. Liu Ao Xing signaled to Shoma that he intended to indulge in lighter fare during the 5 days. Tōtsuki and Ryoko planned to return home, while Daigo and Shuji seemed to have signed up for some travel itinerary. In any case, after tonight, everyone would temporarily part ways for a few days, reconvening in 5 days on the battlefield known as Yuanwei. The following day, Liu Ao Xing returned to the Kohei family's small shop with Shoma. Is it still early? Why does it feel like the entire street is devoid of life? Liu Ao Xing pondered aloud. It's not early at all. It's already noon. I intended to catch the morning train, but you insisted on waking up past 10. Shoma replied, exasperated. Well, that is puzzling, isn't it? I remember this place being bustling just a month ago. Could it be that a series of heinous crimes has occurred? Can you not wish for something good? Liu Ao Xing recalled the decline of the shopping street where Kohei was situated, which should have been a consequence of the residential training. Realizing he had assumed too much, it struck him that just as the Sumo Hot Pot Research Society had not been disbanded, even the slightest change could yield unforeseen repercussions. Furthermore, the decline of the shopping street was a gradual process. In the original narrative, Shoma returned during the 3-day holiday in November, which was when he noticed the street's deterioration. Presently, the shopping street exhibited only a slight desolation and had not yet been entirely abandoned. Just then, a few passers-by recognized Shoma and excitedly pointed at him, exclaiming, Is it the esteemed S.H. Ma? Is Yukihira about to open the door? Then I shall entrust my appetite to you. And me. The taste is truly nostalgic. After all, this is a place where one can savor the culinary skills of international chefs at the expense of a modest set meal. Although the ingredients and recipes are quite ordinary, the sensory delight they provide is undoubtedly worth far more than the cost. Just think of S.H. Ma's transformation of egg fried rice and tea-infused trout rice balls, and one can understand their sentiments. It is indeed rare to find an establishment that can elevate basic ingredients to gourmet dishes. Initially, Ma had no intention of opening a restaurant. He merely wished to share some of his new culinary ideas with Rima. He needed some special tools from Yukihira, which is why he returned. However, upon seeing the eager faces of everyone, Ma could not resist and briefly reopened for the afternoon. Rima, ever so diligent, lent a hand by serving plates, mindful that if he assisted in the kitchen, he might expose himself. Fortunately, Ma only welcomed a few regular customers who happened to stop by, thus the crowd remained modest. As dusk fell, only a few of Ma's junior high classmates and the young proprietors of other shops in the shopping district lingered. Ma's classmates curiously inquired about life at Tōtsuki Culinary Academy, while the other shopkeepers appeared dejected, engaged in some discussion. Is it truly impressive to possess vast assets? The owner of the Tomita Bento shop, who is also the president of the current merchant association, slammed the table and exclaimed, "Huh." Both Rima and Ma looked over in confusion. "What is the matter, President Tomita?" Ma inquired, puzzled. Rima seemed to have an epiphany and interjected. Could it be related to the decline of the shopping district in Keigaku Road? At this point, Ma recalled that just a month ago, it shouldn't have been just them at this hour. It is the station's diversion. A week prior, a shopping center within the nearby station opened, drawing all the patrons from the Keigaku Road shopping district, be they students after school or workers finishing their shifts. Oh, such is the ebb and flow of time. Indeed, my family's business has also seen a decline. The young owners of the printing shop and barber shop lamented with little vigor. Given the urgency of the situation, it is quite commendable that you can still find time to dine here, Rima remarked, somewhat speechless. My business, however, has not been significantly affected. After all, selling such items is prohibited within the station. Ha ha ha. The young proprietor of the Siren goods store made this statement and was immediately regarded as the one to settle the bill today. Ma, unfazed, replied, "Do not worry. The station mall has just opened. Everyone enjoys a bit of excitement. It's not that simple, Ma. Even now, many have become infatuated with that," the young owner of the printing company said gravely. Indeed, it is said that in Kansai, the area where that is located often invigorates the surrounding business districts. Most importantly, the customer loyalty towards that is rather frightening. One can already observe numerous children, young adults, office workers, and housewives on Jean Avenue utterly captivated by it. If we do not find a solution soon, Jean Avenue may very well be doomed by that. The very thought of this has left me feeling increasingly powerless in my endeavors. You could choose to visit my home, and I would gladly introduce you to some new products. The young owner of the Qinground Supplies store, upon finishing his statement, was once again met with a barrage of ridicule. Hey, what are you all so mysteriously discussing? What is that? Chuangjin was utterly bewildered. Liu Ao Xing, holding a flyer of unknown origin, remarked, "Is it not this? The renowned Kansai delicacy, Mizudoria, is offering fried chicken pieces with a grand opening promotion of the second portion at half price?" Chapter 20. The Mockingbird House. What is the Mockingbird House? Chuangjin pondered. Perplexed, his middle school classmate, Aki, exclaimed, "Oh, you don't know? It's a renowned fried chicken establishment in Kansai. We have a few branches around here now. I went there yesterday. Although it pales in comparison to your culinary skills, it is truly delicious. Fried chicken? Is it just one of those fast food snacks?" So, this is what defeated Jingdao Avenue. Chuangjin protested. After all, it is a super chain enterprise, wielding immense advantages in capital, publicity, and, most importantly, the product itself, lamented Futian. Yet Chuangjin remained spirited, asserting, "How can we know without trying? As long as we create a more enticing fried chicken than theirs, the shopping street will be salvaged." Aki promptly nudged his companion, "Caresse Mayumi, Chuangjin, having someone to taste test would be more convenient, right?" Mayumi isn't participating in any clubs and has quite an eye for food. Mayumi, with her short black hair, appeared both timid and shy, suddenly flustered. Such an overt display of emotion was something only Chuangjin might overlook. If it's merely a taste test, then Ah Xing can. Before Chuangjin could decline, Liu Ao Xing interjected, "Hold on. Having someone assist is beneficial. Ah Xing, what you need to create is something that appeals to the masses, not just satisfy the gourmet palate. It's fine to have others assist with the taste testing." "That's true," Caresse chimed in, already in a state of mental disarray. As Aki readily agreed on her behalf, "Let us do it tomorrow morning. We'll first reconnoiter the enemy, since Ah Xing and I still don't know what the competitor's fried chicken tastes like. Afterwards, we can craft something even tastier." At this moment, Chuangjin remained unaware of the formidable strength of their adversary. "Even during the break, we still have to eat meat." Liu Ao Xing sighed resignedly. "Don't say that. By the way, let me treat you to a few light new dishes tonight." Suddenly, Liu Ao Xing recalled, "Oh right, Since it's fried chicken, I should give Nikamei a call. After all, she is an expert on meats. The following morning, Liu Ao Xing, Chuangjun, Karace, and Yume gathered at the Keihei dining house and set off towards the station shopping mall. Yume, aware that Liu Ao Xing wasn't fond of her wearing overly revealing clothing, opted for a simple shirt and shorts, yet her alluring figure still left a psychological shadow on Karace. This is the station shopping mall. It indeed appears quite prosperous, and it's indoors, warm in winter and cool in summer. Perhaps we could suggest to President Futian to rent a shop here. Liu Ao Xing proposed. Hey, don't give up so easily. I don't want Jinda Avenue to vanish. Chuangjun replied helplessly. Right ahead. The Mockingbird House. 3-time winner of the National Fried Chicken Contest. This year's gold medal is likely already in the bag. Yume pointed towards the establishment ahead. In light of this revelation, the pressure intensifies, yet it also serves as a profound motivator. Chuangjun remains undeterred. Yume observes the squint-eyed woman, who is commanding the staff to attend to the customers, and cannot help but remind, It seems that the boss of this is also present in this newly opened establishment. This suggests that this fledgling venue might very well serve as a strategic stronghold for in this area. Unlike the smaller eateries such as Xingping Taishiku and Tomita Bento, although the footprint of this is modest and akin to that of a bento shop, offering only takeout, its efficiency is unparalleled compared to the quaintness of Tomita's. A queue stretches in 4 long lines before the counter, where 4 smiling cashiers are complemented by dedicated packagers, while young female servers amiably introduce the various styles of fried chicken, alleviating the impatience that accompanies the wait. Everything operates with an impressive, methodical efficiency. This is the result of relentless honing of business acumen, Liu Ao Xing reflects. However, given the length of the queue, it seems one would have to wait quite some time. Yume frowns. Just then, someone unexpectedly taps Liu Ao Xing and Chuangjun on the shoulder from behind. Is that you? Suwenxiang? Liu Ao Xing raises his eyebrows, scrutinizing the suspicious figure clad in a trench coat before him. Shoo, it's me, Tomita. Tomita, the president, interjects. The and your establishment are merely rivals in business. There is no need for such theatrics. Liu Ao Xing responds with exasperation. It's not theatrics at all. But why have you come here so brazenly? This is, after all, enemy territory. We must conceal our identities. Tomita, displaying a timid demeanor, seems entirely oblivious to how his suspicious attire draws even more attention, as if security personnel are tailing him. Oh, you shall be disappointed. Liu Ao Xing gestures with his chin behind him. Tomita turns around to find the squint-eyed manager, Zhongba Xinyao Wan, looming closely behind him. Although her gaze is not visible, an aura of danger emanates from her presence. ISNT that the president of the Jindai Avenue store? Why is she lurking about? Ah. Tomita gasps, retreating behind Liu Ao Xing. Are you also friends from the shopping district? She chuckles, still wishing to resist. No. I shouldn't say such things to customers. So, how about sampling this? As Zhongba Xinyao lifts a tasting box containing various flavors of fried chicken, it becomes apparent that while the recipes for the fried chicken share a common foundation, they are categorized into several series based on spiciness to cater to diverse palates. Chuangjun, without hesitation, replies, is that permissible? That would be quite helpful. As the group each takes a piece skewered with a toothpick and savors it, they are met with an explosion of flavors. Upon breaking through the crisp, delectable coating, the succulent juices of the chicken burst forth like arrows, instantly flooding the palate with a rich aroma that tantalizes their taste buds. Exquisite. This impactful flavor is undeniably captivating. Chuangjun does not hold back his praise. Although chicken breast is not the most suitable cut for frying, the richness of its juices is surprisingly profound. This chicken must indeed possess exceptional qualities. And with its lower fat content, it is more readily accepted by younger women. From the perspective of a culinary connoisseur, Yume has analyzed the advantages of the dish. Indeed, with varying levels of spiciness, it is perfect for family sharing. Many of the patrons are housewives. Liu Ao Xing also chimed in. President Futian has now completely lost his confidence. However, Zhong Baizha clearly feels that Futian's situation is still not dire enough, and continues to mockingly state, Hee. So some individuals abandoned by the times should just give up quickly. They can simply watch the dwindling number of customers. Ha ha ha. Although Futian is a coward, Zhong Baizha's words clearly disdain Liu Ao Xing and the others, presuming they cannot surpass the fried chicken of Baizha House. The usually shy and timid Karace has not yet reacted, but Liu Ao Xing, Soma, and you may have already cast dangerous glances at the mocking Zhong Baizha. Oh, don't speak so soon. If I manage to craft fried chicken that surpasses Baizha House, someone's reputation will be in tatters, Soma said, appearing quite nonchalant. The pride of Zhong Baizha, his fried chicken, was provoked, causing the veins on his forehead to bulge. Hee. Do you little brats think you can create fried chicken that surpasses Baija House? Not in 1,000 years. Before Zhang Baija could finish, Liu Ao Xing suddenly stepped forward and took a piece of fried chicken from the tasting box in her hands, savoring it with greater attention. Hey, you little brat. Don't you understand that tasting is limited to one piece per person? But Liu Ao Xing ignored him, chewing thoughtfully as he spoke. The chicken, in terms of texture and flavor, must be the herbal native chicken unique to Omi. The marinating sauce is primarily based on raw soy sauce, complemented by apple puree and an intricate blend of other seasonings. Zhang Baijia's expression changed slightly. Then he remarked, "Not bad, you can actually discern these flavors. You are quite a discerning little brat. However, our secret sauce has undergone countless refinements, crafted from dozens of spices, not something you can simply taste. Onion, ginger, garlic, cumin, dried chili, pepper, crunch, crunch, crunch. Cumin, cinnamon, astragalus, fennel, caraway, crunch, crunch. Sandalwood, cardamom, galangal, curry grass. Wait a moment, it seems there are traces of wasabi among the spicy components, and nutmeg? The chicken already possesses umami from glutamate. Yet nutmeg is used to enhance the flavor, and cardamom, which also carries a spicy effect, is hidden within, accompanied by the sound of chewing." Liu Ao Xing gradually named over 20 spices, and Zhang Baijia's expression grew increasingly grim. The initial spices he mentioned were relatively common, but then he began to identify rare and subtle spices present in minimal quantities, which served to elevate the flavor of the fried chicken to its pinnacle. You. Zhang Baija pointed at Liu Ao Xing, his eyes widening in disbelief. What else? What else? Curiously, Chuangjin inquired. However, at that moment, Liu Ao Xing furrowed his brows and, with an empty mouth, stated, "I have finished chewing. Please bring me another piece." Yet, just as Liu Ao Xing reached out, Zhang Baija, startled, exclaimed and concealed the tasting box behind her, appearing as if startled by an arrow. "Hey, don't be so stingy." "Fine. Then I shall queue up for a portion myself. Fujita, please handle the payment," Liu Ao Xing said with resignation. "Certainly." Fujita replied eagerly, with gleaming eyes. Wait. Zhang Baija interjected. "Oh? The store manager wouldn't he wish to prevent customers from making purchases, would they?" Liu Ao Xing inquired with a hint of amusement. As Zhang Baija hesitated, at a nearby table, you may address a freshly served aunt. "Auntie, I am rather pressed for time. How about I purchase the portion you hold for double the price?" It was evident that even if one wished to halt the transactions, it would be impossible, unless they decided to close the doors immediately. Chapter 21. A flash of inspiration just as Bashi was about to intervene. Yume had already procured the chicken nuggets from other customers at double the price. All right, let us return to Xingping and slowly decipher the secret of her chicken nuggets. Such a complex sauce. I estimate that I will need at least 3 more pieces to unveil those deeply hidden flavors. Liu Ao Xing provocatively remarked. "You lot." Bashi exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief as she glared at Liu Ao Xing and his companions. "Rest assured, we have no interest in your recipe. Once we develop something even more delectable, we shall invite you for a tasting, where you can enjoy 2 pieces, unlike some miserly individuals," Liu Ao Xing retorted, already leading his group away. After their departure, Bashi, filled with anger and anxiety, dialed the number of her consultant, Ruishan Jijin, whose other identity was that of the 9th seat in the 10th Council of the Far Moon Academy. At that moment, Ma and the others remained unaware that this matter had drawn the 10th Council into the fray. Although Liu Ao Xing had an inkling of the situation, he was not particularly concerned. Such a commercially driven contest, requiring mass production, was entirely different from a cooking duel, and Ruishan could only offer support in business strategies. Upon returning to Xingping, Liu Ao Xing had deciphered all the ingredients utilized in the chicken nugget sauce, totaling 42 distinct elements. Excellent. This means we can at least replicate their fried chicken. Tomita exclaimed excitedly. That's impossible, Ma remarked. Huh? Why not? Liu Ao Xing rolled his eyes. Do you intend to procure all these ingredients just to produce a small quantity of fried chicken for a single establishment? The labor and material cost would be far too impractical. But how does Bashi House manage it? Tomita questioned, perplexed. It's different. With over 100 branches, Bashi House must have its own sauce production facility, processing those small quantities of seasonings and spices into a standardized marinating powder, which is then distributed to each outlet. They only need to mix it with water in simple proportions to create their marinade. This is the advantage of industrial production, Liu Ao Xing explained. Indeed, it is unrealistic to open a fried chicken shop while employing such a complex sauce, Ma concurred. Moreover, what is the point of using the same ingredients as the opponent? We have already stated that we must defeat them. Yume added, besides, their fried chicken is evidently suited for takeout. Customers at nearby stations wouldn't mind taking an extra stop just to purchase it, even with the same product. It wouldn't be as popular on Jean Avenue. Tomita, having been repeatedly struck down, fell into a state of despair. All right. Our next task is to create fried chicken that is even more delicious than theirs. Ma declared resolutely. You may interject it. It doesn't necessarily have to be fried chicken. How about my 5-grade beef? If we turn it into quick steaks, it would surely be quite popular. Just as Soma thought it was a splendid idea, Liu Ao Xing interjected. Stop joking. This is not merely about creating delectable dishes. In the realm of shokuchi, one must also consider the cost. Cost? You may pondered for a moment. Indeed, even if the takeout dishes are exceptionally delicious, if they're overpriced, they lose their appeal as they cease to represent the same product. It's akin to your 3-flavor steak, which is not suited for sale in the shopping district. The fried chicken pieces at Baiwei Birdhouse are priced at around 30 grams each, with prices ranging from 100 to 120 yen depending on the set and flavor. With options for 5 or 10 pieces, this pricing is just right. Any proposal exceeding 50 would generally lack competitiveness and could be outright dismissed. If we were to consider a 5 beef, even if the Mito group does not seek profit, the cost of the main ingredient alone would be tenfold, Liu Ao Xing remarked. Tomita quietly interjected, Indeed, I once attempted to launch a premium wagyu bento, and it nearly bankrupted me. During that period, I had to consume over 10 portions myself every night. Please wipe your drool. Why does it feel like you did that on purpose? Liu Ao Xing replied, exasperated. You may, after a lengthy calculation with her calculator, ultimately abandon the notion of triumphing with premium beef. It seems we must focus on innovating the fried chicken pieces. Soma circled back. Liu Ao Xing added, there are numerous considerations to bear in mind. Cost encompasses more than just material expenses. We must also factor in time and labor costs. Time? Labor? Indeed, when it comes down to it, we are striving for sales with takeout cuisine. If the preparation is too slow, it will certainly be unfeasible. As for labor, simply relying on manual work can be viable if there are profits. But we only have 5 days. No, 4.5 days of continuous leave before we must return. We must devise a process that is straightforward, allowing ordinary individuals to replicate the dish once they understand the method. Otherwise, it would be utterly meaningless, Liu Ao Xing asserted. Indeed. While the fried chicken pieces at Baiwei Birdhouse are succulent and convenient for takeout, merely requiring reheating at home to preserve their flavor, they ultimately remain just takeout food. Rated merely at a mid-level 5 stars. While this may not appear high, it stands out in the medium to low-end takeout market. It is essential to note that in the notoriously rigorous classes of Chef Shaper at Yuanwei, first-year students need only a mid-level 4-star dish to attain an A. For the majority of UNU's attendees, this is quite a challenge, as French cuisine is inherently complex, requiring exceptional skill. Conversely, fast food does not demand such expertise. A person with mere instant noodle-level culinary skills can, after just a few days of training, master the factory-line marination and frying techniques to produce the mid-level 5-star fried chicken pieces of Baiwei Birdhouse. This is where their advantage lies. In essence, it is imperative that the production process adheres to the methods of marination and frying. Furthermore, the marinade should not be overly complex, and the frying technique should not require excessive skill. Ideally, one should simply place the ingredients in a timed fryer and allow it to complete its cycle. This is not overly complicated, yet this fellow would undoubtedly struggle to master it. Liu Ao Xing pointed at Fu Tian. The president's eyes brimmed with tears once more. Well then, let us give it a try. We shall attempt to replicate the opponent's fried chicken using these primary seasonings. Chuangjin indicated the top few ingredients listed by Liu Ao Xing. Typically, the chicken is marinated for around 12 hours, but Chuangjin, employing a method of pounding, reduced the marination time. And after 2 hours, the first experimental batch was completed. However, after sampling, even Sai and Fu Tian could discern that it fell somewhat short compared to the offerings of the Nightingale House. Observing the hesitant expressions of Fu Tian and Sai, Chuangjin remarked, Indeed, even though ordinary individuals may not discern the nuances of the seasonings like a Xing, they can still perceive the distinction between delicious and less than delightful. As dusk approached, 3 batches of experiments had been completed, yet the results remained unsatisfactory. Outside, the shopping street bustled with high school students returning from club activities, suggesting that a school must be nearby. Chuangjin, perhaps we should not fixate on fried chicken, as the dynamics of the shopping street differ from that of the station's mall. With so many students passing by, why not explore something more distinctive? Liu Ao Xing proposed. More distinctive, the shopping street. Precisely. Unlike the station's mall, the shopping street's environment is more suited for students and office workers to enjoy snacks on the go after school or work. Chuangjin's eyes gleamed with realization. So, shall we pivot our focus to portable snacks? How about buns? Yume suggested. It was evident that Yume had been studying Chinese cuisine recently, as demonstrated by her earlier rendition of fish-flavored shredded pork. Liu Maoxing even wondered if one day he might encounter braised pork with vermicelli. However, akin to the awkwardness of having fish-flavored shredded pork for breakfast, creating buns in this context would not be suitable. At least Liu Maoxing, Chuangjin, and Sai, a member of the ordinary populace, felt that buns would not pique their interest at this moment. Who would wish to snack on 2 buns while walking home from school or work? Moreover, buns did not align with the initial concern regarding time cost. Liu Maoxing shook his head. For students, it seems that visible fried meats are the most enticing. Fu Tian reminded them. Chuangjin concurred. Indeed. And since our primary targets are students and office workers, there is no need to use chicken breast to fully showcase the appeal of frying. We must utilize the more succulent chicken thighs. Subsequently, Chuangjin experimented with fried chicken thighs skewered for convenience, yet the results were still lacking. Xing, what do you think? Indeed, there seems to be a slight deficiency. The texture of the fried chicken thigh should surpass that of the chicken breast. However, in adherence to the theme of eating on the go, the meat pieces have been cut too small, which diminishes the substantiality of the experience. What do you think, Kusai? Liu Maoxing inquired of Kusai, who best embodies the common palate. I too feel that, in terms of satisfaction, it falls short compared to the Nightingale House. Of course, this is not to say that Soma's fried chicken is unappetizing. I could devour it all by myself. Kusai hastily replied. Liu Maoxing only vaguely recalled that, at this juncture, Soma had cleverly employed techniques reminiscent of a Vietnamese dish akin to a handheld pancake, though the specifics eluded him. Initially, Liu Maoxing had contemplated merely guiding Soma's thoughts. But it now appeared that inspiring a flash of brilliance in Soma was no simple feat. It was even possible that his alterations to the causal chain might prevent such a dish from ever materializing. Just moments ago, as he observed the students passing by, a flicker of inspiration had crossed Liu Maoxing's mind, yet he had not hurried to seize it. However, by the following day, when everyone had yet to devise a solution, Liu Maoxing found himself reflecting on that fleeting idea, realizing that Soma was not as reliable as he once thought. Chapter 22. Family Portrait. How is it? After Liu Maoxing shared his creative idea, Chuangjin and Yume eagerly discussed it. From a procedural standpoint, it appeared quite manageable, and the material costs were within acceptable limits. As for the timeline, it evidently fell into the category of producing and selling concurrently. All right, let us give Xing's idea a try. Chuangjin exclaimed, clapping his hands. Sanlai added, I believe we can select items that can be easily obtained from Jinao Avenue. This way, it will truly embody the essence of Jinao Avenue. Indeed. Most of the materials seem to be available in the shops along Jinao Avenue. Fu Tian remarked as he examined the list. Oh. And we can even print the unique Jin flower emblem of Jinao Avenue. Leave the meat to me. I assure you it will be of the finest quality. Yume stated with confidence. I will handle the deep fryer and other tools, as well as the packaging. Fu Tian took on a leadership role. As for the ingredients beyond the meat, I can procure them from Jinao Avenue. Songlai volunteered to assist. The 5 of them worked with remarkable efficiency. And with the cooperation of other shops on Jinao Avenue, by the following morning, Liu Maoxing had presented the concept, and by noon, they had conducted a small-scale trial. By the afternoon, all the tools were ready, and Fu Tian's bento shop was transformed into a makeshift stall. By evening, sales had commenced. Meanwhile, Zhang Baizha was diligently greeting customers at the station mall, watching the steady stream of patrons, her heart brimming with joy. Undoubtedly, the secret sauce of Baizha Restaurant, along with its continuously refined and summarized efficient operating model, proved to be an unassailable success. Particularly on this occasion, she had specially appointed Rui Shanjiyu as a consultant. Although he was merely a student, he had managed countless dining establishments and garnered substantial investments for Yuanwei, earning the nomination for the 9th seat among the 10 masters. Despite his youth, as a seasoned consultant in the culinary industry, his fees were undoubtedly steep, causing a slight pang of discomfort for Zhang Baizha. However, he indeed proved to be quite beneficial. Not only was the new shop in Kando chosen as a strategic foothold by Rui Shan, but he also selected the location for promotional efforts. Furthermore, when a few troublemakers attempted to disrupt operations, one of them, possessing a keen palate, managed to discern the secret recipe of Baizha Restaurant, which Rui Shan promptly alleviated Zhang Baizha's concerns regarding recipe leaks. He assured her that the secret formula had been gradually improved alongside the expansion of the business, making it suitable only for the super chain nature of Baizha Restaurant. A regular small shop, even if informed of the recipe, would at most produce a crude imitation, merely inviting ridicule. Conversely, Rui Shan was particularly intrigued by the owner of the God's Tongue that Zhang Baizha mentioned. He had previously heard rumors of another God's Tongue emerging among the first-year students at Yuanwei. However, as it remained mere hearsay and given the rarity of such talent, Rui Shan had not given it much thought until now. Upon hearing the mention of the distant moon students by the Nightingale, Ruishin immediately recalled the rumored novice chef and became intrigued. He had often pondered what he might achieve if he possessed the divine tongue or if Ariina were in his hands. Yet, regrettably, Ariina was the granddaughter of the commander, far beyond his reach. Now, with news of Liu Ao Xing's endeavors, Ruishin, more akin to a professional manager than a chef, felt an overwhelming surge of ambition. Moreover, Ruishin reminded the Nightingale that, although the rival could not replicate her secret sauce, vigilance was paramount. Constant monitoring and immediate reporting of any developments were essential. However, the Nightingale appeared to absorb only part of Ruishin's counsel. Upon realizing that her cherished sauce was safe from imitation, she felt an unwarranted sense of security. In truth, the sales figures from the day after their two-day break reflected her misplaced confidence. Under the promotional campaign, revenue had steadily increased. And even when Liu Ao Xing and his companions began their counteroffensive on the following evening, the Nightingale merely observed a few pedestrians clutching peculiar food items. Yet, on the third day, as the Nightingale grew complacent, the sales at the Nightingale house had indeed begun to falter. By closing time, the staff noticed an unexpected surplus of semi-finished meat products, but this did not raise any alarm for the Nightingale. On the fourth evening, the queue outside the Nightingale house had noticeably diminished, while the streets were teeming with individuals brandishing strange food items. These peculiar dishes were square-shaped, approximately the size of a man's palm, with a thickness 2 to 3 times that of the palm itself, encased in easily graspable packaging. The visible portions suggested they resembled some sort of flatbreads. When not being consumed, these items were entirely wrapped, concealing their contents. Initially, the Nightingale did not correlate the decline in her sales with these unusual foods until 5 or 6 students passed by the Nightingale house. 2 of them expressed a desire to purchase fried chicken, only to be promptly dissuaded by their companions, who claimed that Jean Didao offered superior chicken pancakes. Watching potential customers depart without a backward glance, the Nightingale nearly crushed her fan in frustration, while also recalling what they had mentioned. Jean Didao? Chicken pancakes? Could it be that the item in their hands was indeed the same? The Nightingale seethed quietly. Upon closer observation, she discerned that the square pancakes in their possession bore the imprint of a camellia flower, and occasionally saw a few individuals taking bites, revealing that they indeed contained fried chicken, as if declaring war against her. Infuriated, the Nightingale muttered curses under her breath. At that moment, a brazen staff member approached her, saying, "Manager, based on today's revenue, we have approximately 60 bags of discarded chicken pieces. What should we do?" "What? You incompetent fools. Who on earth is responsible for this excessive marination in the morning?" The mocking voice of the mockingbird echoed. "The quantity is based on the marination chart you provided." The attendant murmured softly, "How is that possible?" The mockingbird retorted, glancing at the marination chart once more, before suddenly inquiring in a low tone, "What has been the recent sales performance? Is there any fluctuation?" "It has been declining by 20 for 2 consecutive days," replied the attendant. "What?" The mockingbird exclaimed with indignation. "We had been experiencing daily increases prior to this. I had allowed myself a moment of complacency. The marination quantity was based on our regular sales figures. And considering that the marinated chicken pieces have a shelf life of 48 hours, I have only now realized the impending waste we will face tonight." "Store manager?" the attendant called, noticing the mockingbird lost in thought. "Well then, let the waste happen on time. You all need to work harder. I will head to Jean's Avenue to assess the situation." The mockingbird resolved, reminding herself that since the store had just opened, it was imperative not to sell any expired products. Once the customers had formed their purchasing habits, how could ordinary people's palates distinguish between the local Jingshan chicken and regular poultry? However, as the mockingbird arrived at the Jean's Avenue shopping street and beheld the Futian Bento shop transformed into an open-style takeout stall selling fried chicken patties, her expression darkened upon noticing the long queue stretching far beyond that of her own establishment. Among the cashiers was a girl who happened to be the local girl who had visited with Futian just days prior. The 3 individuals bustling ahead appeared to be her classmates, while in the back were the familiar faces of some young men and a well-endowed woman, all busy frying and saucing. The line continued to swell, drawing not only students and office workers but also some housewives and elderly folks, in stark contrast to the limited spiciness options of the chicken pieces at the mockingbird's establishment. The 4 girls at the front were a flurry of activity, 2 at the cash register and 2 fetching various items from the glass display according to customer preferences. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that the display did not house any exotic items. It was simply a chaotic assortment of leafy greens, enoki mushrooms, king oyster mushrooms, fresh mushrooms, green beans, soy products, and even fish balls and ham. "Hey, ma'am, why aren't you in line?" A few students behind the mockingbird grumbled. "I'm not here to make a purchase. And who are you calling, ma'am?" The mockingbird retorted angrily. Just then, Liu Ao Xing spotted her and jested, "Ha ha. Isn't this the Mockingbird store manager? What brings you to our humble shop? Who is here to patronize? I am merely. The Mockingbird's face darkened. To say she was merely here to investigate would be an obvious display of weakness. Claiming to be just passing by would likely draw more mockery from Liu Ao Xing. Do not worry. Since you are here to visit us, we naturally welcome you. Yaki, grab a family set for us. Let us treat the Mockingbird store manager. Yaki was the one who initially fervently supported S.A. in his endeavors, a classmate from S.H. Ma's middle school days. At that moment, he adeptly responded, selecting various ingredients from the cabinet with precision. Meanwhile, a nearby girl had also prepared a portion of chicken legs, already coated in flour, necessary for the mixed platter. On the other side, Tomita appeared rather clumsy as he spread a light yellow batter onto a griddle equipped with a mold. In truth, the mold was unnecessary. Yet someone was simply too inept. As the batter gradually took on a golden hue beneath the circular mold, the timer chimed for the first time, prompting him to flip it and brush it with the prepared egg mixture. When the timer sounded a second time, he flipped it once more. At this juncture, S.H. Ma presented the fried items, predominantly consisting of chicken nuggets, along with the selections Yaki had chosen earlier. He arranged these fried delicacies in the center of a round flatbread, generously applying the concocted sweet and spicy sauce and sprinkling a medley of chopped scallions and other garnishes. As he meticulously shaped the flatbread around the central ingredients into a square form, the timer chimed for the third time. In a flurry of activity, Tomita hurriedly lifted the assembled square flatbread and placed it into a paper bag, adorning the top with a design of violets. Chapter 23, Pancake and Fried Chicken. Beholding the golden-hued square pancake in hand, the distinctive aroma of fried chicken subtly wafted into the nostrils, causing the gluttonous bird to swallow involuntarily. How could such a trivial indulgence possibly compare to my meticulously crafted fried chicken? After a moment of self-soothing, the bird took a hearty bite. Upon the first encounter, it was the delightful softness of the thin pancake that captivated the senses. With a delicate blend of wheat and egg fragrances merging seamlessly, creating a texture that was both chewy and devoid of stickiness. Soon to follow was the juicy morsel of chicken thigh meat, bursting with flavor and succulent juices, harmoniously complemented by a sweet and spicy sauce, presenting a striking contrast to the fried chicken from the birdhouse. Hidden within were also simple yet delectable fried vegetables, mushrooms, and unexpectedly delightful fish balls and fried tofu. The unique texture of the pancake allowed for a more gratifying chew of the chicken thigh, with the aroma of the rendered fat surging forth in waves with each bite. Although the sauce could use further refinement, this peculiar pancake wrap, designed for on-the-go consumption, had indeed showcased its potential splendidly. Liu Ao Xing had previously assessed the finished product and concluded that, in terms of flavor, it fell slightly short compared to the birdhouse's fried chicken, landing somewhere at the pinnacle of intermediate 4 stars. With time to enhance the sauce and garnish ratios, it could undoubtedly ascend to the realm of intermediate 5-star simple cuisine. Intermediate 5-star is nearly the zenith of uncomplicated fare, as higher-tier cuisines demand an exceptional level of culinary skill that cannot be hastily acquired. Even now, although the rating of pancake and fried chicken may be slightly inferior, palates vary. Some prefer bolder flavors, while others lean towards more subtle tastes. Culinary ratings do not entirely dictate satisfaction levels among diners. For instance, from the perspective of students leaving school or office workers finishing their day, the pancake and fried chicken on Jean Avenue is undeniably more appealing. Conversely, for housewives considering pre-prepared meals for their families, the birdhouse's fried chicken remains more enticing. Each establishment caters to distinct demands, one for take-home convenience, the other for immediate enjoyment. Moreover, Jean Avenue is already well known for its array of snacks appealing to the youth, alongside beer and even convenience stores. Thus, Liu Ao Xing's objective has been achieved, successfully capturing this segment of potential customers for Jean Avenue. Although the gluttonous bird was reluctant, it could not resist the allure of the distinctive pancake and fried chicken, devouring an entire family meal in no time. Upon glancing at the price, the so-called family meal was merely 500 yen, with additional side dishes available at weight-based pricing. This pancake is a jianbing, right? How can it be so soft and chewy? The gluttonous bird exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, it is an authentic Tianjin jianbing. Subsequently, I plan to sell jianbing guizi during the morning rush hours for those heading to work and school. Although I am uncertain about its popularity. However, the manager of Zhongbai Xiniao is not concerned, as the fried chicken typically does not sell well in the mornings. Liu Ao Xing remarked with a smile. The manager's head was adorned with a tic-tac-toe pattern, yet Liu Ao Xing's statement held truth. Fried chicken indeed sees minimal sales in the morning hours. Presently, the idea of jianbing with fried chicken is inspired by the distinctive Tianjin snack, jianbing guizi, which has been creatively adapted into a fried chicken dish. Liu Ao Xing is not well versed in Vietnamese pancakes, after all. Jianbing guizi can be found throughout the northern regions of China, but the most authentic version undoubtedly hails from Tianjin. Many vendors in other areas have simplified the batter for convenience, often mixing white flour with mung bean flour, or in some cases, resorting to pure white flour, which not only results in an unappealing color but also creates a sticky texture that detracts from the overall taste. For the jianbing with fried chicken, the batter is crafted based on the authentic multigrain jianbing, incorporating 5 types of flour: mung bean flour, yellow soybean flour, white flour, millet flour, and corn flour. The optimal ratio was determined through several trials conducted over the past few days. Furthermore, instead of using plain water, the batter is mixed with lamb bone broth simmered overnight. Traditionally, 1 or 2 eggs are cracked into the jianbing, but Liu Ao Xing has introduced a novel approach to streamline the process and enhance egg quantity control. Rather than using whole raw eggs, he employs a pre-mixed egg liquid blended with butter and milk, which is brushed onto the batter during cooking. The filling consists primarily of fried chicken thigh meat, with options to include other fried ingredients, a concept inspired by street vendors selling skewers. Prior to his journey, Liu Ao Xing frequented a unique skewer shop downstairs, where the fried items were served in a small paper bowl with broth and sauces, making it more popular than typical fried skewers. Influenced by this, Liu Ao Xing added a glass cabinet filled with various fried ingredients for customers to select and include in their jianbing, which has proven effective. At least for students and office workers, the element of surprise within the jianbing undoubtedly adds to its appeal. However, the sauces, in fact, not just the sauces, but also the seasonings and marinades remain subjects for further discussion, as Liu Ao Xing only possesses a general understanding. The continuous improvements made during the day over the past 2 days have evidently met expectations, as the jianbing with fried chicken has revitalized Jean Avenue Shopping Street. Nearby vendors are energetically promoting their goods, with soda, beer, and other snacks contributing to a bustling atmosphere. When did you begin this venture? Zhang Bai Xinyao inquired defiantly. Liu Ao Xing pondered briefly before responding. What do you mean? If we are to refer to the predecessor of this delicacy, the jianbing guizi, it dates back over a century. However, if we are speaking of the jianbing itself, we must trace its origins back 2 millennia. Zhang Baizha, feeling that conversing with this individual was aging him, retorted with irritation, "Stop pretending to be foolish. I am inquiring when you plan to launch jianbing fried chicken." "Ah. In that case, it should be just 3 days ago." Observing the bustling students naturally led me to contemplate the culinary delights they cherish. Liu Ao Xing replied. Indeed. This was the truth. Jianbing guizi, fried skewers, and fried chicken coalesced into this novel creation of jianbing fried chicken. Merely 3 days had sufficed to execute a strike against my new establishment. Zhang Baizha muttered, his visage contorted. In truth, it was not a deliberate strike against you. I merely assumed that relying solely on monotonous fried chicken to cater to everyone was somewhat underestimating their tastes. Wouldn't you agree? Of course. If we are merely discussing takeout customers, your new shop's profits are assured. As for the shopping street, it is evidently not yet time for its demise. Haha. Liu Ao Xing had not previously anticipated the extent of the culinary fervor in this parallel world. A mere snack shop could determine the fate of an entire district. This was particularly true for ordinary students and working professionals. If we consider those of higher status, the esteemed gourmets, it is no wonder that Yuanwei Academy holds such a prestigious position. Liu Ao Xing felt a surge of joy. The more advanced the culinary civilization in this world, the more secure his extraordinary palate became. Over the past month, even outside of culinary contexts, Liu Ao Xing felt that his physical prowess had markedly improved. He was not surprised by this. After all, in the realm of Chuangyu Fan, the 5 luminaries of the dark culinary world possessed martial prowess at least at the pinnacle of mid-level martial arts, if not the standards of high-level martial arts. If he could continuously satisfy his extraordinary palate, Liu Ao Xing wondered what heights he might eventually achieve. Yet, from the perspective of Chuangyu Fan, the convergence of 8 legendary cooking utensils could produce dishes that grant immortality. The 5 luminaries and nearly half of the legendary cooking utensils were omitted in the animation. Yet in the manga, they were depicted as formidable entities. The ultimate revelation of the immortality concept also explains why these individuals, who possessed at least the martial arts level of Huang Yi's wuxia, held such fondness for these particular utensils. As the 5-day holiday came to a close, the station's shopping mall remained lively, yet the shopping street welcomed its own resurgence, continuing to be the preferred respite after school and work. The convenience of the culinary methods was such that even Futian had mastered them, and it was believed that after Liu Ao Xing and his companions departed, they could still hire help, provided that they did not compromise on quality. The evening offering of jianbing fried chicken and the morning supply of jianbing guizi would sustain this place's vibrancy for a long time. With the 5-day holiday drawing to a close, Liu Ao Xing, Yumei, and Sajin prepared to return to Yuanwei Academy, or rather, the battleground of Yuanwei. As for the girls, including Tsang Tsai, since the school was nearby, They could come over in the evening for part-time work, thus practicing diligence and frugality. Certainly, although the shopping street has been preserved, the situation is far from resolved. The setbacks faced by the Nightingale House have not only tarnished its reputation, but have also cast a shadow on the esteemed consultant. Ruishin Jiju. Originally, the narrative indicated that the shopping street would retaliate after a month. Given that the Nightingale House had already experienced a significant setback and Ruishin had demonstrated his capabilities. However, it appears that they have been ambushed even during the promotional phase of their opening, coupled with the curiosity surrounding Liu Aoxing's exceptional talent. Ruishin is undoubtedly eager to engage in a meaningful conversation with him. You say someone is looking for me? Liu Aoxing remarked, glancing at the 3 students before him, whose demeanor suggested a lack of seriousness. At that moment, he was alone, traversing a relatively secluded path back to his dormitory, with no other souls in sight. Indeed, Senior Ruishin is inquiring about you. Come with us at once. The impatient student with yellow hair exclaimed. I have no time. Tell him to come find me at the Polaris dormitory. Liu Aoxing waved his hand dismissively. You little rascal, are you courting disaster? The yellow-haired student retorted angrily, gripping Liu Aoxing's collar. Hey, aren't you worried about being caught on camera? Liu Aoxing asked nonchalantly. Rest assured, there are no cameras here. In case anything happens. Liu Aoxing's eyes glimmered with intrigue. You dare to act so brazenly in the absence of surveillance? 15 minutes later, Liu Aoxing returned to the Polaris dormitory. While on that secluded path, 3 battered individuals lay sprawled on the ground. Chapter 24. Planning gazing at his 3 bruised subordinates. Ruei Shan's expression darkened considerably. I instructed you to invite Liu Aoxing over. Can you explain how it has come to this? Ruei Shan's voice was low and menacing. He was well aware of the caliber of his subordinates and was indifferent to the methods they employed, as their ultimate goal was merely to subdue Liu Aoxing, perhaps by instilling a sense of intimidation. However, what Ruei Shan could not tolerate was the sight of his 3 subordinates appearing as if they had been thoroughly beaten by their adversary. Senior, there is something amiss with that kid. His strength is astonishing. When he grasped my arm, I felt utterly powerless. Indeed, could it be traditional Chinese martial arts? Senior, he dared to act violently within the academy. You could leverage the authority of the 10 masters to threaten him with expulsion. The 3 exclaimed in succession. Expulsion? Was there surveillance where you engaged him? Ruei Shan scoffed. Foolish. Such unverifiable claims will inevitably lead to a resolution through Shokuchi, in accordance with the traditions of Tōtsuki. Given your pitiful skills, it is likely that you will be the ones facing expulsion. Ruei Shan seethed with anger. Of course, if Ruei Shan were to take matters into his own hands. He was confident in his ability to subdue Liu Aoxing effortlessly. Nevertheless, he did not view himself as a chef, but rather as one who controlled chefs. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, he would refrain from challenging them in culinary skill through Shokuchi. As Liu Aoxing continued to observe Arena Nakiri, he recognized that he had caught the attention of Ruei Shan, the 9th seat. However, he remained unperturbed, even expanding his focus to encompass both Ruei Shan and his companion. Firstly, as a second-year student, Ruei Shan was prohibited from laying a hand on first-year students before their practical training was completed. Furthermore, even if Ruei Shan were to exploit some loophole, Liu Aoxing was prepared to confront him head-on. After all, Ruei Shan was merely the 9th seat, and his value lay predominantly in his managerial capabilities. While his culinary skills were indeed of a 10-master level, his rank as the 9th seat reflected his standing within that elite circle. Aside from Arena, who had just recently ascended to the ranks of the 10 masters, Ruei Shan was the least competent chef among them. What? You have attracted Ruei Shan's attention? What have you done to offend him? Yumei inquired with suspicion. Nothing much. It seems that the advisor of the Nightingale House is indeed Ruei Shan Jizya, Liu Aoxing replied nonchalantly. The Nightingale House. Such a development is unexpected, Yumei remarked, her expression darkening. During a gathering after a short break, the topic arose, prompting Sh Ta to approach and ask, Ruei Shan Jizyi? Who is that? Has he come looking for you, Xing? Sh Ta's loud voice drew the attention of those nearby, and soon others gathered around. While only Hisako appeared calm and composed, and Ibusaki maintained his usual despondent demeanor, revealing no emotional fluctuations. Others exclaimed, No way. Xing. Your propensity for attracting trouble is astonishing. Typically, second-year students remain entirely aloof from us, especially Ruei Shan Jizya, who is one of the 10 masters. 10 masters? You say? In truth, this time it was Xing who was caught in the crossfire. Nevertheless, it matters not, should he dare to act. I shall take care of it, proclaimed Soma. No, he is already my prey. Isn't your prey Arena Nakiri? Can't they all be my targets? Certainly not. What am I to do then? Do you not already have Iki-senpai? Liu Aoxing replied nonchalantly. Yuki interjected, Hey, both of you, Could you please take this seriously? Do you truly understand the significance of the 10th seat? Do not underestimate the standing of the 10th seat simply because there is one near you. After all, it is merely the 9th seat. If it were one of the higher-ranking seniors, perhaps it would be more troublesome. Liu Ao Xing remained unfazed. Suddenly, Ikki spoke up. Has Riyama approached you? They sent someone to find me, but when they arrogantly demanded I meet him, I ignored them. Daigo and Shoji expressed their confusion. Riyama's subordinates are so easy to talk to? It seems different from the rumors. As a duo of delinquents, Daigo and Shoji were evidently familiar with these individuals. Just talking is not enough. Do not be deceived by my appearance. I was quite formidable in the past. He chuckled. You fought Riyama's men? Ryoko replied, speechless. Rest assured. They claimed there were no cameras nearby. Liu Ao Xing gestured an okay sign. Ryoko facepalmed. That's not the point. Meanwhile, the typically timid Megumi Tadakoro turned pale. What will happen now? Will Xing face retaliation? In any case, Riyama's reputation has never been stellar. Daigo muttered. Ikki countered, but there is no need to worry too much. Prior to the practical training, second-year students cannot actively challenge first-year students. Even if he wishes to act, I will intervene. However, if he incites other first-year students to attack you, I cannot control that. Practical training? What is that? Soma inquired, perplexed. Yuki, with a hint of disdain, remarked. You truly know nothing, having entered Tōtsuki without any prior knowledge. But there is no need to think about that for now. It's an affair for the second semester of the first year. Before that, focus on the imminent accommodation training. Accommodation training? I know about that. It's when everyone stays outside for a few days, bonding and writing reports and essays, right? I didn't expect Tōtsuki to have such a conventional activity. Upon finishing, Soma noticed everyone regarding him with expressions of concern for the oblivious. Marui Zenji adjusted his glasses and said, No, Tōtsuki's accommodation training is not as amicable as it appears. It has another name. The initial purgatory. It can be regarded as the first trial after entering high school. Indeed. All first-year students will be gathered at the Tōtsuki Resort for a week of culinary training, undergoing assessments 2 to 5 times daily. Those who fail will be expelled on the spot. Yuki declared in a chilling tone. The usually reticent Ibusaki interjected, remarking that several years prior, there was an instance where the number of trainees was reduced to less than half. This sounded intriguing to Soma, who eagerly inquired about the timing. However, Tadakoro Megumi was already clutching her academic achievement talisman, lying there in a daze. Megumi, wait, you need mouth-to-mouth resuscitation at this moment. Hey, Yukihira, don't pull me. Saving her is paramount. Liu Ao Xing's words were cut short as he was tugged aside by Yumi. Typically, this occurs in June. There's still a month for preparation, Ryoko stated. To Soma, Ryoko's words didn't resonate much. He confidently replied, then let's all pass together and remain here. Yet, to Liu Ao Xing's ears, it sounded like a reminder, only 1 month left. Irina, or Ryusen. After the break, Liu Ao Xing was more determined than ever to assume the role of a mentor for everyone. By now, most of the lecturers at Tōtsuki were already familiar with Liu Ao Xing's name, partly due to his apparent talent reminiscent of the goddess tongue, and partly because of his eagerness to teach. Frequently during practical classes, he directed his fellow trainees in culinary tasks, as his mastery of the goddess tongue presented an exceptional opportunity for any student to enhance their skills. In contrast, Liu Ao Xing exhibited significantly more patience than Irina, and many instructors believed he was on a trajectory toward remaining at the school. Of course, they could never guess that behind Liu Ao Xing's eagerness to teach lay his recent ascension to the rank of lower-level 5-star chef. Perhaps seeking further advancement entailed overcoming the considerable threshold between lower and intermediate levels, rendering progress exceedingly challenging. As he remained stuck at lower-level 5-star right up until the week before the accommodation training. However, at that moment, Yumi finally delivered some good news. The captain of the Sumo Hot Pot Research Society, Hauda Hayakawa, had been cornered and was preparing to defeat Irina before the first-year students headed to accommodation training, thus lifting her oppression over the Sumo Hot Pot Research Society. The Food War Management Bureau had accepted the Sumo Hot Pot Research Society's challenge against the 10th seed of the Elite 10. Oh? Is it confirmed that the entity applying is the Sumo Hot Pot Research Society? Liu Ao Xing exclaimed with newfound excitement. Indeed, since the wager involves the society's existence. The challenger is the Sumo Hot Pot Research Society rather than an individual. Only the Elite 10 can decide such matters, and if Irina loses her seat during this time frame, the challenge will be automatically nullified, Yumi elucidated. In other words, if the members of the Sumo Hot Pot Research Society consent, could I also stand as a challenger? Liu Ao Xing's eyes sparkled with exhilaration. Well, theoretically, yes, but the Sumo Hot Pot Research Society has been established since the Academy's inception, although they have weakened in recent years. Their members still hold a sense of pride and would never allow an outsider to take action. Yumi cautioned. If I could make them understand, it would not be entirely impossible for me to exempt them from being eliminated, would it? By the way, has the topic for the Shokyuchi been announced? It has not been disclosed, but we have managed to gather some information. Miss Arena remains as confident as ever, choosing shrimp as the primary ingredient for her dish in the Shokyuchi. The very first recipe from the Sumo Hot Pot Research Club was Icy Lobster Sumo Hot Pot, which can be seen as a direct provocation to those hefty, prideful competitors. Yume remarked, a dish centered on shrimp, you say? What is the timing? Liu Ao squinted his eyes. This Saturday, in Hall Number 3. Yume helplessly gazed at Liu Ao, who clearly had not yet given up. Chapter 25, The Sumo Hot Pot Research Society. Is this the Sumo Hot Pot Research Society? Indeed, but we are currently not admitting outsiders. Please leave. Liu Ao arrived at the entrance of the Sumo Hot Pot Research Society. Unlike the modest Gadian Research Society, which merely occupied an activity room, the Sumo Hot Pot Research Society boasted its own courtyard, reminiscent of a serene Japanese garden. Adjacent to it stood the dedicated office building for Irina's Elite 10, seemingly a hindrance to potential expansions. Given that the Sumo Hot Pot Research Society had not achieved significant success in recent years, there were indications that funding might soon diminish, compelling them to engage in a culinary duel. As Liu Ao stood at the entrance, he was halted by a formidable-looking sumo wrestler, suggesting that this society indeed possessed unique characteristics, with many of its members being both culinary artists and sumo wrestlers. Is it for the culinary duel this Saturday? I came for that too, as I have something important to discuss with Senior Hoda Lin, Liu Ao replied. Is it regarding the culinary duel? The member at the entrance hesitated momentarily. Just then, another member passing by spotted Liu Ao and exclaimed, Isn't that Liu Ao? What brings you here? Liu Ao? You are that Liu Ao? The surprised sumo wrestler remarked. Liu Ao's name had gained considerable notoriety, though half of the first-year students had merely heard of him, as many had not shared a class with him, and during the opening ceremony, those seated further back could hardly discern his features. Oh, it's Musashi. So you are also a member of the Sumo Hot Pot Research Society? Liu Ao recognized him, recalling that they had teamed up in a previous Italian cuisine class. Among the first-year students, Musashi ranked above average, comparable to Daigo and Shoji. However, Musashi's robust physique initially led Liu Ao to overlook his affiliation with the society. I have admired sumo wrestlers since childhood, but my parents, who own a chain of hot pot restaurants, do not permit me to pursue sumo wrestling. However, at Tōtsuki Academy, I have found a society that allows me to balance both. Musashi's expression darkened, likely recalling the recent turmoil surrounding society closures. By the way, what brings you here, Liu Ao? Are you interested in sumo as well? Musashi quickly adjusted his demeanor. If Musashi was merely not quite large enough to be a sumo wrestler, then Liu Ao was of a standard build, appearing completely unrelated to sumo wrestling. Nonetheless, such members were not unheard of in the society. After all, true sumo wrestlers, due to their regimen of excessive nutrition intake, while living in a world rich in dietary options, did not enjoy significantly longer lifespans and were not particularly healthy, resulting in their numbers being limited. One could say that. However, I am more intrigued by the upcoming culinary duel. Senior Hoda Lin could surely use someone to taste the dishes, right? Liu Ao refrained from divulging his true intentions directly, lest he be barred from entry. Upon hearing this, Musashi's eyes brightened, and he promptly exclaimed, How wonderful that classmate Liu Ao is willing to assist. Please, come this way. In fact, Senior Hotan Hayashi is currently preparing the dishes. Together with Musashi, they entered the Sumo Hot Pot Research Society, facing no hindrance this time. There, they encountered the formidable figure of Hayashi Kiyoshi, who, along with two other equally imposing individuals, was seated on tatami mats in a traditional Japanese room, savoring the flavors of the hot pot around a low table. If the imposing figures at the entrance merely resembled sumo wrestlers in stature, the three before them unmistakably embodied the essence of sumo wrestlers. From their mountain-like physiques to their wide male kimonos and traditional top knots, these three were the second-year stalwarts of the Sumo Hot Pot Research Society, led by Hayashi Kiyoshi. Musashi, is there something you need? Hayashi furrowed his brow upon noticing Musashi had brought an outsider. Although Arina was merely a first-year student, she was one of the top 10. A possessor of the god tongue, and a descendant of the esteemed Nikiri family of culinary excellence, which made Hayashi's confidence waver internally. Senior Hayashi. This is classmate Liu Ao. He mentioned he could help with the tasting, so... Musashi's explanation was abruptly interrupted by another second-year student. What nonsense is this? Our ISE lobster hot pot is the first recipe since the establishment of the society. How could a non-member first year understand its flavor better than us? Kodagaki. I didn't mean it like that. Musashi stammered awkwardly. He had long recognized that the second-year members placed excessive importance on their so-called legacy, stifling innovation and, to some extent, hindering the society's growth. Musashi hesitated to confront his seniors, yet Liu Ao showed no restraint and directly addressed them. Is it you, Kotagaki? I wonder which member of the Sumo Hot Pot Research Society will be judging this time for the Shokyuchi. Oh, right. Judges must come from a neutral party. So, are you planning to guide the judges on how to appreciate the Sumo Hot Pot before the Shokyuchi? Liu Ao's intent was clear. Who better to appreciate the flavor than you? Do you think the judges are beholden to your preferences? Observing Liu Ao's composed demeanor, Kotagaki seethed. You brat. Repeat that. Did you not hear me clearly? I asked when you would be guiding the judges on how to. Liu Ao. Enough, Kotagaki. As the tension escalated between the two, Musashi sought to intervene. While Hayashi swiftly silenced Kotagaki, Liu Ao, sensing the shift, turned his focus toward the authoritative Hayashi. Due to his physique, Hotan Lin appeared quite mature. One might easily believe he was in his 20s or 30s. After sharing a few breaths of silence with Liu Ao, he spoke. Please, have a seat. You must be the renowned god's tongue of this year's competition, right? It seems you represented the Rice Bowl Research Society last time as well. I apologize for the trouble. But do savor our ISE lobster hot pot. Upon hearing Hotan Lin's words, Qin Guangxi could only turn away in displeasure, while Liu Ao mimicked their posture and sat down, serving himself a bowl filled with hot pot ingredients along with the broth. After a gentle sip, Liu Ao detected the taste of the ocean within the slightly golden, crystal-clear broth, reminiscent of a moment spent diving, encountering a gracefully moving ISE lobster. However, he soon furrowed his brow, tasting a few bites of mushrooms, tofu, and various meats before silently setting down his bowl and chopsticks. How is it? Hotan Lin seemed to sense something from Liu Ao's expression but could not help but inquire. Liu Ao replied candidly, if this is all there is to it, the Sumo Hot Pot Society is destined for failure. What? You brat. What did you say? Are you challenging the recipes passed down from our sumo research? Musashi quickly interjected. Calm down, everyone, he urged. How can I remain calm? A goddess tongue? This guy's taste buds surely need a doctor's attention. He cannot even discern such obvious deliciousness. Qin Guangxi complained. Seemingly unfazed by the ire directed at him, Liu Ao continued. In terms of hot pot or shrimp dishes, I cannot say they are entirely unpalatable. However, do you truly believe this can defeat Irina? Hotan Lin, now somewhat composed, restrained the rising Qin Guangxi and asked, why do you say that? The timing for blanching the lobster is riddled with flaws. The off flavors of the oysters greatly impact the broth, and the excessive reliance on chicken stock as a base actually detracts from the ISE lobster's freshness. The vegetables are overcooked. And the mushrooms. In short, from the very beginning, presenting this dish on the battlefield of Shokyuchi was a grave mistake. Liu Ao enumerated a multitude of shortcomings, causing the 3 second-year students in attendance to grow increasingly solemn. Ultimately, Liu Ao outright dismissed the dish, offering no suggestions for improvement. Qin Guangxi, infuriated, demanded, what do you mean? Are you implying that the recipes passed down from our sumo research? There is no hidden meaning. I merely wish to convey that if the theme is shrimp dishes, hot pot was never a suitable choice for Shokyuchi from the outset. This dish, which requires one to slowly dip and savor in order to unlock its true flavors, should never have been presented to the judges in hot pot form, as it is bound to receive a score of 0 for control over cooking. Moreover, with so many ingredients added. While it is true that sumo wrestlers need substantial nourishment at each meal, the judges are unable to appreciate the dish's flavor cohesion. Moreover, regarding the chicken broth, Liu Ao questioned whether the judges would consider their traditions while scoring. Indeed, from Liu Ao's perspective, using chicken broth as the base for a lobster hot pot was inherently inappropriate. However, the sumo hot pot, a culinary creation specifically devised for sumo wrestlers, traditionally employs chicken broth and does not include meats other than chicken. This is because, in sumo, if any part of a wrestler's body other than their feet touches the ground, it is deemed a defeat. Among poultry and livestock, chickens stand on 2 legs, while pigs, cows, and sheep rest on 4. Thus, to invoke good fortune, traditional sumo hot pots consist of chicken paired with fish, seafood, vegetables, tofu, mushrooms, and other ingredients, all simmered in a chicken broth. Nevertheless, Liu Ao clearly believed that this tradition would yield no favorable outcomes in the context of the food duel. In terms of rating, the IC lobster hot pot could indeed achieve a prestigious 1-star level, but in the judges' minds during the competition, it could only attain the status of a high 5-star dish. This is because hot pot is more of a culinary style than a singular dish, with flavors that are too diverse, while sumo wrestlers may not mind this complexity. Discerning judges would certainly regard it as a detriment. Therefore, The task at hand was not to refine the dish, but rather to abandon the notion of using the icy lobster hot pot for the duel altogether. To this end, I proposed that instead of merely voicing my thoughts, which would undoubtedly be met with skepticism, we, myself, Senior Haotian Lin, and the 3 others present, forming an odd number, should engage in an informal culinary duel centered around shrimp dishes. Liu Ao declared with unwavering resolve. Chapter 26. I am a professional. Aside from Musashi and the 3 second-year students from the Research Society, no one was privy to the events that transpired that day. Liu Ao's culinary creations had been entirely consumed by the trio of judges. In the presence of the 4 silent individuals, Liu Ao resolved to grant them a moment of contemplation, departing with a succinct remark. I shall take the field on Saturday. Ensure you are prepared for other matters. He then turned to leave. Before him, King Guangxi, another second-year student, and Musashi each faced an empty bowl, accompanied by a pot of icy lobster hot pot. The empty bowls were slightly pushed outward, as if they had been thrust forward. King Guangxi gazed at the bowl he had just relinquished, his face etched with reluctance. Yet, as both a sumo wrestler and a chef, his dignity forbade him from uttering falsehoods during the food duel. Thus, he ultimately pushed forward the empty bowl that had once contained Liu Ao's finished dish, resulting in a score of 3-0. The recipe inherited from the predecessors of the Sumo Hot Pot Research Society had met a resounding defeat. Captain Haotian, King Guangxi, seemed to want to explain. No need for further words. I have tasted his cuisine myself, and were I a judge, I would have acted likewise. Haotian shook his head. Observing the grave expressions on the faces of the 3 seniors, Musashi surmised they might have matters to discuss, prompting him to rise and say, by the way, I shall inquire what Liu Ao requires us to prepare. After all, he is representing our society, and we must provide special ingredients and tools. Yes, go ahead. And do not let the recent events slip out, lest Irina grows wary. Haotian advised. Thus, apart from Liu Ao and the 4 members of the Sumo Hot Pot Research Society, no 6th person was aware that on Saturday's food duel, Irina would not be facing the expected Haotian Kiyoshi until Friday after school. When everyone returned to the Polar Star dormitory, discussions about the imminent lodging training filled the air. Yet none discerned that Liu Ao was on the brink of an important culinary battle the following day. At that moment, the handbook detailing the lodging training guidelines had been distributed among the group. Though the cover bore a cartoon likeness designed by Najirai Sensman, the academy's headmaster, the first-year students, now cognizant of what lodging training entailed, could sense the aura of the battlefield within its pages. A month prior, the residents of the Polar Star dormitory had deliberated over this matter, and now it was truly upon them. By Sunday afternoon, everyone would be packing their bags to board the bus heading to the Tōtsuki resort. The most anxious, yet also the most reserved, was Tadakoro Megumi. Noticing her once more reciting incantations over a talisman, Liu Ao remarked, Megumi, I've heard you've been performing admirably this week. Although we haven't shared any classes for 5 days, you've managed to secure 2 A's. Tadakoro Megumi paused, momentarily taken aback by Liu Ao's words, before hastily replying. It was merely a coincidence, as those subjects align with my strengths, and with your previous explanations, it was. Suddenly, Liu Ao placed his hand atop her head, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson. Regardless of the circumstances, it is solely through your own prowess that you have arrived at this juncture. You must cultivate a greater belief in yourself. By the way, let me offer you a small hint, a secret weapon that is uniquely yours. What secret weapon do I possess? Tadasuk asked, perplexed. Liu Ao leaned closer and whispered in her ear, the thoughtfulness for others while cooking will become your most formidable weapon. Whether it was Liu Ao's words that sparked a new epiphany in Tadasuk, or simply the warmth of breath that momentarily clouded her mind, she appeared to drift in a daze after hearing his advice, swaying as she made her way back to her room. Hey. What are you planning to do with my little Hui? Liangzi protested, her tone tinged with discontent, perhaps due to the nearness of the initial trials. Liangzi had consumed an ample amount of juice today, drinking directly from the bottle and now feeling quite tipsy. Oh, it was just a whisper. Liu Ao replied nonchalantly. My little Hui is not the type to casually share whispers with boys. By the way, are you all certain about staying up all night? Tomorrow there is a highly anticipated shokyuki, isn't there? Liu Ao reminded them. The others were unaware of the specifics, merely expressing their intent to compete later. While you may looked at Liu Ao with a hint of astonishment, sensing something amiss, before everyone retreated to their rooms, you may approach Liu Ao, seeking to confirm this matter. Indeed, Senior Hateda has consented to let me represent the Sukiyaki Hot Pot Research Society in the competition. He is not as obstinate as rumored. Perhaps he has recognized some of the shortcomings within the society. Liu Ao stated. What? And what about the stakes? Yume exclaimed. Her concern not for the competition itself, but for what Liu Ao might risk. Rest assured, Ariina likely remains oblivious to the fact that I will be the one competing tomorrow. Even if I lose, it would only mean the dissolution of the research society. Moreover, Senior Hateda has promised that if we win, I shall receive one of Ariina's 310 Masters pledges, Liu Ao Xing assured her. Even in the event of a loss, he faced no substantial detriment, not because the members of the society were easy to negotiate with, but rather because they understood that if they could not surpass even Liu Ao Xing's previous culinary feats, their ISE lobster hot pot would stand no chance whatsoever. The two sides were not even on the same tier, thus, inviting Liu Ao Xing for assistance would naturally mean he would not bear any burdens. Conversely, should they triumph, a reward would be expected, due to Hotada's challenge to Ariina arriving much later than in the original narrative. The Research Society had already suffered severe suppression from the 10 Masters Advisory Council. It is essential to note that 3 terms ago, the Research Society was a formidable organization with 10 Masters in residence. Among the battlefield-oriented students of Tōtsuki, only those societies with 10 Masters could claim stability, while others struggled to survive. In contrast, the relatively small Research Society, the Rice Bowl Research Society, faces less competitive pressure. After all, it occupies only a single activity classroom and operates on a limited budget, which may not attract the attention of others. However, the once independent and well-funded Research Society has significantly deteriorated after losing its coveted positions in the top 10 for 3 consecutive years. Following 2 months of relentless suppression, it has fallen into disrepair. Thus, it lacks the capacity to directly wager against Ariina for a top 10 seat. The stakes are merely 3 promises from the top 10. In other words, if the Research Society emerges victorious, Ariina must leverage her top 10 identity to fulfill 3 commitments. Conversely, should Liu Ao Xing triumph, Hatara Lin has agreed to grant Liu Ao Xing one such promise. Liu Ao Xing has already reached a satisfactory expectation. After all, should he fail, the consequences would solely fall upon the Research Society. Moreover, without the Research Society, Ariina would not engage in a shokyuchi with him at all. Hatara Lin, too, requires at least 2 promises from the top 10 to restore funds for the Research Society and to ensure that funding will not be reduced or that the society will not face dissolution within the year. The remaining promise can be reserved for Liu Ao Xing. After an indulgent Friday night, the members of the Polar Star dormitory, unusually, awoke past 9 in the morning to begin their morning routines. Even more surprisingly, when they decided to attend the shokyuchi between the Sumo Hot Pot Research Society and the top 10, they discovered that Liu Ao Xing was inexplicably absent from his room. What? It's quite rare for a Xing to wake up earlier than us, Daigo exclaimed in astonishment. Shanji adjusted his glasses and remarked, "Did a Xing remind us yesterday that we were to watch the shokyuchi today? Could it be that he went ahead?" Yuki couldn't help but grimace. I have a rather ominous feeling about this. Just as they contemplated inquiring with Yumi-ai, they found that Yumi-ai was also no longer in her room. She must have just gone to watch the shokyuchi, right? After all, a Xing has had some previous grievances with Ariina, hasn't he? Ryoko's forced chuckle seemed somewhat self-reassuring. Having already begun to piece things together, the members of the Polar Star dormitory hurriedly made their way to the 3rd shokyuchi venue, their steps involuntarily quickening. The size of the 3rd venue was larger than that of the previous shokyuchi between Liu Ao Xing and Yumi-ai, accommodating up to 1,000 spectators. Judging by the filled seats, nearly all first-year students had come to witness this shokyuchi, as one side featured none other than Ariina Nakiri, the sole representative among the first-year students in the prestigious top 10. The opposing team, challenging the top 10, was certainly not composed of unknown individuals but rather a well-established organization making their bid against the elite. Upon the arrival of the Polar Star members, they were met with a cacophony of uproarious sounds, even though it was merely a few minutes past 10 o'clock. It seemed something astonishing had transpired. What is happening? What are they arguing about? No, it's too far to see the stage, Yuki said anxiously. Just then, the host and MC, Kawashima-rei, exclaimed, "Oh my." The representative emerging from the Sumo Hot Pot Research Society is Liu Ao Xing. What? It is no wonder he rose so early. It appears that a Xing has. Issei-senpai, what is this? Has he truly managed to persuade someone from the Sumo Hot Pot Research Society? This is quite unexpected. Issei-kei, however, remained rather composed. Observing the anxious expressions of others, Issei-kei reassured them, "Do not worry. Since he is representing the Sumo Hot Pot Research Society, even if he loses, it will not be of great consequence. Furthermore, as this opportunity was willingly created by a Xing, he must possess some confidence, I believe. Moreover, now that we stand before the culinary station, we can only choose to place our trust in him." Soma chimed in as well. At that moment, the visibly troubled Ariina Nakiri, accompanied by her assistant Hishako, stepped onto her side of the arena, introduced by Kawashima-rei. Gazing at Liu Xing, Flanked by the imposing figures of Hda Hayashi and Kotakami Yashiki, Irina coldly inquired, "When did you join this ken? How was I not informed? Haven't you always known that I am an aficionado of sumo? New members joining the research society do not require your approval, do they? Of course. As a professional shokuchi chef, I permit you to question my qualifications. We can engage in a sumo match here, and if I win, we may also compete in culinary skills afterward." Liu Xing replied with a smile. Ishako, infuriated, pointed at Liu Xing, rendered speechless. To think he would dare to challenge Irina to a sumo match. Chapter 27. Lobster. As a professional shokuchi chef, I welcome any scrutiny regarding my qualifications. Let us first engage in a sumo contest, and should I emerge victorious, we may proceed to a culinary challenge thereafter. Liu Ao stated with a smile. Humph. The members of the Sumo Hot Pot Research Society are so timid that they allow an outsider to step forward. And this outsider is even willing to bear the shame for the society. I have no words to say, Irina scoffed. Kang Guangxi was on the verge of speaking, yet was restrained by Hideta Hayashi, who addressed Irina, saying, "The Sumo Hot Pot Research Society has chosen to invite Liu Ao to a shokuchi, which has gained the approval of the Shokuchi Management Association. Moreover, Liu Ao has indeed just joined our society. This challenge is officially under the banner of the Sumo Hot Pot Research Society, distinguishing it from the previous shokuchi between Liu Ao and Yume, which was essentially initiated by the two individuals themselves, with only the Rice Bowl Research Society willing to stake a wager. This time, however, it is under the name of the society, thus Liu Ao is, in name, temporarily affiliated with us." Hideta Hayashi and Irina, under the notarization of the Shokuchi Management Bureau, signed the contract for the shokuchi, after which the accompanying personnel gradually exited the arena. As they departed, Hideta Hayashi whispered, "I leave it in your capable hands." Kawashima Rei then announced, "Now, may both representatives take their positions at their respective cooking stations. The shokuchi between the Sumo Hot Pot Research Society and the 10th seed of the Elite 10 is themed shrimp cuisine. Let the contest officially commence." The audience remained astonished by the change of participants. However, the majority still held little faith in Liu Ao, though he had triumphed over Yume once. She and Irina were undeniably on a different echelon. To the first-year students, Nakiri Irina was akin to a deity, while Liu Ao represented the heretic challenging the divine. Particularly, a number of students, for various reasons, had previously been unwittingly humiliated by Liu Ao and were now harboring resentment, disparaging him in hushed tones. Remarks such as overreaching and striking a stone with an egg echoed throughout the audience. In truth, Liu Ao was unfamiliar with them. Their disparagement stemmed from their own misguided notions. And following his duel with Yume and his performance in class, they felt the sting of humiliation. However, Liu Ao, preoccupied with the contest, had no time to address their grievances. Naturally, Liu Ao disregarded these distractions, focusing solely on the task at hand. At this moment, he and Irina, in addition to the common seasonings and basic ingredients provided by the Shokuchi Management Bureau, had each prepared their respective special ingredients for the challenge. The assistants from both sides brought forth small boxes. Irina's assistant, Ishako, carried only a box containing live seafood, while Liu Ao's team, comprising Hideta Hayashi and Kang Guangxi, brought not only a similar seafood box but also a wooden storage crate. As both parties opened their seafood boxes, the large screen in the venue displayed a close-up. Each had selected lively shrimp as their culinary ingredient, and within the seafood preservation box, several shrimp could be seen swimming energetically, clearly brimming with vitality. The shrimp selected by Irina appeared quite similar to ordinary sea shrimp, albeit larger in size. However, its two front claws were exceptionally elongated, nearly equal in length to its body. Was that a Norwegian lobster? Yoko recognized the ingredient chosen by her counterpart. Zenji adjusted his glasses and remarked, "Indeed. It is also known as Berlin Bay spoon shrimp or Norwegian lobster. Although its body and head bear resemblance to ordinary sea shrimp, it actually belongs to the lobster family, residing on the seabed of the northeastern Atlantic and the Mediterranean, where it is commonly utilized as an ingredient by various Western European countries." Oh, what about a Xing selection? At this moment, everyone noticed the ingredient chosen by Liu Ao, in stark contrast to the Norwegian lobster, which does not immediately reveal its identity as a lobster. Liu Ao's ingredient was quite transparent. Its size overshadowed Irina's Norwegian lobster, with a fiery red body, cylindrical form, and enormous front claws. It was unmistakably the most common lobster. A large lobster. This should be the East Mountain lobster, a relatively common variety of large lobster found in East Asia, Zenji explained. How disappointing. This diminishes the anticipation. Can't those Shenyang fellows find a more captivating ingredient? Yuki expressed her dissatisfaction. To the average person, a large lobster might still be considered a rather exquisite ingredient, yet to the seasoned judges capable of serving as shokuchiki evaluators, it lacked novelty. Especially with the participation of the 10 masters in the shokuchiki, the panel of judges was even more distinguished than during Liu Ao Xing's previous match against Yume. Among the 3 judges were Koji Kawahara, a magnate in the aquatic business, Soraya Tate, the chief editor of a magazine devoted to Edo-style seafood cuisine, and Yoshihiko Sakaguchi, the head chef of a sashimi restaurant. As expected, all 3 judges frowned slightly, although Liu Ao Xing had garnered considerable fame during his first year, upon leaving Tōtsuki. None recognized him. The judges, who initially held some expectations for the long-established Sumo Hot Pot Research Society of Tōtsuki, now felt averse to Liu Ao Xing's appearance. And seeing the uninspired East Mountain lobster only exacerbated their discontent. I remember when I was in junior high, Xiangyan was also a large society with its own 10 masters. A Xing must have chosen this large lobster himself. I shall choose to believe in him, I commented. However, when Liu Ao Xing opened the wooden box, the previously disappointed judges raised their eyebrows slightly. Inside the wooden box was filled with water, not containing any seafood, but rather soaking dried ingredients. Dried ingredients, which require a lengthy preparation time and lack a high level of technical complexity, are permissible for advanced preparation. Liu Ao Xing's wooden box contained precisely the softened dried goods. He began to retrieve various ingredients such as bamboo fungus, chicken fur, fern mushrooms, matsutake, lion's mane mushrooms, and porcini mushrooms, one by one. The wooden box had 2 layers. The lower layer did not contain dried goods, but was filled with root vegetables like yam and burdock. What is that green vegetable? Yuki inquired in confusion. As an elite institution, one would expect that the students of Yamun Academy would not encounter a situation where they fail to recognize the names of vegetables. After a prolonged contemplation, Marui Zinju remarked, that is likely not a cultivated vegetable, but rather a type of wild vegetable, specifically dragon-beard vegetables that thrive only in high-altitude, high-rainfall mountainous regions. Wild vegetables? Yuki's brow furrowed, her confusion deepening. The treatment of wild vegetables is markedly different from that of game. The latter typically refers to wild or semi-wild animal ingredients, which possess a flavor and texture distinct from highly domesticated meats. However, regarding wild vegetables, their application in haute cuisine remains relatively scarce. Once Liu Ao Xing extracted the dried goods, both parties simultaneously commenced the preparation of the shrimp, opting to peel the shrimp meat raw. Conventionally, it is most convenient to freeze the shrimp briefly before peeling. Considering the size of the Norwegian lobster, this method is entirely feasible. Nevertheless, in pursuit of optimal taste, Irina chose to work with live shrimp. For her, this was far from a nuisance. Wielding a delicate carving knife, she skillfully transformed each Norwegian lobster into pristine pieces of shrimp meat. On the other hand, Liu Ao Xing employed a dual knife technique. His right hand wielded a bone-slicing knife commonly used for cracking lobster shells, while his left held a petite peeling knife. Typically reserved for the meticulous handling of fruits and vegetables, the peeling knife was now being utilized on the lobster. Liu Ao Xing once again showcased his remarkable knife skills. Employing both hands and blades in harmony, the peeling knife inserted at the joints provided stability, while the bone-slicing knife pried open the lobster's resilient shell. The synergy between the 2 knives was impeccable. The peeling knife deftly penetrated the areas where the bone-slicing knife required force. In mere moments, the shell of the lobster was entirely opened. Subsequently, the roles of his hands reversed. The unsharpened side of the bone-slicing knife secured the lobster, while the peeling knife delved into the junction between the meat and shell, gliding with the grace of a serpent. In ancient times, the art of butchery emphasized the principle of penetrating the thick with the thin. However, in reality, no knife is devoid of thickness. Even the sharpest blade possesses some degree of heft. Thus, the spaces within the meat are often more challenging to navigate. And a knife must not incessantly strive for an ideal of being entirely thin. Otherwise, it becomes unwieldy and prone to chipping. The peeling knife exemplifies a tool ill-suited for cutting meat, as it cannot exert substantial force and quickly dulls. Yet, in Liu Ao Xing's hands, this principle of penetrating the thick with the thin was executed to perfection, only resorting to the bone-slicing knife when the peeling knife could no longer suffice. After entirely peeling the lobster, the meat retained the shape of the lobster itself, and due to the compactness of the lobster meat, it appeared slightly larger than the removed shell. The ability to meticulously extract lobster meat in such a manner captivated the 3 judges, particularly Sakaguchi, who operates a sashimi restaurant. He exclaimed, "If someone in my establishment possessed such knife skills, I would certainly incorporate a performance segment, allowing them to showcase the lobster meat extraction before the guests. The mere act would be a delight to behold." Editor-in-Chief Narumi, recalling a previous article in your magazine about a seafood knife master from Hokkaido, inquired, "How does their skill compare to that of this young individual?" Kawaramaki responded, "That master, may not be able to achieve the same finesse. However, this student is adept at handling several types of seafood. The proficiency with other seafood remains to be seen. After a moment of contemplation, Narumi added, nonetheless, it is evident that Liu Ao Xing has once again captured the judge's attention with his knife skills. Even those audience members who had previously mocked the performance after witnessing the Dongshan lobster now fell silent, gritting their teeth. Yet, after Liu Ao Xing extracted the meat from 3 lobsters, he proceeded to crush the 3 portions, which, although devoid of the intestinal vein, still retained the lobster's original shape. Clearly, the earlier display of knife skills was merely a prelude. Chapter 28. An unexpected turn upon witnessing Liu Ao Xing meticulously transform 3 perfectly shelled lobsters into a fine lobster paste. The 3 judges and his rival, Irina, could not suppress their expressions of dismay. Initially, they had anticipated the presentation of whole lobster pieces, yet to their astonishment, he had reduced them to a puree. However, it was undeniable that Liu Ao Xing wasted no time. Even the meticulous task of perfect shelling was not a hindrance for him. From his deft knife skills, reminiscent of a dancer-esque grace, to the vigorous pounding and mashing, the sudden shift in the scene drew gasps and a few envious murmurs from the audience. Humph! If he is merely making a lobster paste, why bother with such elaborate shelling? Just showing off his knife skills. They scoffed. Perhaps he realized that he could only showcase his mastery of the knife to this extent. To think he used such a primitive wooden pestle for mashing the lobster paste. Did he not know of the existence of blenders? Yet, Liu Ao Xing, now impervious to external distractions, mashed the lobster meat into a semi-crushed state, subsequently reaching for an array of powdered seasonings he had prepared earlier, liberally sprinkling them into the lobster mixture. Evidently, he placed greater faith in his own hands rather than a blender, as he kneaded the mixture in the bowl like dough. Then added egg whites and wheat flour as a binding agent. Initially, he had employed a pestle as thick as an arm, but soon resorted to using his hands to pound and knead. Despite the jeers from the crowd, some spectators noted Liu Ao Xing's impressive stamina. Especially for the 3 subordinates of Ruishan, witnessing Liu Ao Xing's vigorous movements stirred the lingering pain from their own bruises, regardless of the criticism from others. It wasn't long before he formed a series of succulent lobster balls. The lobster balls, a renowned dish in Chinese cuisine, particularly in Shandong cuisine, traditionally consist of chunks of lobster meat coated in a thin batter, retaining the integrity of the lobster within. Over time, variations have emerged, including mechanically produced lobster extracts and fish paste combined with other ingredients. Of course, there are many ordinary shrimp meat products that mimic the flavor of lobster balls, but those need not be mentioned. At this moment, the group from the Polar Star dormitory, bolstered by the intimidating presence of the notorious duo and the unwavering confidence of Irina, managed to secure front-row seats, where they found Yume lamenting her perceived lack of generosity. Observing Liu Ao Xing transform the lobsters into lobster balls, Yuki couldn't help but sigh. What is a Xing up to this time? Last time, he used wild duck for his meat dish, and now he is using lobster balls for his shrimp dish? Indeed. This approach would compromise the firm texture that shrimp dishes are known for, much like his previous choice of wild duck for his meat dish. Liu Ao Xing had a penchant for these self-sabotaging decisions. However, Irina countered, no, if we were to rephrase it, it should be viewed as confidence, wouldn't you agree? Much like a culinary showdown, there exists not only confidence in challenging one another's dishes, but also in defying the conventional palate associated with certain ingredients. After all, regardless of rational understanding, the allure of delectable cuisine is undeniable. The usually taciturn Ibusaki interjected, there is no need for excessive concern, since the one who chose a Xing to compete must have witnessed his culinary prowess. Ryoko's eyes brightened at his words. Indeed, I never expected you, the despondent one, to possess such nuanced thoughts. I've been somewhat concerned from the beginning. Are those seniors feeling anxious? Tadakaro meekly gestured towards a Xing. The group turned their gaze, observing that in a Xing's resting area, senior students Hareda and 2 others of considerable stature seemed to be vociferously reprimanding a rather unimposing student. Perhaps due to their corpulence, the trio was drenched in perspiration. A chill swept over the members of the Kyakusei dormitory as they discerned that something was amiss with the Xing's team. Could it be that they had not previously encountered Liu Ao Xing's culinary creations? Unbeknownst to them, Musashi, who had also faced the senior's ire, felt quite aggrieved. For he had merely complied with Senior Hotada's advice to accommodate Liu Ao Xing's requirements by procuring the necessary ingredients for the cooking duel. The dried goods were specifically requested by Liu Ao Xing, who had emphasized that the older, the better. During the informal cooking duel between Liu Ao Xing and Hareda, they had indeed utilized fresh mushrooms and seasonal vegetables, as such ingredients were abundant within the Sumo Hot Pot Research Society. Later, when communicating with Liu Ao Xing, Musashi was initially astonished by Liu's particular request for dried goods, preferably sourced from reputable vendors specializing in traditional Chinese ingredients. However, upon Liu Ao explanation that these traditionally dried goods would intensify in flavor with age and offer a distinct taste and texture compared to fresh ingredients, thereby reducing any earthy nuances, Musashi harbored no further doubts and promptly sought funding for procurement. After visiting a multitude of shops, he successfully ordered the traditionally dried goods. However, the three seniors' expression shifted dramatically upon seeing them, nearly leading them to devour him alive. Musashi patiently awaited the end of their reprimand before timidly relaying Liu Ao words to the seniors. Yet, Senior Hotada's face, twisted in rage, showed no signs of returning to normal. Had it not been for the potential repercussions, he might have demonstrated to Musashi the force capable of propelling him nearly 20 meters away. You fool! While dried goods indeed possess numerous advantages that fresh goods do not, their disadvantages are glaringly apparent. The impurities are far too numerous. Koto's saliva landed squarely on Musashi's face. Impurities? Were there not also many impurities during the informal cooking duel? Musashi queried, perplexed. Indeed, he had employed a cunning approach to purify some of the impurities back then. But it was not thorough, merely a case of a flaw does not overshadow the gem. Moreover, the method requiring the removal of ingredients midway had considerably marred the flavor. The use of dried goods can introduce impurities to an uncontrollable extent. Excessive reliance on filtration may utterly ruin the overall flavor of the dish. Simply rehydrating dried goods without further processing is not suitable for preparing a clay pot dish. Hao Tianlin remarked with a grim expression. Could it be that Liu Ao really made such a blunder? Musashi expressed his concern. It is hardly surprising. Weren't you also unaware of these details? Qingguang sighed in frustration. Some observant spectators in the audience seemed to sense the peculiarities on Xiangbin's side, leading to even more rampant speculation, diminishing their regard for Liu Ao. Even excluding the more pessimistic individuals, the vast majority of the students, who were mostly admirers of Irina Nikiri, found it hard to believe that any first-year student could surpass her. Irina appeared to have discerned Liu Ao's intentions, smirking even more coldly, internally vowing that he would face the consequences this time. It was as if she had already concluded that Liu Ao was destined to lose. In contrast to the suspense surrounding Liu Ao, everyone had already surmised Irina's intentions. She had procured the starch, allowed boiling water to rest for a while to adjust its temperature, and similarly incorporated other pre-measured powdered ingredients to prepare the dough. A gluten-free wheat flour is typically produced by washing wheat dough in water until the dough can no longer be reduced. What remains is gluten, which can be used to create a uniquely textured gum. The portion washed away in the water is also known as raw starch or wheat starch, which thickens upon exposure to hot water. It was evident that Irina was preparing shrimp dumplings. Dumplings made from are more translucent and possess a strong glutinous quality compared to those made from regular flour, enhancing not only their aesthetic appeal but also highlighting the firm texture of the shrimp meat. In essence, what Irina was preparing could be considered a variation of Chinese cuisine. Shrimp dumplings, which emerged in early 20th century Guangzhou, belong to Cantonese cuisine. Unlike ordinary dumplings, the shrimp, serving as the main fillings, are not minced but rather placed in large chunks directly within the dumpling skin, comprising over 80% of the filling. Irina's shrimp dumplings not only employed Norwegian lobster, an ingredient typically eschewed in conventional shrimp dumplings, but also featured a processing method distinct from traditional recipes. She even prepared a thickening agent after the shrimp dumplings began steaming. Meanwhile, as Liu Ao completed his various preparations, some discerning experts were already chuckling quietly, while Isuk and Esma furrowed their brows. When Xiangyin's meat mountains appeared almost constipated, Liu Ao produced something utterly unexpected. What is that? A paper-like pancake? Hikari Tada exclaimed in confusion. Having previously heard about Liu Ao's conflict with Rari, she immediately associated the item in his hands with pancakes. It seemed merely a sheet of paper. Esma stared at the close-up on the large screen for an extended period, just as the audience began to murmur. Liu Ao leisurely started folding the paper, seemingly producing an origami book from thin air. Hey, has that guy already given up? How foolish of me to harbor a mere one of faith in him. Haha, is that one too generous? You rascal, are you here to cook or to perform tricks? No matter how exquisite your knife skills or origami may be, if the dish lacks flavor, it is of no consequence. Yet, Liu Ao remained unfazed, diligently folding paper at the cooking station. Suddenly, Ace Huey's eyes sparkled with realization. I understand now. A Xing must be intending to. Indeed. This approach will suffice. After being reminded, Sajin added, That's right. I completely overlooked this aspect before. Hey, what on earth are you two discussing? Yuki expressed her dissatisfaction from the sidelines, seeking to be included. Just wait and see. This will be a remarkable comeback. Chapter 29. The great counterattack. As one delves deeper, it becomes evident that a monumental counterstrike is underway. Aki's intrigue peaked. While Irina diligently prepared the thickening agent and began arranging the garnishes, Liu Ao Xing triumphantly completed his origami, revealing an exquisite bowl shape. To the astonishment of onlookers, he deftly folded 3 additional paper bowls and proceeded to fill them with water, placing them over the flame. "Is this fireproof paper?" Zhao Er queried, bewildered. Daigo shot him a sidelong glance and retorted, "Did you fail physics in middle school? When a bowl contains water, it can only be heated to its boiling point, far below the ignition point of paper. Moreover, even if you flunked, you've surely heard of paper hot pot. Didn't we always rank at the bottom in middle school physics? Have you forgotten?" Unperturbed by Zhao Er's unwarranted revelation, Daigo chose to disregard him. "Paper hot pot?" Tadakoro's expression reflected her confusion. Ryoko, standing nearby, elaborated, "It's a unique culinary method that employs a paper vessel to cook ingredients. Originally, it was designed for preparing snow goose meat, as its high-fat content can make traditional cooking methods greasy. The paper pot absorbs the excess fat, rendering the hot pot lighter. Indeed, and it doesn't merely absorb fat, it can also eliminate impurities," Shoma interjected. Before their eyes, the trio of paper pots began to boil, and Liu Ao Xing commenced adding mushrooms in accordance with the required cooking times. Meanwhile, Irina furrowed her brow, contemplating. He has truly brought it to life. Many spectators, including the likes of Hodoraki and others, remained oblivious to the properties of the paper pot. Still expecting Liu Ao Xing to be jesting, eagerly awaiting the moment when the impurities would overflow from his pot, Hodoraki and Kitoko were still preoccupied with the matter of the ingredients. During the previous informal shokuchi, Liu Ao Xing had utilized fresh mushrooms, yet even then, the impurities had rendered the broth rather unappealing. However, midway through, Liu Ao Xing removed the ingredients, adding raw egg whites to the murky broth, and subsequently extracted the now-cooked egg whites, which effectively removed a significant portion of the impurities. He then returned the ingredients to continue cooking. Although it felt somewhat unconventional, the level of impurities had been reduced to an acceptable degree, and despite the temporary removal of the ingredients, the resultant flavor proved to be vastly superior to Hodoraki's ISE lobster hot pot. Ultimately, Liu Ao Xing placed the final strands of dragon beard seaweed into the pot, letting out a slight sigh of relief as he awaited the cooking of the ingredients within the 4 paper pots. At that moment, Irina's Norwegian lobster dumplings were completed and plated, garnished with the prepared thickening agent and adorned with shredded nori and other decorative ingredients, presented first to the judges. The 3 judges, visibly eager, quickly picked up their forks and knives, each skewering a dumpling and promptly sending it to their mouths. As the dumplings entered their mouths, the judges, seasoned connoisseurs of seafood cuisine, exhibited an unexpected flush of delight on their faces. Even the rugged-looking Zay couldn't help but gently support his cheek with his left hand, revealing a moment of vulnerability. The tender, glutinous texture of the dumpling was utterly captivating, creating a delightful contrast with the firm texture of the Norwegian lobster meat. "Surely, this is not merely achievable with tapioca flour?" Kawahara inquired. The editor-in-chief, Narumi, interjected. "It must also include potato starch, a common thickening agent in sauces and gravies. However, potato starch typically loses its solidity upon cooling, doesn't it?" "Indeed. I incorporated potato starch into the tapioca dumpling skin, but not directly mixed within. Instead, after rolling out the dumpling skin, I brushed a layer of sticky potato starch inside, eliminating concerns of the skin tearing. Moreover, the infusion of potato starch further enhances the dumpling's soft and glutinous nature," Irina elucidated. Suddenly, Zay's eyes lit up as he sampled a second dumpling from the plate, seemingly confirming a realization. "Wait, the shrimp meat is also coated with a diluted tapioca paste, isn't it?" Zay had intuitively uncovered the secret behind the firm texture of the shrimp meat. Kawahara and Narumi promptly followed suit, savoring their second dumpling, meticulously appreciating the flavor and texture of the shrimp. Indeed, when shrimp is placed directly into boiling water, the meat becomes firmer due to the intense heat, stimulating a vigorous nerve response that tightens the muscles, enhancing the texture. However, Liu Ao Xing and Irina had to remove the shrimp meat from the shell beforehand, which typically results in a lesser firmness. Yet, Irina's dumplings exhibited none of these signs. "You are correct, Chef Zay. Prior to mixing the filling, the Norwegian lobster was coated with a diluted tapioca flour, which slightly shrank during steaming, enhancing the shrimp's texture and rendering its surface exquisitely tender," Irina responded. Thus, the outer layer consisted of diluted potato starch, followed by the tapioca skin, while the inner layer of the tapioca skin was infused with a paste-like potato starch, ultimately enveloping the Norwegian lobster with yet another layer of diluted tapioca. By utilizing 2 different concentrations of flour mixtures, a quadruple texture was constructed, fully awakening the shrimp's chewiness. It is truly astonishing that this is the work of a novice, Narumi concluded. At that moment, Liu Ao Xing's culinary creation was complete. The three judges exchanged glances before placing the last shrimp dumpling from their respective plates into their mouths, savoring the exquisite taste of the Norwegian lobster dumpling as they awaited Liu Ao Xing's paper pot lobster balls. Although the technique of extracting the lobster meat and the final presentation of the paper pot were indeed impressive, they paled in comparison to Erina's Norwegian shrimp dumplings. The judges were not particularly optimistic about his dish. However, enjoying something warm was still a pleasant experience, remarked Narumi with a smile. At that moment, Liu Ao Xing set 3 paper bowls before the judges, inviting them to taste his dish, the Baoshan Flying Dragon Pot. He also extended a 4th bowl, prepared earlier, specifically to Erina, saying, "Consider it a follow-up to the entrance examination. But no lies, okay?" He winked at her. Erina couldn't help but recall the events from the day before school started, her forehead twitching as she struggled to suppress the urge to splash the paper pot in Liu Ao Xing's face. Meanwhile, Liu Ao Xing unapologetically took the remaining plate of 3 shrimp dumplings that Erina had prepared, complaining, "Why is this plate so bare? I never said it was for you." "Well, I'm going to dig in now." As he began to eat, the 3 judges gazed at the crystal-clear broth, even seeing the bottom of the paper bowl. The assortment of wild vegetables and mushrooms encircled the tantalizing lobster balls, creating an inviting presentation. Baoshan Flying Dragon Pot, a name with great presence, and the handling of impurities is quite adept. "Nevertheless, let's have a taste first," said Kawahara. The 3 judges, along with Erina, each took a spoonful of the broth from the paper pot. What? How could this be? Upon tasting the broth, the judges' expressions shifted dramatically, and they trembled as they placed a sizable lobster ball into their mouths. Their astonishment was evident, and soon their hands, seemingly under a spell, began to shovel spoonfuls of broth, mushrooms, and lobster balls into their mouths uncontrollably. For a long while, no one uttered a word of critique until Takaguchi Yoshihiko, who was the most animated, had consumed every last ingredient in the bowl. He even shaped the paper pot into a long strip to drink the remaining broth. Leaning back in his chair, exhaling a sigh of warmth, and finally breaking the silence initially, the expressions of the 3 judges were filled with shock upon tasting the Baoshan Flying Dragon Pot, but after indulging in the dish, their faces gradually transformed into expressions of rapture and pleasure, as if they had just experienced an intimate encounter. As for the 4th taster, Erina, she maintained a serious demeanor throughout, the only one able to control herself as she meticulously sampled each ingredient. "How is it?" Liu Ao Xing inquired of Erina. In comparison to the 3 judges, it seems that there is a greater concern for the opinions of an opponent who also possesses the divine tongue. Indeed, Liu Ao Xing has already savored the Norwegian lobster dumpling, firmly convinced that the outcome has been determined. The Norwegian lobster dumpling is undeniably exquisite, ranking among the most delectable dishes he has ever tasted, second only to his own culinary creations. Thus, at the very moment the flavor of the dumpling enveloped his palate, a surge of previously accumulated experience erupted within him, elevating Liu Ao Xing's culinary skills to the intermediate 1-star level alongside the acquisition of the recipe. However, in terms of the rating for this particular dumpling, it remains at a mere 2-star classification, approaching the level of a 3-star. In contrast, the Baoshan Flying Dragon Pot he has chosen is unequivocally a 3-star masterpiece, leading Liu Ao Xing to firmly believe in his victory. "Do you truly possess the divine tongue as well?" Erina's expression is exceptionally complex, a blend of apprehension, unwillingness, and even a perplexing sense of comfort and relief, emotions that Liu Ao Xing finds utterly inscrutable. Meanwhile, Hisako, witnessing this scene, has tightened her grip on her clothing, as even she has never seen Erina display such a countenance. Chapter 30. The Tongue of God. The 3 judges had merely begun to savor the exquisite flavors of the Baoshan Flying Dragon Pot, while Erina, upon her very first taste, discerned that Liu Ao Xing possessed the tongue of God. For the Baoshan Flying Dragon Pot, impurities represented only the initial challenge. The amalgamation of over a dozen mountain delicacies and wild vegetables would inevitably overshadow the fresh essence of the lobster. Particularly, Liu Ao Xing had deliberately chosen dried ingredients with a more profound and concentrated flavor, which could easily overpower the taste of the lobster balls. No matter how masterful a chef may be, the precision of timing and quantity in the addition of various ingredients could still impact the flavor of the lobster balls, albeit the extent of that impact would vary. After all, not every mountain delicacy is identical. Merely controlling time and quantity can only mitigate such effects. The singular exception to this rule is the tongue of God, for it is only the tongue of God that can, in such circumstances, differentiate the flavors of the various ingredients that disrupt the overall harmony, provided the culinary skills are sufficient. Adjustments to the ingredients or seasonings can be made to restore the unity of flavors. Otherwise, no matter how skilled the chef, they may only discern that there is an issue with the flavor without being able to identify the specific cause, which is ultimately futile. Previously, the judges harbored 3 layers of negative assumptions regarding Liu Ao Xing's Baoshan flying dragon pot. The first was that the lobster had been reduced to a mere paste, compromising its texture. The second was the anticipation that, if prepared as a traditional clay pot dish, impurities would be overwhelming. And the third was that the excessive quantity and variety of mountain delicacies would obliterate the lobster's flavor. Ultimately, this culinary duel also revolved around shrimp dishes. However, upon tasting the dish, the judges were astounded to discover that their previous negative assumptions were entirely unwarranted. Firstly, concerning the impurities, it was evident at first glance that the broth was remarkably clear. Even when intentionally sampled, no discernible impurities affected the texture or flavor. While this could be explained by the absorptive properties of the paper pot, the subsequent sensation of the harmonious melding of mountain and ocean flavors left the judges utterly astonished. The mountain delicacies, imbued with the essence of the highlands, combined with the oceanic notes of the lobster meat, surged through their senses, momentarily transporting the 3 judges to a serene mountain landscape, where they could almost hear the ethereal roar of a dragon, hidden among the clouds and mist, summoning rain. Even seasoned gastronomes found their appetites stirred to a near-greedy extent as they ravaged the ingredients within the clay pot. The visions of the deep mountains and the dragon amidst the clouds becoming increasingly vivid in their minds. Ultimately, as if to provide a lingering resonance, all 3 judges drank the broth down to the last drop, leaving behind only 3 empty paper bowls. The audience, having experienced a moment of silence at the outset, was now abuzz with chatter. Most among them had yet to grasp the subtlety of the paper pot's secret. They merely heard others speculate, or conjured their own notions of how such a dish might be fraught with impurities. Yet, judging by the judges' expressions, it was clear that this was not a dish overwhelmed by impurities. Why do I sense that the 3 judges seem to hold Liu Ao Xing's creation in even higher regard? Nonsense. It seems that the judges are merely parched, doesn't it? How could that be possible? I have prepared similar dishes before, yet I employed numerous filter papers, and the repeated boiling of the ingredients resulted in an uneven flavor profile. The essence of the mountain delicacies would undoubtedly overshadow the freshness of the seafood. Their confusion remains largely unanswered, but at this moment, as the other 2 judges had finished tasting, Zaku inquired, why is it that, despite the plethora of ingredients utilized, the flavors do not seem disordered at all? It is not a lack of chaos, but rather it has been adjusted, Liu Ao Xing replied with a smile. Zaku, still somewhat puzzled, was met with a more direct comment from the editor-in-chief of Tōtsuki Academy. Could it be that the recent rumors of a divine tongue emerging among the first-year students are true? Is it you? The term divine tongue elicited expressions of astonishment from Zaku and Kawamuki, who then glanced at Liu Ao Xing and back to Irina, who had previously been confirmed to possess such a gift. However, Irina appeared lost in thought, unresponsive. Oh, I see. The divine tongue is a supreme treasure bestowed upon culinary artists by the heavens, yet the ability to discern and harmonize amidst constantly shifting flavors demands extraordinary culinary prowess. Zaku nodded in agreement. Indeed, in their eyes, the possessor of the divine tongue should not merely be a discerning taster. Only a formidable culinary skill combined with the divine tongue signifies the zenith of gastronomy. Kawamuki, still somewhat perplexed, asked, "But how did you achieve such a springy texture in that lobster ball? It is already minced shrimp, yet it retains such a delightful chew." Mid-sentence, he realized that everyone's bowls were empty, rendering any comparison impossible. This is actually quite simple. It is akin to whipping eggs or mixing batter, under the same proportions. One can achieve varying consistencies, sometimes thick and sometimes thin. As long as one controls the force applied, it is possible to enhance the texture of the shrimp paste. Of course, mastering this technique may require considerable effort, Liu Ao Xing said shamelessly. Observing his proud demeanor, even Irina cast a sidelong glance, all feeling that his statement must be underpinned by countless hours of rigorous practice through the sweltering heat and biting cold. Certainly, while Liu Ao Xing's words may have been somewhat misleading, they were not deceptive in principle. The top chefs in Chinese cuisine could not only create a springy texture from minced shrimp, but could even infuse their internal energy into the ingredients, achieving a remarkable harmony of culinary and martial arts. The notorious culinary boss, Qiu, could use internal force to harmonize ingredients that typically do not complement each other, achieving a delightful flavor at the cost of hidden dangers, representing the highest secret of the dark culinary arts, the eightfold demon-breaking array. The second-tier culinary master could elevate body temperature using internal energy, akin to the soul-stirring rice in the Food God Saga, capable of breaking a bull's spine with a punch. In comparison to these superhuman culinary techniques, The method of harnessing appropriate force to enhance the texture of the shrimp paste seems almost elementary. Let us commence the voting. Kawahara cast a glance around and, upon noticing that the other two judges had no objections, declared, "It's time." After all three individuals pressed their voting buttons, the host, Rikako Kawashima, finally interjected. "The results are in. It is 2-1. Liu Ao Xing. No, the Sukiyaki Hot Pot Research Society has triumphed in this culinary duel." In stark contrast to the jubilant embrace of Hirota and the others, Liu Ao Xing appeared somewhat bewildered, having anticipated a sweeping victory of 3-0. Upon closer inspection, the sole judge who had favored Arena was the first to finish Liu Ao Xing's dish, Sakaguchi, prompting an internal retort from Liu. "Just a moment ago, you were not so." "No, during the tasting, your sentiments were quite different." Sakaguchi met Liu Ao Xing's perplexed gaze with a subtle smile and clarified. "It seems my opinion diverges from that of the others. In terms of culinary excellence, I align with President Kawahara and Editor-in-Chief Narumi's assessments. However, as a seafood chef, I must assert that, from the perspective of shrimp dishes, Arena's Norwegian lobster is decidedly superior." Liu Ao Xing's Baoshan Flying Dragon Hot Pot lost half its merit due to the insufficient focus on the lobster. Who would have thought that the seemingly tough Sakaguchi Yoshihiko harbored such sensitivity? The narrow victory of 2-1 was merely a slight surprise for Liu Ao Xing. After all, the outcome remained unchanged. For the other students at Tōtsuki Academy, and indeed for the other members of the Elite 10, this was a profound shock. Although the judges' expressions had hinted at an impending outcome, the announcement sent the audience into an uproar. Most were engulfed in astonished murmurs, particularly the first-year students, who seemed unable to accept Arena's defeat. A minority voiced their skepticism, questioning the integrity of the other two judges. However, such sour complaints garnered little agreement, and if they did not temper their outbursts, it was likely that the Culinary Dual Management Authority would summon them for a chat. At that moment, Liu Ao Xing had no time to concern himself with those who merely engaged in idle chatter. All his attention was fixated on Arena. Since the moment she recognized Liu Ao Xing's divine palate, her demeanor had been peculiarly unsettling, leaving Liu somewhat perplexed. He had previously envisioned various potential reactions from Arena following her defeat, be it despair, fury, helplessness, or even an emotional outburst akin to a child's tears. Perhaps even challenging him to another duel on the spot or offering herself in a moment of passion. Yet, her current demeanor was beyond Liu Ao Xing's expectations. He vaguely recalled that in their original narrative, Arena had once expressed envy for her sister's ability to cry freely after losing to Soma, indicating how much she valued victory. Despite his desire to convey something to Arena, his thoughts were interrupted by his assistant, Hisako, who leapt in immediately after the results were announced, vigilantly guarding against Liu Ao Xing's approach to the emotionally volatile Arena. It was not until Liu Ao Xing descended from the stage amidst the tumultuous cheers of the audience that Arena finally met his gaze once more, inquiring, "What does God's tongue mean to you?" Clearly, she did not expect an immediate response from him. Having posed the question, she departed alongside Hisako, leaving the culinary stage behind. However, the expression on Arena's face lingered in Liu Ao Xing's mind, proving difficult to shake off. Yet, the following day, when Liu Ao Xing approached Arena once again, he was met with the familiar demeanor of the haughty young lady. With a disdainful glance, she regarded him through her nostrils and proclaimed with pride, "I heard from Hata that one of the 10 masters has promised to support you. What is it you wish to request from me? Do enlighten me." Chapter 31. Liu Ao Xing. Your thoughtlessness is truly astonishing. Indeed, how could you withhold such significant matters from us? And little Yume has also been led astray by you. Following the battle, the residents of the Polaris dormitory voiced their condemnation of Liu Ao Xing and Mito Yume. As for the punitive measures, they were quite evident. Zhao Er and Dawu had already gone to procure dry goods, while Liang Zi went to buy lobsters. This culinary duel would provide ample fodder for the students of Tōtsuki Academy to discuss until their accommodation and training concluded. Arena utilized a modified version of the shrimp dumpling, based on the Cantonese recipe, incorporating elements of Western culinary techniques into both the ingredients and the cooking method. Conversely, Liu Ao Xing, who was typically adept at Chinese cuisine, resorted to using a paper pot to eliminate impurities. What an impressive innovation! Who would have thought to employ a paper pot, typically used for Japanese yuki ganshibu, to absorb impurities? It seems Xing is not merely proficient in Chinese cuisine, remarked Ashiki Satoshi. At this juncture, Zenji interjected, countering his statement. No, Senior Ashiki. I once encountered a passage in an ancient culinary text that mentioned a legendary chef from the early 19th century, during the Qing dynasty, who utilized a paper pot in his cooking. Oh, is that so? Ishiki merely expressed mild surprise. In common knowledge, the earliest paper hot pot is indeed the Japanese yukigan pot. But Xinji's findings from ancient texts suggest that there could have been earlier instances of paper pot usage that were not widely known. Liu Ao Xing, however, was genuinely astonished and promptly inquired, "Who was that legendary chef?" "Ahem, it was merely a tattered book I glanced at long ago. It bore no name." Xinji replied awkwardly. Ishiki cast a puzzled glance at Liu Ao Xing. "What is the matter? Is it significant?" "It's nothing. Perhaps I am overthinking it." Liu Ao Xing chose to remain silent, yet his heart was anything but tranquil. As Ishiki had articulated, in Liu Ao Xing's understanding, the paper hot pot should have originated from the Yuki-gon pot. The narrative within Culinary Champions is, after all, a fabrication. However, Xinji's words compelled Liu Ao Xing to ponder further. Was that so-called legendary chef from the late Qing dynasty merely a coincidence, or could it indeed be Liu Ao Xing himself? The only certainty is that the ancient text Xinji had perused indeed did not disclose a name, or it might have just been a coincidence. Otherwise, given the Liu Ao Xing before him, it would be unreasonable for him to lack any impression. "Ah Xing, are you truly intending to follow me in?" "Well, it's not entirely out of the question. Allow me a moment to tidy up." In his days, Liu Ao Xing nearly collided with Tadakoro Megumi. Only then realizing they had returned to the Polaris dormitory. Having trailed behind Tadakoro Megumi, he had been lost in thought, completely oblivious to his surroundings, and found himself at the threshold of her room. The alluring Yume leaned against the doorway, gazing at him with an expression of bemusement. Although Liu Ao Xing often entered Yume's room without reservation, she remained unconcerned, occasionally exercising in fitted sportswear while engaging in lively discussions about culinary matters with Liu Ao Xing, who comfortably lounged on her bed. Nevertheless, given their differing lifestyles and temperaments, Yume held little regard for the sanctity of her personal space. Whereas the traditionally reserved Tianxua Hui would typically refrain from allowing a male presence in her intimate quarters. Observing Tianxua Hui's flushed countenance and evident discomfort, Liu Ao Xing hastily remarked, "Ahem, I merely passed by." With that, he walked past her and into his adjacent room. Faintly hearing Tianxua Hui release a sigh of relief behind him, Liu Ao Xing chose not to dwell on it further. Instead, he resolved to ask Jean-Eyre to keep an eye out for the ancient tome he had mentioned during their next gathering, requesting to be notified should it reappear or if any similar records were found. After all, if the world of Shokuchiki truly aligned with that of the legendary Chinese culinary realm on the same causal line, it would imply the existence of the fabled cooking utensils. Moreover, Liu Ao Xing was acutely aware that these legendary tools were not merely convenient cooking instruments, but harbored profound secrets that captivated countless individuals. However, contemplating such matters was of little consequence at present, for with his current culinary skills, he could not make use of the mythical utensils even if they lay before him. During the evening's celebratory banquet, the Baoshan Failong pot made a reappearance, resulting in a late night of culinary endeavors. The following morning, while others busied themselves with packing, Liu Ao Xing, utilizing his authority, instructed Yume to fulfill certain maidly duties by assisting him in organizing his belongings. Meanwhile, he himself proceeded to Irina's exclusive villa dormitory. Upon hearing from H. Ta Lin that a member of the Elite 10 had made a promise to him, Irina, adopting her usual regal demeanor, inquired, "So, what is it that you wish to request of me? Pray, do tell." Liu Ao Xing, wishing to clarify his intent regarding yesterday's remarks, swallowed his words, thinking, "Hey, it's not that I am begging you. Rather, you are to do something for me." He corrected her. "You must understand that even though I will fulfill the promise due to our contract, the timing of its completion is entirely at my discretion, and do not adopt such a victorious posture. That Norwegian lobster dumpling is not my pinnacle dish." Irina could not help but interject, "Oh, but are you so certain that the Baoshan Failong pot is my specialty? As for the request I have for you, it does not come with a flexible timeline." After hearing Liu Ao Xing's conditions, Irina frowned and remarked, "To exempt the repetitive assessments during the residential training? With the authority of the Elite 10, it is not impossible, but are you certain that this is all you desire?" During the course of their accommodation and training, aside from enduring the trials imposed by fellow graduates and engaging in several fixed assessment tasks, participants often find themselves collaborating with other academies during their leisure time. This arrangement serves to maintain a heightened level of mental acuity among them. Typically, first-year students from the distant academy take charge of the culinary responsibilities, allowing everyone to familiarize themselves with the bustling atmosphere of preparing a multitude of dishes. Furthermore, it imparts the understanding that a true chef's role extends beyond merely crafting intricate recipes. However, Irina had no intention of participating in this. She was unwilling to squander her time on those who lacked appreciation for the art of cuisine. After all, any chef could replicate the custom menus with relative ease. As a member of the esteemed 10 Masters, she possessed certain privileges. Yet, Irina found it peculiar when Liu Ao Xing expressed such a request. pondering whether the seemingly careless individual harbored a touch of princess syndrome. Faced with Irina's bemused expression, Liu Ao Xing feigned a haughty demeanor and casually replied, "I initially intended to ascend directly to the ranks of the 10 masters, but given that it's merely a matter of time, perhaps soon I shall have someone challenging me. So let us fulfill some promises for now." Irina couldn't help but feel a twinge of annoyance and retorted coolly, "That's fine, but you ought to be cautious. After all, someone like you stands a considerable chance of being eliminated during the necessary assessments. Why not prepare your belongings just in case? If you happen to be expelled, you can return home without the hassle of a second trip." Irina, however, could not afford such luxury. Even if she were to be dismissed, she would have to return. For her home was here. Liu Ao Xing smiled in agreement. Although Irina possessed a sharp tongue, her talent evidently did not lie in verbal sparring. After casting a heated glare at Liu Ao Xing, she resolutely closed the villa's door, denying him entry. Though he was met with a metaphorical closed door and failed to uncover the answers to his curiosities, Liu Ao Xing remained confident that Irina would handle the task he entrusted to her. The advantages of being among the 10 masters were indeed significant. He mused on his way back to the dormitory. What came easily to Irina required Liu Ao Xing to engage in culinary duels to persuade her. However, attaining the rank of 10 masters was no simple feat. Approaching the Academy's methods proved fruitless, and the prospect of attaining it through culinary duels presented its own challenges. Not to mention, convincing a member of the 10 masters to accept a duel was no small task, and overcoming them was even more daunting. If, for instance, Irina were to dedicate herself fully to preparing a shrimp dish, it would likely reach the level of a 3-star special, comparable to the esteemed dragon pot of Bashan. If she were to refine her focus further, Liu Ao Xing would undoubtedly face defeat. When wagering for the position of 10 masters, the opponent would surely select their area of expertise and approach the culinary challenge with utmost seriousness. This meant that only dishes of at least 4-star distinction could guarantee victory in a duel for the title of 10 masters, while a 3-star special would merely offer a chance, an opportunity that reflected the capabilities of those ranked towards the lower end among the 10 masters. To attain the esteemed position of the 10 masters through a single culinary recipe, one must possess the perfect confluence of timing, opportunity, and human connection. For Liu Ao Xing, however, the enhancement of his culinary skills is a far more controllable endeavor. Especially after hearing the words of Marui Zenji, Liu Ao Xing's urgency to refine his culinary prowess intensified. This opportunity for a residential training session was both a source of anxiety and exhilaration for him. On one hand, the immersive nature of the program promised a swifter accumulation of experience compared to regular classes. On the other, the culmination of the training would afford him the chance to savor a grand feast meticulously prepared by the previous 10 masters. These illustrious figures, having reached the pinnacle of Tōtsuki during their student days and now graduated for several years, if not decades, possessed culinary skills that far surpassed Liu Ao Xing's imagination, undoubtedly propelling his own abilities to new heights. After dinner, Liu Ao Xing, accompanied by his fellow first-year students from the Polaris dormitory, embarked on a long-distance bus journey. Buoyed by the blessings of Aiko, according to the itinerary, they would arrive at the Tōtsuki resort the following morning, Monday. Once they reached their accommodations, each would retire to their respective rooms for personal hygiene, as the 6-day, 5-night trial awaited them. If all proceeded smoothly, they would board the return bus on Saturday night. However, should misfortune befall them, a swift return on Monday morning to gather their belongings was not out of the realm of possibility. Chapter 32. The initial hell. How impressive. Is this the renowned Far Moon Resort's Far Moon Hotel? Indeed, it exudes an air of opulence. It seems that partaking in accommodation training here would be rather splendid. Upon disembarking from the bus, the group gazed in awe at the towering edifice before them, involuntarily marveling at Far Moon's extravagant wealth. Not only does this Far Moon Hotel stand tall, but surrounding it are numerous other establishments under the Far Moon banner, including a dozen boutique restaurants serving exquisite cuisine, where many graduates find employment or aspire to establish their own culinary ventures. Indeed, it is a splendid place where money flows freely, one of Far Moon's vital financial institutions. Shanji remarked as he adjusted his glasses. At that moment, an announcement echoed through the air, informing the students to collect their room keys and stow their luggage in their rooms. With a gathering scheduled in the Grand Hall in half an hour, time was indeed of the essence. After depositing their belongings and refreshing themselves briefly, the members of the Polaris dormitory convened once more in the lobby. Despite having spent an entire night on the bus, fatigue seemed to elude them. Perhaps it was the anticipation of the imminent accommodation training, or perhaps it was the excitement of individuals like Yuki, thrilled at the prospect of residing in the luxurious guest rooms of the Far Moon Hotel for 5 nights. However, upon entering the Grand Hall, even Yuki found herself affected by the almost palpable atmosphere of tension, rendered speechless for a moment. Though nearly 1,000 students had gathered, the setting was eerily silent, reminiscent of a funeral. It appears we are the last to arrive, Liu Ao Xing remarked, his voice cutting through the hushed ambience. As it echoed conspicuously in the stillness of the hall, many students turned their attention to him, displaying varied expressions, while others whispered amongst themselves, pointing discreetly in his direction. Although the culinary duel between Yumi and Irina had revealed Liu Ao Xing's prowess to the first-year students, it also prompted many to regard him as a hypothetical rival. Some even speculated that Liu Ao Xing's ability to best Irina suggested that the Elite 10 were not as unattainable as they seemed. One could only wonder about their reasoning. Of course, only about a third of the students harbored animosity towards Liu Ao Xing, another third preferred to avoid him, while the remaining third regarded him with goodwill as well as a favorable view of the goddess tongue. Axing, could you please refrain from being so conspicuous? Yuki expressed with a hint of exasperation. Just then, the familiar figure of Professor Shaper ascended the podium in the grand hall. Time is upon us. Close the doors. Any students who are late will be sent back to the academy to process their withdrawal, Professor Shaper stated sternly upon his arrival. The sound of the doors closing, combined with Professor Shaper's intense demeanor, heightened the tension among the students even further. Liu Ao Xing, on the other hand, fared quite well. Although he had only attended 5 classes with Chef Shaper over the span of 2 months, he had consistently received grades in his evaluations. In fact, Liu Ao Xing often felt that Chef Shaper was one of the more perceptive instructors he had encountered. This sentiment was indeed justified, as the stern Chef Shaper held Liu Ao Xing's eagerness to teach in high regard, believing that if he were to graduate, he would undoubtedly excel as an educator and be a commendable candidate for a faculty position. Allow me to briefly introduce the content of this training session. As detailed in the manual previously distributed, over the next 6 days and 5 nights, you will be continuously confronted with topics related to culinary arts. Those students who fall behind in evaluations will be promptly sent back to the academy and face expulsion, Chef Shaper declared sternly. Many students, upon hearing this, felt a wave of anxiety wash over them and began to murmur amongst themselves. Silence. Now, I would like to invite the esteemed graduates of Tōtsuki Academy, who have been summoned from across the globe for this residential training. They are also distinguished alumni of Tōtsuki, Chef Shaper announced. Graduates of Tōtsuki? Is that true? Aren't they all representatives of renowned culinary establishments or proprietors of their own restaurants? The Academy has indeed put forth considerable effort for this training session. I recognize that person. There's a photograph of him at Between the Moons. He is Chef SG, the top of the 79th generation's Elite 10. And that individual in the apron is the head chef of the Japanese restaurant Korea, the Empress of Mist, Hanada Kikken. Could that sushi chef over there be the head chef of Ginza's Nichiren Sushi? One by one, renowned culinary figures who have reached the pinnacle of the culinary world emerged from behind the podium, inspiring countless students at Tōtsuki. Some students, upon seeing their idols, were so overwhelmed with excitement that their faces flushed bright red. However, the prevailing sentiment among the majority of students was one of mounting pressure. They were to face evaluations from these culinary luminaries, who had withstood the rigors of Tōtsuki Academy, where the graduation rate hovers in the single digits, and the current members of the Elite 10. What trials awaited them? Just as many esteemed alumni made their entrance and the atmosphere grew tense, a pink-haired individual with sharp eyes and glasses, positioned centrally at the podium, suddenly called out, "You, in the 9th row, the boy with the scar by your brow." He pointed towards the direction of the Polar Star dormitory, where the only student with a scar, Soma, looked confused and pointed to himself. The sharp-eyed individual hesitated for a moment before continuing. "No, I mean the one next to you. You may leave." The student being pointed out, a stranger, seemed bewildered and stammered. Back? Indeed, you are to return to process your expulsion. There is a pungent citrus scent emanating from your hair gel, which will overpower the aroma of the dishes. While it is essential for a chef to present oneself well, after all, a poorly groomed chef can affect a diner's mood. This is absolutely unacceptable. Please be mindful of your appearance in the future, the four-eyed individual stated emphatically. The criticized student could hardly believe it, responding, "Just for this minor issue. You want me expelled?" Upon hearing the phrase trivial matters, the imposing presence of Four Eyes became even more menacing. With a threatening glare, he proclaimed, "Trivial matters? This could lead to a loss of clientele. Are you planning to ruin my establishment?" Cowed by his intimidating demeanor, the unfamiliar classmates were momentarily rendered speechless. "Who is that?" Ma inquired softly. "He must be a French cuisine chef, judging by his attire, which closely resembles that of Chef Shaper," Liu Ao Xing remarked. "It's Chef Shigong," exclaimed Sean Air, his excitement palpable. He graduated as the top of the esteemed 10 masters in the class of 79 and is the first Japanese recipient of the French-Prussian Palm Medal. "Really? I didn't know you admired such figures," Liu Ao Xing replied, puzzled. "No," Tadasuk whispered. "One sees these individuals featured in culinary magazines almost every month." Even if one isn't an admirer, they are bound to recognize them. At that moment, a blonde, blue-eyed chef with a double chin approached the group. With an innocence akin to that of pure white clover, he exclaimed, "Perhaps I was born into this world to encounter you. Would you care to join me at my restaurant for a night of delightful conversation?" He gazed at Tōtsuki with a somewhat infatuated expression. Tōtsuki, usually shy, appeared ill-equipped to handle such attention. Just as Liu Ao Xing was about to intervene, another figure appeared, an enchanting woman dressed in a casual apron, her smile radiating warmth. Resembling a Yamato Nadeshiko. "Chef Wudong, please refrain," she urged sweetly. Upon recognizing her, the double-chin chef promptly withdrew, revealing that this Yamato Nadeshiko was far from simple. "My apologies for startling you. Ah, you look so adorable. Quite delectable, in fact," she cooed, gently caressing Tōtsuki's face, which made Tōtsuki feel as though she had narrowly escaped a wolf's den only to stumble into a tiger's lair. Liu Ao Xing, observing from the sidelines, remarked, "It seems that Chef Shaper does not look pleased." The two chefs, who had descended from the stage without permission, finally noticed the furious expression on Shaper's face. As a seasoned instructor at Tōtsuki, who had once taught them French cuisine, they felt a lingering trepidation towards him despite their own achievements, prompting them to hastily return to the stage. As the Yamato Nadeshiko departed, she added, "Remember to visit my restaurant next time. And be wary of ill-intentioned boys." Liu Ao Xing sensed a fleeting glint of danger in her gaze directed at him. Those two are undoubtedly the chefs from Kiri House Japanese Cuisine, Hinata Kurwa, and Wudong from Tazaro, he mused to himself. At that moment, the most distinguished graduate, who could be considered a co-host, T.D. Jinny, spoke up. T.D. was the top student of the 69th cohort of the 10 Masters and holds the record for the highest graduation grades to date. After graduation, he chose to join the Tōtsuki Resort, where he currently serves as the executive chef and a board member. As all can see, the graduates gathered here are chefs with their own establishments. Over the course of these 6 days, we shall hold you to the same rigorous standards that we apply to our employees. Those who fail to meet our expectations will face expulsion. Additionally, the personal assessments of the instructors will also serve as grounds for dismissal. Now, the accommodation for further studies officially commences. Please proceed to your designated culinary classrooms according to the student numbers displayed on the screen. Upon the conclusion of Shodaijin's address, the screen at the podium illuminated with images, prompting everyone to locate their respective student numbers and corresponding classrooms. It appears we must temporarily disperse. Let us all strive for excellence. Do not forget to assemble in Zenji's room this evening. At this moment, there is truly no need for you to come to me. The residents of the Polaris dormitory scattered into various culinary rooms, and Liu Ao Xing just noticed that he, along with Liangzi and Yuki, fortuitously found themselves in the same culinary classroom. It is about to begin. Who will be the first graduate they encounter? As Liu Ao Xing stepped into the culinary classroom with a mix of nervousness and anticipation, he beheld a woman with short, grayish-green hair, her expression inscrutable. Clad in the typical attire of a Western chef, squatting at the main position, seemingly lost in a trance. Chapter 33. Mizuhara Fuyumi. The head chef of the Italian restaurant Ristorante F secured the second position among the top 10 of the 79th cohort, just behind the formidable Shiomi Kojuro. Although Shiomi is known for his abrasive personality, his culinary skills rank above average among the first-place winners of previous cohorts. It can be said that Mizuhara Fuyumi possesses the average level of the first-place chefs throughout history. Having graduated 11 years ago, she now independently runs her Italian restaurant, her culinary artistry having reached an even more refined and mature level. Despite her youthful appearance, short in stature, and often wearing an expressionless face as she sits on a stool, she exudes an air of seriousness that would likely irk Chef Shaper if he were present. Upon recognizing the instructor, Liu Ao Xing felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He was uncertain about how Mizuhara Fuyumi would evaluate them, and among the many graduates present, she undoubtedly ranked among the very best, which added to the pressure he felt. "Yuki, shall we form a team?" Ryoko seemed to have a specific goal in mind. Liu Ao Xing whispered to Yuki. Yuki, with a hint of exasperation, replied, "It's not that Ryoko has a goal. Look at the box on the podium. This time we aren't allowed to form our own groups." Only then did Liu Ao Xing realize that Mizuhara Fuyumi had opted for random group selection, and they would have to draw lots first. Liu Ao Xing drew a charming little bear, seemingly hand-painted. He cast a curious glance at Mizuhara Fuyumi, wondering if it was crafted by her own hand. Yuki had previously drawn a plump caterpillar. Liu Ao Xing inquired amongst the others in the kitchen, but could not locate the other bear, inwardly lamenting the fact that his partner was someone who arrived even later than he did. At that moment, footsteps echoed in the room, and to his surprise, Nakiri Arena entered. Previously, he had been too preoccupied observing who among his peers was in the same class to notice that Irina was also present. Upon spotting Liu Ao Xing, Irina raised her chin with a haughty demeanor and remarked, "Be careful not to get eliminated in the first class." She turned to draw her lot. Upon seeing her result, Irina revealed a small bear. "Who is my partner? Introduce yourself first. I don't want you to hold me back." Liu Ao Xing was momentarily taken aback, thinking how coincidental it was. Amidst the suppressed laughter of Yuki and Ryoko, he also displayed his bear. What a coincidence. "I'm Liu Ao Xing, male, 15 years old. What else would you like to know?" Irina, with a disgruntled expression, retorted, "Just don't hold me back." "Hey, aren't you concerned about me being eliminated?" Looking at Liu Ao Xing's cheerful face, Irina felt an urge to punch him. The results of their group work would be shared, and she certainly did not wish to risk failing alongside Liu Ao Xing. With everyone gathered, Mizuhara Fuyumi declared, "Now, let us announce the assessment project." As she leaped down from her stool, all attention in the kitchen shifted to her, with 40 pairs of eyes focused intently on Mizuhara Fuyumi, whose face remained devoid of expression. "Well, the assessment," Mizuha muttered expressionlessly. Hey, this is clearly improvised, right?" Liu Ao Xing whispered to Irina. It wasn't an attempt to get close, but rather an instinctive desire to converse with his deskmate during class. Irina wanted to say something but held back, maintaining a demeanor of a diligent student who refrained from speaking. "Yes, this will do," Mizuha declared, turning to write a line on the blackboard. Initially, she wrote Italian cuisine, then altered it to Italian meal, finally adding a negation at the front, leaving everyone puzzled. Fortunately, Mizuha did not leave it to the class to decipher. She turned around to explain. "Today, since you won't be changing classrooms in the afternoon, the assessment will be a bit more substantial. You are to prepare a meal that satisfies me according to the rules of Italian cuisine, but it should not be limited to Italian dishes. The deadline is 4 p.m. Let us begin." Liu Ao Xing pondered. Isn't an Italian meal supposed to mean Italian cuisine? If it's a meal that brings satisfaction, it must refer to that, right? From the staple dish to the main course, dessert, and pastries, 4 dishes in total? Exactly. Moreover, since this is an assessment, only 1 dish of each type is required. However, it must not stray from the essence of Italian cuisine. Hey, pay attention. I am explaining this for your sake, so you won't hold me back," Irina retorted. Suddenly, Liu Ao Xing displayed a look of realization. Irina was about to inquire about his suggestion when she noticed him scanning her from head to toe, making her feel quite uncomfortable. "What are you looking at?" Irina couldn't help but ask. At that moment, she saw Mizuha Fuyumi, who had returned to her seat, also gazing at Liu Ao Xing, their eyes locking for 3 seconds. Then Mizuha suddenly remarked, "By the way, just a reminder, it's not about presenting the Italian dish in Einayo Tamori style to make it seem Japanese." The female students in the classroom couldn't help but blush, perplexed by Mizuha, who seemed reserved, suddenly making such a risky comment. Only Irina realized the implications, glaring at Liu Ao Xing and exclaiming, "You jerk! What were you just thinking?" Was I thinking anything?" "Haraha." Liu Ao Xing chuckled nervously. He exchanged glances with Mizuha once more, revealing a look shared between 2 seasoned drivers. Irina suddenly grasped the situation, casting an awkward glance at Mizuha Fuyumi, surprised that the seemingly reserved Mizuha resonated so well with Liu Ao Xing. Mizuha, however, retained her expressionless demeanor, seemingly unaffected by the gazes around her. Aside from Liu Ao Xing, no one noticed a flicker in her eyes. After a while, everyone began to comprehend the intent behind the assessment prompt, yet no one made a move until some time had passed, leading one student to ask, "Chef Mizuha, may I inquire, when will the ingredients be delivered?" Indeed, within this culinary studio, the 20 cooking stations are equipped with all the necessary utensils, yet they are devoid of any ingredients or seasonings. Initially, everyone assumed that the supplies would arrive shortly, considering the ample time available, hence there was no sense of urgency. However, after waiting for a while, it became evident that no provisions were forthcoming. At this juncture, Mizuhara, with a stoic expression, remarked, "In order to enhance everyone's communication skills as culinary artists, it is essential for you to venture to other kitchens and solicit ingredients from their occupants, regardless of type." It seems that the individual who most needs to bolster her communication abilities is herself. Liu Ao Xing quietly expressed his thoughts to Irina. The thrill of whispering critiques about the instructor with a classmate was an experience that Irina had not encountered before. She was at a loss for how to react. "Let us go. The others have already set off," Liu Ao Xing urged Irina. At that moment, apart from Mizuhara, who was cosplaying as a stone lion in front of the classroom, only Liu Ao Xing and Irina remained, yet to embark on their quest. This challenge posed no difficulty for Liu Ao Xing. Although the first-year students had polarized attitudes towards him, the one-third who were amicable were more than sufficient. And there was the added opportunity to indulge in some culinary delights, utilizing his divine palate to barter for ingredients. Ariina, though also somewhat inept at social interactions, would undoubtedly find many willing to assist if she were to shed her idol persona. However, having been raised as an instrument from a young age, she evidently struggled in such matters. You gather the ingredients, and then leave the rest to me. I assure you will succeed. What do you think? Ariina suggested, her demeanor reflecting a blend of hopefulness and reluctance to appear vulnerable before Liu Ao Xing. That is out of the question. Did Mizuhara-senpai not say that we must cultivate our communication skills? Liu Ao Xing firmly rejected her proposition. Ariina could not help but pout. I think she ought to be the first to practice. Liu Ao Xing provocatively remarked, oh, could it be that Lady Ariina is afraid? Or perhaps worried that she cannot borrow anything at all? Of course not. Ariina vehemently denied. After pondering for a moment, she declared, then let us split up. I will procure the ingredients I need on my own. Liu Ao Xing scrutinized her closely. You're not planning to have little secretary assist you, are you? Ariina's face betrayed her inner turmoil, revealing that she had indeed been caught in her intent, and she became somewhat flustered. Since Hishako is not part of our project, it would be best not to trouble her. Come, join me. We shall tackle what we need together. Just watch me this time, Liu Ao Xing said as he took the lead out, compelling Ariina to grit her teeth and follow. First, let us assign the dishes we need to prepare. Among the 4 dishes, how about I take charge of the staple food at the beginning and the dessert at the end? Why yes, that sounds fine. Ariina, caught in a state of extreme nervousness, readily acquiesced. A traditional Italian meal typically comprises more than 4 components, beginning with an aperitif and appetizers. In fact, it can encompass a multitude of courses, sometimes exceeding a dozen. Each segment generally features more than one dish, particularly the main course, which, if one desires to be meticulous, would include meat, seafood, and vegetable preparations. However, Mizuhara Fuyumi's assessment has been simplified. Nevertheless, the 4 dishes must embody the essence of Italian cuisine while not being strictly confined to Italian recipes. Ariina gradually regained her composure, methodically planning the ingredients she would require for her dishes, specifically the main course and salad. I will need these. Let us procure the ingredients now. You must also consider your staple and dessert worthy of my culinary skills. If not, you may entrust everything to me. Observing Ariina's forced return to her proud demeanor, Liu Ao Xing merely smiled and remarked, let us begin with what you require. First, shall we start with chicken breast?